Order, Madam Speaker.
Morning, honorable members. Let us take a moment for silent prayer and meditation. Amen. Thank you. Honorable members and the House, we will go to item number 2 on the order paper, which is obituaries. Honorable members, each life remembered today represents a story of meaningful contribution, unwavering commitment, and genuine care. May their memories continue to inspire us, and may their families find comfort in the love and support of those around them. The House now records its tribute to the following individuals: international acclaimed R&B and soul legend P. Bob Bryson, who passed away on the 2nd of June 2026 at the age of 75 following a stroke, a 2-time Grammy Award-winning artist. Mr. Bryson enjoyed a distinguished career spanning over 5 decades, earning global recognition for his rich and emotive voice, which earned him the title Voice of Love. He is fondly remembered for timeless classics such as If Ever You Are in My Arms Again, Can You Stop the Rain, and Feel the Fire, as well as his unforgettable Disney duets Beauty and the Beast and Celine Dion, A Whole New World with Regina Bell, which continue to resonate across generations. Also remember victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crime. A young man who perished in the Western Cape, who is from Limpopo province, who died and was attacked in an unfortunate incident outside Cape Town. Public servants and traditional leaders of our province and the country, flood victims, artists and veterans of the entertainment industry, and all those who have tragically lost their lives in road accidents across our province in recent weeks. I now invite all of you, honorable members, to stand to observe a moment of silence in honor of the past. May their souls rest in peace. We will move on to item 3, which is apologies. And we have not received any apologies as the Office of the Speaker. We'll move to birthdays. Honorable members, may I take this opportunity to wish a happy birthday in advance of the following members: Honorable E.B. Khoza on the 6th of June, Honorable O.B. Kunene on the 7th of June, Honorable S. Ban Prakash on the 12th of June, Honorable R. Gokul on the 16th of June, Youth Day, Honorable Z.G. Ngobo on the 22nd of June. On behalf of everyone, I would like to wish all these members a fun-filled and memorable year ahead. The next announcement is regarding the membership of the NFP. I draw the House's attention to the fact that the NFP has informed the Speaker of the removal of their member in the House and has submitted a reviewed party list. Section 106(3)(c) provides that a person loses membership of a provincial legislature if that person ceases to be a member of the party that nominated that person as a member of the legislature. The effect of Section 106(3)(c) is that a member of the legislature who serves in his office does so by virtue of a party list, and her membership in the legislature terminates when her party membership is terminated and the Speaker is notified of this. The termination of legislature membership takes effect immediately by operation of law, not at the behest of the Speaker. Whilst there is a court challenge that is going on, we have not received any interdict yet. We'll move on to the messages for the month of June, which is the first one is Youth Month. As we gather in this house today, it is my privilege to announce the commencement of Youth Month, a time of reflection, celebration, and renewed commitment to the development and empowerment of the young people of our province and country. June holds a special place in the history of our nation. It is a month in which we honor the courage, resilience, and sacrifices of the youth of 1976, who stood firm against injustice and altered the course of our democratic journey. Their bravery continues to inspire generations and reminds us of the power and potential of young people to shape the future. Youth Month calls upon all of us as leaders and public representatives to renew our collective responsibility to create meaningful opportunities for the youth of KwaZulu-Natal. This includes strengthening access to quality education, promoting skills development, supporting entrepreneurship, and addressing the pressing challenges of unemployment, inequality, and social exclusion. As the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, we reaffirm our commitment to amplifying the voices of young people and ensuring that their concerns, aspirations, and ideas remain central to our legislative and oversight work. Throughout this month, we encourage all honorable members to actively engage with youth in their constituencies, listen attentively to their experience, and champion initiatives that will unlock their potential. Let Youth Month be a period of action, inspiration, and unity, where we work together to build a province in which every young person can thrive. 50 years since 1976. The second one is on Child Protection Week. Honorable members, from May 29 to June 5, South Africa observes National Child Protection Week under the theme, Working Together in Ending Violence Against Children. This important week is a period dedicated to raising awareness about the rights, safety, and well-being of children in our province and across the country. Child Protection Week reminds us of our shared responsibility to safeguard children from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and all forms of harm. It calls upon us to work collectively, government, communities, families, and institutions, to ensure that every child grows up in a safe, nurturing, and supportive environment. Our children are the foundation of our future. Their protection is not only a moral obligation, but a constitutional imperative. We must therefore strengthen our efforts to combat violence against children, improve access to quality education and healthcare, and ensure that social support systems reach the most vulnerable. As the KZN legislature, we reaffirm our commitment to advocating for policies and programs that protect and uplift children, while holding all relevant stakeholders accountable for the delivery of these critical services. I urge honorable members to actively engage with communities, raise awareness on child protection issues, and support initiatives that promote the rights and dignity of every child. Let us use Child Protection Week as a call to action to build safer communities and secure a future where every child is valued, protected, and empowered to reach their full potential. International Pride Month. Honorable members, today we join also the global community in marking International Pride Month, a time to affirm the dignity, equality, and human rights of all people, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. Pride Month serves as both a celebration and a reminder. It celebrates the diversity that enriches our society, while also reminding us of the ongoing struggle against discrimination, prejudice, and violence faced by members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Our constitutional democracy is founded on principles of equality, human dignity, and freedom. If I can hear you from this place, Honorable Makubane, it means that you may be in contravention of the rules. Thank you. These values compel us to ensure that all individuals feel safe, respected, and included in every sphere of life. As public representatives, we carry a responsibility to uphold these rights and to foster a society built on tolerance, respect, and inclusivity. The KwaZulu-Natal legislature reaffirms its commitment to promoting social cohesion and protecting the rights of all people. We must continue to challenge stigma and discrimination and support initiatives that advance equality and understanding within our communities. During this month, I encourage honorable members to engage meaningfully with diverse communities, promote awareness, and contribute to building a province where everyone can live openly and without fear. Let International Pride Month inspire us to strengthen our resolve to create a more inclusive, compassionate, and just society for all. On Comrades Marathon, we take pride in acknowledging one of the most iconic events on our national sporting calendar, the Comrades Marathon, which will take place on Sunday, 14 June 2026. This year, as race will be the Up Run, journeying from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. This world-renowned ultra-marathon hosted in our province of KwaZulu-Natal stands as a powerful symbol of endurance, resilience, discipline, and unity. Each year, it brings together thousands of runners from across South Africa and around the globe, showcasing not only athletic excellence, but also the enduring spirit of camaraderie and perseverance. The Comrades Marathon is more than a race. It is a celebration of human determination and a testament to what can be achieved through dedication and hard work. It also underscores the significant social and economic contribution of sport to our province, promoting tourism, strengthening community participation, and fostering provincial pride. As the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, we commend the organizers, volunteers, sponsors, and all participants who continue to make this event a resounding success. To all athletes participating this year, we wish you strength, courage, and success as you undertake this remarkable journey. Let the Comrades Marathon inspire all of us, young and old, to embrace perseverance, unity, and the pursuit of excellence in all that we do. We also wish those who are working or members of this House who are going to be participating all the best. Honorable members, the month of June is known as Men's Health Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about preventable health challenges affecting men and boys and encouraging early detection, regular medical checkups, and healthier lifestyle choices. The House calls on all men in our province to take proactive steps towards safeguarding their health and well-being. Nisondele ngasemitholampilo bahlonishwa. The National Blood Donor Month. June is also observed as National Blood Donor Month, which highlights the vital importance of voluntary blood donation. The House encourages all eligible citizens to donate blood regularly, as this simple act of kindness saves countless lives and strengthens our healthcare system. We also, honorable members, note that there is the Go Turkeys for the turquoise for the elderly campaign is observed throughout June, raising awareness about the rights, dignity, and protection of older persons. The House calls on communities to honor and protect the elderly, ensuring they live free from neglect, abuse, and discrimination. Honorable members, we also note that June is World Heart Rhythm. The 1st to the 7th of June is World Heart Rhythm Week. We encourage citizens to seek medical advice and adopt healthy lifestyles. World Environment Day. Honorable members, World Environment Day is observed on the 5th of June, which is tomorrow, which highlights the critical link between a healthy environment and human health. The House calls on citizens to protect our natural resources and promote sustainable practices to safeguard public health. World Food Safety Day. Honorable members, on 7 June, we mark World Food Safety Day, which promotes awareness of safe food handling and consumption practices. The House emphasizes the importance of food safety in preventing illness and protecting public health. Then there is National Cancer Survivors Day. Honorable members, National Cancer Survivors Day, also observed on the 7th of June, honors those who have survived cancer and recognizes their resilience. The House encourages continued support for cancer patients and survivors, as well as early detection initiative. We are also calling upon the legislature as an institution to do more work towards those who are within its own house, who may suffer cancer, and also those who may be survivors. Honorable members, we will move on now to item number 4 on the order paper, which is announcements or reports by the Premier. We are still on announcements. We haven't gone to discussions. Okay. What rule are you rising on, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57(1)A, together with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, on Section 133 of the Constitution 3A, and as well as Section 136 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It's 136(2)B.
Let's go to 133A.
It's 133(3A). Yes, Section 133(3A).
Okay.
Accountability and responsibilities. Members of the Executive Council of a province must act in accordance with the Constitution, and if provincial constitution has been passed for the province, also that constitution. Then we go to Section 136.
Yes, 136 who?
136(2)B.
Okay.
Members of the Executive Council of the province may not act in any way that is inconsistent with their office or expose themselves to any situation involving the risk of a conflict between their official responsibilities and private interest.
What is the...
Honorable Speaker, why I'm rising, especially on the 136(2)B, the conflict between the official responsibilities and the private interest. We noticed in court yesterday through our research when the former member of the legislature, Ms. Mbalishinga, appeared in court. She was traveling with the state vehicles. It was 3 backup vehicles and that vehicle. Through the nature, as she has been expelled from her party. We want a clear reason. She did not resign. She did not resign. She was expelled from the party. So we want to understand, is it still the official responsibilities when she's traveling with the state vehicles, or now it's her own interest? Because we need to know if the state vehicles are still with Ms. Shinga. We understand the 30 days period. That 30 days period does not apply to those who are expelled. She has been expelled from her party. That clause doesn't apply to her.
Okay.
So we want clarity on that because we have to report those vehicles as stolen. We will report those vehicles as stolen. We will also tell the community that anybody who sees those vehicles must call the police because those vehicles have been stolen.
Okay.
They don't belong anymore to them. Secondly,
Order, honorable members.
Secondly, Speaker, the officials, including the HOM of her office, was still recognizing himself as the HOM of social development. She is no more the MEC of social development as she has been expelled by her party. So no official in that office will say he's still or she's still in that office if it was under the terms of that MEC.
Thank you.
So what are those officials doing in those offices? Why are those officials still recognizing themselves as officials
Can I respond?
We want to understand that.
Can I respond, honorable members? Honorable members, will you allow me to respond? Honorable Simon, I want to respond. Honorable members are not hearing because you are all speaking. Hayibo, bahlanishwa no. Kukhuluma uHonorable Mbatha isikakhulu njengamanje. Bathulile bonke abantu all sides. Kusele wena Honorable Mbatha. Hayi nangomunye imember ikhuluma on my right. I did not pick up. Honorable members, allow me. Honorable members, allow me. Honorable members, allow me. Honorable Rogers, please. Honorable Rogers, please allow me to respond. Okay. Honorable Mbatha. No. I stopped you, Honorable Rogers. I had stopped you before. You are now arguing with me directly. No, honorable members. It's too early in the morning. Honorable members, I was looking at the rules. I was looking at the rules of the House proceedings. I could not find where we could be debating what Honorable Makubane wants us to debate. It's an important matter that needs to be raised. But the only other alternative is when you raise it for us to debate and respond to as a motion without notice, or you put it down as a motion with notice. I am also aware that there are respective portfolio committees, including a portfolio committee either on the legislature, if the legislature is believed to have had, which is the Standing Committee on Oversight, or a legislature portfolio committee on social development, where these matters could be raised. The only other way we could be discussing and debating something that is not in the agenda, because the issue of misuse of allegations that would need the legal understandings of hearing both sides, I don't know what the term called, cannot be raised here. There are two other available opportunities or angles, which is through parliamentary question. Those must be raised. But I will not allow us then, honorable members, to be defocused when a member raises something. It's so that the House can give guidance going forward. Honorable Makubane, I advise you, my honorable member, that you either do it through a motion. No, when we are addressing you, honorable member. We advise you respectfully that you can exercise your responsibility. No, how yes by a now and we are Honorable Makubane, we are advising you that you can have a motion without notice, with the concurrence of the House, a motion that you could table, or a parliamentary question. Otherwise, accountability is done through mechanisms in the legislative environment. Those are some of the mechanisms, including debates. For now, we are unable to provide an answer on the allegations you are making. But we stand with the announcement we made at the announcements and tablings as the legislature. Thank you, sir. Honorable members, what's the clapping for? But I don't think it's my business. My business is that we must first apologize to the Honorable Premier, for we have stopped you when we have already called your name. But orders take precedence over everything, sir. We are now calling upon the Premier to make announcements or reports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, the Leader of Government Business, Honorable MEC Duma, Honorable MECs, Inkosi Yesizwe Sasemadungeni, Honorable members present in the House. I wish, Madam Speaker, to address myself in my announcement on the issue that is taking place in our province, wherein we see the members of our society demonstrating on a daily basis regarding the problem of undocumented foreign nationals. Unfortunately, so we've seen an incident that took place at Escort, wherein a looting took place in the shops, both according to the information for the foreign nationals and also for people who are South Africans. We must distinguish clearly between lawful migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and individuals who reside in the country without legal status. To do otherwise would be both unjust and inconsistent with our constitutional values. However, we must also acknowledge a simple reality. When the state loses its ability to effectively monitor, regulate, and account for those who enter, reside in, or work within its territory, governance challenges inevitably arises. The consequences are far-reaching. Weak immigration enforcement creates opportunities for criminal syndicates engaged in documented fraud, human trafficking, illicit trade, labor exploitation, and cross-border criminal activity. It undermines fair labor practices, distorts economic competition, weakens regulatory oversight, and places additional pressure on already constrained public resources. It complicates development planning, undermines the accuracy of demographic data, and creates difficulties for municipalities and public institutions tasked with delivering services to grow populations. Ultimately, the issue before us is not merely one of migration management. It is a question of state capacity, public confidence, and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, as we address these challenges, we must remain guided by the values that define us as a democratic society. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa stands as our supreme guide. It affirms the inherent dignity of every human being. It protects fundamental rights and freedoms. It demands that we reject discrimination, xenophobia, and hatred in all their forms. But the same Constitution also affirms the rule of law. It requires that law be respected and enforced. It places an obligation upon the state to safeguard national sovereignty, maintain public order, and administer governance fairly and effectively. These principles are not in conflict. Human dignity and lawful governance are not opposing choices. They are mutually reinforcing obligations. A society that respects human rights must also respect the law. A state that exercises compassion must also exercise responsibility, and a government that values inclusion must also uphold accountability. KwaZulu-Natal further recognizes its responsibilities within the broader African and international framework governing migration. The African Union, the United Nations, and the Southern African Development Community all advocate for migration that is safe, orderly, regular, and humane and lawful. These frameworks do not promote uncontrolled movement across borders. Rather, they emphasize effective border management, regional cooperation, lawful mobility, protection of vulnerable persons, and shared responsibility among states. In this regard, the future of migration governance in Africa cannot be built on denial. It must be built on cooperation, coordination, and mutual respect between nations. Honourable members, it is against this backdrop that the government of KwaZulu-Natal in 2024 launched Engangeni Ngesango Iyafohla, a comprehensive multi-stakeholder program of action designed to strengthen lawful migration management and restore public confidence in the state's ability to uphold the law. The program is founded on a simple principle. Those who enter our province and our country lawfully have nothing to fear. Those who seek to undermine our laws, exploit vulnerable people, facilitate criminality, or operate outside the legal framework will face the full consequences of the law. Through this initiative, we seek to strengthen cooperation between all spheres of government, support law enforcement agencies, enhance immigration compliance, combat organized criminal network, protect vulnerable individuals from exploitation, improve data and intelligence coordination, and ensure that public institutions are equipped to respond effectively to migration-related challenges. This program is not directed against any nationality, ethnicity, race, or community. It is directed towards strengthening governance. It is directed towards protecting the rule of law. It is directed towards ensuring a fairness for all who reside within our province. And above all, it is directed towards building a KwaZulu-Natal that is safe, orderly, prosperous, and united. For we understand that strong societies are not built by choosing between compassion and lawfulness. They are built by embracing both. Madam Speaker, as part of our ongoing commitment to finding sustainable and practical solutions to the challenge of undocumented migration, the government of KwaZulu-Natal will, during the month of June, convene the second provincial roundtable on undocumented foreign nationals. This follows the successful multi-stakeholder engagement held in February and last month, where government, law enforcement agencies, regional leaders, organized business, labor, civil society formations, faith-based organizations, academic institutions, and community representatives agreed that this matter requires a coordinated provincial response. The upcoming roundtable will mark an important milestone in our collective efforts. It will move the discussion beyond diagnosis and into implementation. The session will consider and adopt a comprehensive program of action that will guide the province's response over the medium to long term. More importantly, it will seek consensus on an integrated approach that aligns the efforts of all stakeholders around common objectives, shared responsibilities, and measurable outcomes. The reality before us is that no single institution can address this challenge alone. Government cannot succeed in isolation. Law enforcement agencies cannot succeed without community support. Municipalities cannot succeed without cooperation from national departments. Equally so, communities cannot expect sustainable solutions without active participation in lawful and constructive processes. The challenge of undocumented migration intersects with economic development, social cohesion, public safety, labor regulations, border management, human rights, and service delivery. It therefore demands a whole of government and a whole of society response. I therefore wish to use this platform to extend a clarion call to all sectors of society to participate actively in this important provincial conversation. Let us reject the politics of division, fear, and scapegoating. Let us equally reject complacency and inaction. Instead, let us come together as a responsible citizen and institution committed in building a province that is secure, lawful, inclusive, and prosperous. The success of Engangeni Ngesango Iyafohla will not be measured by government pronouncements alone. It will be measured by the strength of the partnership we build, the quality of the solutions we implement, and our collective determination to uphold both the rule of law and the dignity of our people. The forthcoming roundtable therefore represents more than a policy engagement. I will be also meeting the representatives of the neighboring countries in order to collaborate in dealing with the problem of illegal migration into our province. That is the path we have chosen. That is the responsibility we carry on a daily basis. The police, the Community Safety and Liaison Department, Home Affairs, they are having operations in various parts of our province. It's only that they are not well profiled. As a result, the government is seen as not doing enough in addressing the problem. However, we have statistics which are showing the number of or the thousands of undocumented foreign nationals who have been captured and deported because of the operations informed by Engangeni Ngesango Iyafohla. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now go to item 5 on the order paper, which is tabling of reports or papers. The first one is the KZN Legislature that tables the budget performance in-year monitoring report for the month of April 2026. The Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs tables its oversight report to Hluhluwe Hilltop and Hluhluwe Mfolozi, and the focused intervention study on air quality monitoring stations owned by ETIA. The next tabling is from the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, which tables their 2025-26 annual performance report, and also the report of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus on the workshop on Protocol 17 June 2025. The next committee that's tabling is the scrutiny of subordinate legislation, which tables progress report on the processing of the subordinate legislation regarding gaming and betting amendment regulations and a repeal and replacement of Schedule 2 of the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Act 2010. They are tabling their processing of the subordinate legislation from the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. The next tabling is by the Department of Provincial Treasury. They are tabling the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Bill 2026, the KZN Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026, the KZN Second Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs also tables their report of Section 1312 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Then the last one is the tabling from the Financial and Fiscal Commission, which are tabling the 2027-28 annual submission on the division of revenue. Honorable members, if there is any other tabling that I may not have recorded, please alert us. We will indulge you. And then the next one is the item number 6 on the order paper, which is formal motions and notices by the Chief Whip. I give this opportunity to the Honorable Chief Whip to give us.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, MECs, Chair of Chairs, Leader of Official Opposition, colleagues in the Legislature, the Office of the Chief Whip has no motion or notices. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. We will now go to item 7, which is notices of bills and motions. The first one is Honorable MP Kwala.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the lack of a functioning Utongati crematorium for more than 2 years has severely burdened poor residents, forcing them to use costly private facilities in Verulam and Clare Estate. Despite eThekwini municipality increasing the refurbishment budget to 8 million rand and conducting tax runs, the furnace remains inoperative due to unresolved emissions, certification issues, and delays. This House resolved to call upon eThekwini Metro to fast-track the Utongati crematorium project with 3 million rand already identified in the PRC unit's capital budget to address the 2026-2027 funding shortfall. 2, to call upon the MEC for COPTA to intervene and ensure resolution of the matter. I shall so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable O.B. Kunene.
The Honourable Speaker, at the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the IFP, I shall move as follows. This House notes the latest quarterly labour force survey released by Statistics SA showed that the official unemployment rate rose to 32.7% during the first quarter of the year, up from 31.4% in the previous quarter, after the economy lost 345,000 jobs. KwaZulu-Natal was the only province to record employment growth, gaining 6,000 jobs quarter on quarter, increasing from 2.716 million employed citizens in quarter 4 to 2.722 million in quarter 1, 2026. This House resolves to commend the KZN provincial government led by the Honorable Premier Tintuli for job creation achievements, to call for urgent intensified efforts to boost economic growth and attract more investment and create jobs. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable S. Prakash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move that this House notes with grave concern the continued exploitation of vulnerable residents in Isipingo, Chatsworth, Phoenix, Verulam, Tongaat, and other through recurring election promises regarding title deeds. For decades, families have occupied homes without legal ownership, while this long-standing issue is repeatedly used for political gain with little progress. The Inkatha Freedom Party calls for a transparent, time-bound provincial program to fast-track the issuing of title deeds, restoring dignity, security, and confidence to these affected communities. I shall so move.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable S.A. Duma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet your good self. In the next sitting, I shall move on behalf of the ANC that the House reflects on the ongoing public consultation focusing on the draft National Rail Master Plan. The plan articulates a vision of repositioning the country's rail sector with an investment of 2 billion. The House therefore resolved to welcome efforts aimed at the revitalization of the freight sector as part of strengthening our economy. The House believes that the shifting of millions of tons of freight from road to rail means fewer trucks and fewer accidents on the N3, N2, and other major routes in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I so move.
The next member is Honorable S.E. Shomoka.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Deputy Speaker, Premier, colleagues, and all honorable members. I shall so move that in this House, the recognizing of the important role that the schools of specialization play in preparation of our learners for the economy of the future. As KwaZulu-Natal continues to confront the challenges of youth unemployment, skills shortage, we must ensure that our education system responds to the needs of the changing world. Schools of specialization provide learners with opportunities to acquire sector-specific skills in areas such as engineering, maritime studies, agriculture, information and communication technology, aviation and mining, and renewable energy. We then resolved to support expansion of schools of specialization across all districts of KwaZulu-Natal, encourage stronger partnership between government, industrial companies, and institutions of higher learning, and to promote investment in technical and vocational education and cater for economic growth, and reaffirm its commitments to ensuring that every learner has access to quality education and meaningful pathway of employment. Thank you. I so move.
The next member is Honorable Dr. NNG Mahlaba.
Greetings, Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that June is Youth Month, a time to reflect on the challenges facing young people and to advance their well-being and development. That many children in South Africa continue to live in child-headed households or as orphans due to poverty, disease, violence, or other social challenges. The House therefore resolved to debate the conditions facing child-headed households and orphans in our communities, to explore stronger interventions and coordinated support measures to protect and empower vulnerable children and youth. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable L.M. Mayor.
There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes June is Men's Month. Men account for 75 to 80% of all suicide deaths in South Africa. The male suicide rate is 4 to 5 times higher than women. 3 out of 4 suicide deaths in South Africa are men. Research among young men in Durban informal settlements found that 24% reported recent suicidal thoughts. This House therefore resolves to debate the causes and actions to be taken to address this mental health crisis and call on the Departments of Health and Social Development to develop campaigns to encourage men to speak up about their mental health challenges. Thank you so much. So shall I move? Sorry.
The next member is Honorable M. Tembe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. This House notes that the important work undertaken by the DA-led Umgeni municipality to advance arts and culture in Mpopomeni and the surrounding areas. This includes the completion of a long-standing request by local artists to improve the Mpopomeni Theatre through the installation of soundproofing. We further note the partnership between Umgeni Municipality and the National Department of Public Works through the IDT to improve and provide recording equipment for aspiring artists. Recognizing that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sports, Arts and Culture holds the primary responsibility for developing the sector in the province, we kindly call on the MEC and the department to support and build on the initiative started by Umgeni Municipality in order to strengthen and expand the platform that has been created for local artists and creators. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable R. Gokul.
There we go. Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that the recent escalation in crime and lawlessness across KwaZulu-Natal is undermining public safety, weakening confidence in law enforcement, and threatening the province's economic growth and investment prospects. The rule of law remains a cornerstone of democracy and social stability, and no individual, regardless of position or affiliation, is above the law. This House resolves to call upon the Premier to table an executive statement in the House at the earliest opportunity provided for in the legislature schedule on the plans to combat crime, strengthen cooperation with communities, and uphold the rule of law across KwaZulu-Natal. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable S.V. De Boer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that the city of Umhlatuze is mandated to ensure service delivery to the residents who pay rates for basic services. In particular, the DCM for community services is mandated to ensure clean, safe, and well-maintained public spaces throughout the city. However, whilst driving through Umhlatuze, it is clear from the overgrown suburbs that this is not happening. This House resolves to call on the MEC for Kokta, Tulasizwe Buthelezi, to urgently investigate these service delivery failures and take all lawful steps in accordance with the relevant sections of the Constitution to ensure the City of Umhlatuze's Community Services Department fulfills its obligations. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable D.L. Nzama.
Greetings, Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party and move that this House deliberates and debates about the LTC Driving License Testing Center. KZN sinengqinamba abantu banenkinga imshini yokutesta amehlo ayisebenzi ku licensing department. Bahamba benze incwadi kodokotela. Umnyango ubambisane nodokotela ababa nombimbi nabo ukuthi kwenziwe ama testing test kukhona. Uma ufika with your private certificate abomnyango bayayinqaba. Inkinga ke labantu bakhokha idouble akhokhe ku private ufika umnyango uthi cha hamba kodokotela bethu lapha ngaphandle. Uma ufika khona noma ufeyila labo dokotela ngoba ba corrupt bathi uphasile bathi nazi ibuko thenga ibuko. Ingako sinengozi engaka le KZN. Okay. Regulation 102 subsection 4 uyabavumela bomnyango ukuthi benze njalo. Kodwa thina njengomkhonto weSizwe sithi akubuye odokotela bahulumeni bezokwenza ama eye test abangazokhokhelwa because le mali ekhokhwayo kuma licensing office ukwenza license no renewer inkulu kabi abantu bakaZulu-Natal abasebenzi. Even nesalukwazi akube nodokotela njengakodokotela bakasasa ababa kuma department. I shall so move. Nenzani ezweni mthombeni.
They are coming to get it so that they verify the number of words. Honorable members, kunamalungu amabili amanethi ebhekisa ngakumina egwini ke sithi sokushaya masithi. Bengicela ukuchaza ukuthi ngicela ningangisabisi bahlonishwa. The next member is Honorable H.S. Dlamini.
Thank you, Pondogazi. In the next sitting of this House, the MK, I shall move as follows. The MK expresses grave concern about persistent service delivery failures in Umsunduze municipality, despite repeated intervention by the KwaZulu provincial government. The MK, Lalela, the damaging effects of failing infrastructure, unreliable water and sanitation, financial instability and weak governance on residents and economic growth. Umkhonto weSizwe Party therefore calls on the provincial executive to table comprehensive report on interventions outcomes, set measurable turnaround targets, strengthen accountability, and implement agent correct actions to restore basic services, good governance, and public confidence in the municipality without delay. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Z.G. Ngobo.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. Umkhonto weSizwe Party notes the preparedness of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education for the 2026 May-June National Senior Certificate and Senior Certificate Examination, which is currently being written by 25,399 candidates across the province. It further notes the deployment of invigilators, security measures, and examination infrastructure to ensure credible and fair assessment. However, concerns remain regarding financial pressure, infrastructure challenges, and safeguarding examination integrity and learner support. The MK Party therefore calls on the legislature to debate on how should the department do its oversight, ensure uninterrupted administration, and provide academic and social support so every learner has a fair opportunity to succeed successfully during the entire examination period ahead. I shall so move.
Thank you. Ngiyaxolisa ukwenza kanje but enzela ukuthi ngingakhohlwa. The motion for the Honorable DL Nzama falls off is 180 words. At least I like when members submit because it doesn't make us wait until the next sitting. The next member is Honorable Siti Kanyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. The MKP notes with concern the Democratic Alliance's complaint regarding the partisan branding of state resources within the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, specifically a water tanker displaying the image of MEC Thulasizwe Buthelezi. Further notes that the government of provincial unity appears fragmented, with coalition partners acting independently, leaving Umkhonto weSizwe Party confused about the nature of this arrangement, as it resembles neither cohesion nor properly structured partnership. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party therefore calls for a full investigation, strict adherence to neutrality regulations, and uniform government branding to safeguard public trust and uphold constitutional governance effectively. I so move.
The next member is Honorable S.D. Mabaso.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. Umkhonto weSizwe Party notes the importance of strengthening learners' understanding of African heritage, leadership, traditions, liberation struggles, and democratic development, and recognizes that such knowledge can empower young people with a clear sense of identity, rights, and responsibilities. The MK Party further acknowledges the potential to enhance civic participation, encourage informed voting, reduce political alienation, and promote social cohesion through education. Therefore, this House resolves to urge the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education and national education authorities to introduce African history as compulsory subject from grade 8 to cultivate informed, active citizens and advance a united, inclusive and prosperous South Africa. I so move.
The next member is Honorable E.N.M. Mthethwa.
Mbonge Somlomo, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that as empilo, as emfundo, as ukhuliswa komnotho and human settlements are the departments that deeply affected by illegal immigrants, resulting in abantu bezithathela umthetho ngezandla. As we have seen much and like stopping illegal immigrants in hospitals and schools. This House resolves that as it has a law-making mandate, it must debate and implement immigration laws in line with the Constitution and ensures that it exercises its legislative powers to implement the provincial laws and caps the effect of undocumented illegal immigrants. I so move.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa, sicela ukuphakamisa umhlonishwa uNBZ cela.
Greetings to you, Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. Umkhonto weSizwe Party notes with grave concern persistent complaints from Umsunduzi residents regarding unfair estimated municipal billing, deteriorating water and electricity service, recurring burst pipes, and frequent substation failure. Further note with alarm that pensioners are being charged for services that they do not consistently receive. Umkhonto weSizwe Party is deeply troubled that over 1 billion has been spent on rapid bus transport projects since 2015 with minimal progress to date. It also condemns allegations that councillors are obstructing accountability by failing to act on forensic reports. Therefore, Umkhonto weSizwe Party calls for urgent intervention, full transparency, strengthen accountability, immediate restoration of service delivery, and independent investigation into municipal governance failures. I thank you.
Honorable members, you know the reason you are called honorable, and by the way, honorable when you are in this house, is because you have certain privileges. It was never thought that there could be sometimes members who would not internalize the meaning and the impact of the impunities and privileges that you have in the house. I noticed that you haggle across, but there is now a pretense of I don't know, because I'm kukune language engekho right that you are using. You are using some inflamed or inflammatory language, which can be interpreted as threatening each other. We will want to call, particularly Honorable SMM Keys and Honorable NPZ, what you both just did now. It's not supposed to be done in the House. Ngiyacela nje bahlonishwa. Asidluleni ke siye ku Honorable NGT Mazibuko.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day
of this House as follows. Umkhonto wesizwe party expresses serious concern that the 2 billion advance allocated to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education to settle outstanding debts reflects deep-rooted financial mismanagement, poor planning, and weak fiscal controls. While the intervention may bring temporary relief to schools, it fails to address the underlying governance failures that causes the crisis. Umkhonto wesizwe party therefore calls for a full investigation into the causes of the debts, the enforcement of strict accountability measures, and the development of a sustainable recovery plan to restore stability and ensure that learners, educators, and schools are never again endangered by administrative failures in the future. I so move.
The next member is Honorable L. Matlekwana.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto wesizwe Party. This House notes with concern reports that Ms. Shinga, the former KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development, allegedly attended court in Pietermaritzburg, accompanied by state vehicles and state-provided security despite her removal from office. This House further notes serious questions regarding the legality, authorization cost, and appropriateness of this support and the shady behavior in the office of the Premier. This House therefore resolves that relevant departments urgently provide a full account of resources used, approvals granted, and expenditure incurred, report findings to the legislature, and recommend appropriate corrective or disciplinary action in a manner ensuring accountability, compliance, and public finance laws, and safeguarding trust in government institutions at all times.
Honorable members, earlier on I did not say ukuthi obani lamalungu bathi nabathi. It's Honorable Mbatha and Honorable Makubane. Those gestures, young Sabis. The next member is Honorable Tinkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting of the House as follows. This House notes with grave concern the alarming number of rape and sexual abuse cases reported within the institution entrusted with care and development of children, including schools, tertiary institutions, daycare center, and other educational facilities. This House therefore resolves that the National Register for sex offenders be made accessible to the public.
Is it parliamentary that when the member is talking and the other member is behind her?
While Honorable Madlopa may not have raised a rule which is not a point of order, I have already dispatched the service officer. He went, I don't know, no bala. He went this other direction while I'm pointing him where to go. What was done by Honorable Khatebe is not to be done. And I sent a member to bring, a service officer to bring it. But what, I'm sorry, so sorry to you, Honorable Whipngos. But what remains a shame is that he did that moving right past his party leader and all his whips, and they saw nothing wrong with that. You may continue, Honorable Nkosi. Mbatha, you are out of order. You are out of order, Honorable Mbatha. Let's allow Honorable Nkosi to continue. My apologies, ma'am.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Sikiwa Zokpinda Majaqamba. that the National Register for Sex Offenders be made accessible to the public to ensure that our communities are empowered to identify and prevent convicted sexual offenders from gaining access to children. I shall so move.
Honorable members, you are drowning the member. No, against Lutu, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi, we are very sorry, but the members and how they drowned you is not allowed by the rules. The next member is Honorable N.P.N. Msimango.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the IFP, I shall move as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has administers 1 million foot and mouth diseases.
Sorry, Honorable Member, please take your seat. The member that is doing that is bringing the House in contempt of the Constitution. Stuttering is recognized by the World Health Organization, and whoever, honorable members, that you are not saying, who is doing that other thing, is not only in contempt of the rules, but is also in contempt of the Constitution and is a person that was not thought of when honorables were being thought of. Honorable Msimango, on behalf of the members, I apologize profusely. You belong here. You may continue.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has administered 1 million foot and mouth diseases vaccinations to cattle across the province, making a major recovery milestone. Vaccination team had completed the campaign in 4 districts, which is Ugu, Herikwala, Umkanyagude, and Zululand, with the Umgungundlovu and other districts are prioritized. So this House resolved to commend KZN MEC of Agriculture, TP Gamadopam Chapter, for prioritize and act proactively leadership in ensuring the livestock vaccination and preventing the spread of FMD, to call on the KZN Department of Agriculture and continue to a public awareness campaign on FMD despite vaccination effort. I shall so move. And thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next person is Honourable N.J. Ngwanyana.
Angithokoze somlomo. Lendlu izwakalisa ukukhathazeka okukhulu mayelana nemibiko emayelana nodaba kaNkosazana nokwethemba Mnyaka wakwaNongoma odlule emhlabeni ngasekupheleni kwenyanga edlule sekusele amasonto 2 ukuthi ethweswe iziqu eDUT. Ngokwembiko ithi uNkosazana Mnyaka udlule emhlabeni ngemva kwezinkinga ezidaleke ngesikhathi ebeletha okuthiwa zenziwe abasebenzi besibhedlela iMahatma Gandhi Hospital eThekwini. Lendlu inquma kanje ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo emndenini wakwaMnyaka ngokudlulelwa indodakazi yawo mayelana nomshophi ovelile. 2, ukubusa ungqongqoshe wezempilo KwaZulu-Natal umhlonishwa uNomagubhu Simelane ukuthi akenze uphenyo olunzulu mayelana nezinsolo ezibucayi kangaka bese bonke abathintekayo bajeziswe kanzima uma kutholakala benecala ngokushona kukaNkosazana Mnyaka. Number 3, ukunxusa bonke abasebenzi bezempilo lonke ukuthi abakhuthalele umsebenzi wabo, bahloniphe iziguli ngokulandela izifungo abazenza mhla bevuma ukuba abasebenzi bezempilo.
The next member is Honorable HGS Mavimbela.
Somlomo hloniphekile, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje egameni le-ANC. Lendlu yaqaphela ukuphathwa ngesihluku kwabantu besifazane, ikakhulukazi kumaqembu abo ezepolitiki. Nakuba sigubha iminyaka engamashumi ayisikhombisa omzabalazo wabantu besifazane, kodwa basabhekene nengcindezi enkulu yokungalingani ngokubulili, becindezelwa kakhulu oza kwabo kwezombusazwe. Kuyo lendlu abesifazane bangaphansi kakhulu ngokwamanani, kodwa ngokwezibalo zezakhamuzi zalapha KwaZulu-Natal kufanele ingabe yibona abaningi, futhi nasezikhundleni kusaqhoqhobele amadoda. Lendlu ivumelana ngalokhu ukuba lo mkhuba kuluyiwe nawo kuzo zonke izinhlaka, kudedewele abesifazane kube yibona abasezikhundleni njengokuhlakanipha namakhono abo. Amaqembu ezombusazwe angakuhloniphi lokhu azinuke amakhwapha, ayeke ucindezela abesifazane. Thina njengesishayamthetho asibe ngamanxusa abantu besifazane. Somlomo ngiyakuphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable BNC Tole Moloi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings. On the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that June marks not only the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Soweto uprising, but also the adoption of the Freedom Charter on the 26th of June, 1955. That its vision of equality, dignity, and education, land, work, and a better life for all remains relevant today. The House therefore resolved to honor the sacrifices of our youth of 1976, to debate whether the implementation of government policies and programs in fulfilling the aspirations and vision contained in the Freedom Charter is still in track. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable M. Nair.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that National Treasury's 2024-25 MFMA compliance report points to deepening financial governance challenges in KZN municipalities, including weak controls, poor revenue management, unpaid creditors, irregular and wasteful expenditure, and growing pressure on basic service delivery. This House resolves that this House acknowledges and applauds the remarkable manner in which the Government of Provincial Unity Executive is working together to hold affected municipalities to account, and calls on this House to support the GPU's continued efforts to help restore financial discipline, strengthen accountability, improve municipal performance, and ensure better services for communities across KwaZulu-Natal. So shall I move?
The next member is Honorable H.S. Leggett.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move. This House notes that Youth Month honors the historic sacrifices young people have made for freedom, dignity, and a better future in South Africa. Further notes that today's youth face a different struggle, unemployment, exclusion, and barriers to economic participation. This House therefore resolves to debate what provincial government can do to improve the regulatory environment for young entrepreneurs, including cutting red tape, simplifying permit and compliance processes, expanding access to provincial procurement opportunities, improving access to information, funding pathways, mentorship and business support so that young people are empowered to start businesses, create jobs and participate meaningfully in KwaZulu-Natal's economy. I so move.
The next member is Honorable Dr. Aikika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that healthcare facilities across KwaZulu-Natal face increasing numbers of patients with mental health illness arising from causes including substance abuse to depression, often resulting in the use of general wards not intended for psychiatric admissions. Further noting that government alone cannot keep up with the growing demand without a whole-of-society approach to supporting mental health. This House therefore resolves to welcome and note that the Department of Health, working with the Department of Public Works, is set to construct a much-needed state-of-the-art psychiatric ward at Port Shepstone Hospital. Madam Speaker, the GPU works. So shall I move.
Yes.
Honorable members, the next member is Honorable SP7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. MK Party notes with grave concern the alarming and escalating rate of gender-based violence and femicide in KwaZulu, which continues to claim the lives of women and children on a daily basis. We also acknowledge that KwaZulu remains one of the provinces with the highest incidence of GBV in the country, with women and girls living in constant fear of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse in their homes, communities, and workplace. We further note the failures of the current GPU to effectively implement existing GBV policies, adequate resources, and ensure a swift prosecution of perpetrators. We condemn in the strongest term all forms of gender-based violence, including rape, domestic abuse, sexual harassment, and killing of women and children. We urge the House to establish a multi-party oversight committee to monitor the implementation of GBV prevention programs in the province and declare 16 days of activism against gender-based violence insufficient and call for a year-round visible and decisive government action to protect the lives and dignity of women and children in KwaZulu. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Ingobo.
So good, right? Okay.
Sawubona. Hibu. Chuan. I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. This House notes with concern the ongoing crisis at Umkumbane Secondary School in the Cato Manor Chesterville area, marked by teacher boycotts, government dispute, and disruptions to teaching and learning following the installations of classrooms CCTV cameras. The House further notes the Pietermaritzburg High Court ruling regarding the suspension of Principal Mr. Ngobese and criticism of delayed intervention by the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education. Umkhonto Wesizwe Party therefore calls on the KZN Department of Education to urgently restore stability, ensure effectiveness governance and meaningful consultation, and implement learner-centered solutions to protect uninterrupted education and prevent further disruption at the school going forward for all learners. I so move.
The next member is Honorable E.J. Madonsela.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker and fellow honorable members. Speaker, parliamentary records and human rights groups estimate that hundreds of schools still use pidgin. Recent KZN parliamentary briefings and oversight reports from the Department of Basic Education and the Public Service Commission indicate that over 100 schools and up to several hundreds by some advocacy counts still rely on pidgin. 32 years into democracy, this is a serious crisis of emergency proportions. The MK party gives notice to move a debate on total eradication of pidgin at our schools.
The next member is Honorable N.F. Khumalo.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party to table a motion on the violation of Section 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I raise this motion because we continue to see a pattern where the Premier's events are being used to campaign for IFP. These events are used with taxpayers' funds and they must serve all citizens, not one party. I therefore move that this House debates the matter of ensuring non-partisanship of the government events, and that the House resolves to uphold Section 195 and directs the executive to stop the use of state resources and platforms for party political purposes. I shall so move.
Honorable members, I was calling the table officers because the whips have given me 45 minutes to deal with all the preliminaries. And we have now exceeded that 45 minutes. And we can't exceed it by an hour. The next member that I will be calling will be the last member to deal with the motions. Will be amongst those that will be at the top in the next sitting. There is precedence of that. It has happened. It may not have been in this time, but there is parliamentary precedence. The next member is Honorable W.N. Mkiza.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. The MK Party notes with grave concern the warning by the KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Finance regarding the municipal debt crisis in the province. It further notes that mounting municipal debt threatens the suitability of essential services, weaken local governance, and undermine infrastructure maintenance, and places strain on provincial and national fiscal resources. Umkhonto weSizwe Party recognizes that this crisis reflects failures in financial management, revenue collection, fiscal discipline, and consequence management. The MK Party therefore calls on provincial treasury to table a comprehensive debt recovery and intervention plan, strengthen oversight, and ensure municipalities are held accountable for restoring financial stability and safeguard service delivery. I so move.
Thank you, honorable members. The members that we did not cover is Honorable E.B. Khoza, T.A. Nene, J.P.N. Gasa, and P.N. Gamede. My apologies, honorable members, but you will be on top of the list in the next sitting. Now, Honorable, what rule? Honorable Twala, what rule?
Honorable Speaker, ngibe mindful of his card. Ngizocela nje aphila ku-conscious yakho that you be patient with me. I'm rising on Rule 103, also read together with Rule 114.
With Rule 1?
113, Rule 1131 and 2, subsection 1.
Rule 113,
Yes.
1
2,
and 2.
and also Rule 1141.
Rule 1141.
Yes. 113 says a member who wishes the House to adopt a resolution, either with or without a debate, must introduce a motion. 2, the member may request the presiding officer to put the motion to the vote for adoption as a resolution of the House. And
I am looking at Rule 113. I want to.
Sorry, Speaker. 103.
You know that once you stand on the wrong rule, you have no credence, because I was reading and you are on another rule. That's not the correct rule.
No, if you now opinion, Speaker, mhlawumbe uzongibona nje amehla correct. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu.
You are on Rule 103.
It's Men's Health Month. So I'm going to get it.
Rule 103.
Yes, 1 and 2. I've
Okay.
read it already. It's a member wishes the House to adopt a resolution either with or without a debate must introduce a motion. 2, the member may request the presiding officer to put the motion to the vote for adoption as a resolution of the House. Then 114, a member other than the Premier or MSC may be recognized by the presiding officer to make a statement on any matter for not more than 1 minute. Speaker, please guide me. Maybe it will also assist us moving forward. And I will really rely on your wisdom. I'm not a pompous sample. So I will really like you to guide us. That is it correct for the members of the executive to raise motions? Because if you raise a motion, you are calling for Parliament to engage on a debate. And a debate in its nature, it seeks to influence policy, which the members of the executive must implement the resolutions of this House. Now, is it correct for members of executive to be a referee and a player? Because they also sit on cabinet. Remember, I'm also preparing myself. So they also sit on cabinet.
I've understood you. You are questioning the members of the executive tabling motions. You can take your seat. I will respond to that. You know, when you go to Rule 103, the Rule 103 is saying member. The members of the Executive Council are members of the provincial legislature. They are members of this House. They are members of the House. So unless you can point me to another rule, but that rule does not then differentiate on who becomes the member. Who's the referee? Who's the referee? Is the presiding officer. I'm presiding. I can't, while I'm presiding, stand up and say I'm tabling a motion. So I am my cloud presiding officer. Everybody else, Utembazwane, they are players. I plead with you, honorable member, that if there's something else that you want to put forth, it may not be under that rule, in whatever you want to put. And because what you have raised now also invites you during the time that you will be doing the review of the rules, the decision of the rules committee, you can put something if you want that to be covered. Because I don't want to look like I'm Ronwen Williams towards what you want to achieve.
I was also going to say that maybe you preempted me, to say it means there's ambiguity on these rules. Now it calls for the legislature to go and review these rules. Then, so that we're correctly aligned.
I'm going to tell you that, Honorable Member, whilst I was indulging you, I was very polite because the ambiguity exists with you. Because you have ambiguity. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The ambiguity is coming from the fact that you assume that a member of the executive ceases to be a member of the House. That's why I'm saying go and raise it into the Rules Committee, because during the Rules Committee, there will be this space. In the House, we don't have this space on something that is not in the debate. As the rules stand, they are members of the House. And we will continue with that, Honorable Member. It's been happening. It will continue to happen. You can then, when you want it to be prohibited, you will then put it in your submission to the rules, not make it to be a submission of the House, because they are all members of the provincial legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. In national, to keep the 100, the 400, they say anyone constitutionally who is elected as president ceases to be a member of the National Assembly. There is no such here. But if you want to sponsor something, go sponsor it there. There is no ambiguity. Thank you so much, Honorable Twala. Honorable members, thank you. We want to officially and profusely apologize. We took too long, and it will... Honorable members, Honorable members, I'm saying we want to apologize to the House and whips. When you are submitting members, be cognizant of the time that you have allocated for motions. We want you to be cognizant of that so that we don't exceed next time. Now we are going on to the orders of the day, which is item 8 on the order paper. And the first one is the debate on the performance report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs against its annual oversight plan for the financial year 2025-26 in terms of Standing Rule 154C. I will therefore call upon the first member for 8 minutes, the Honorable I.H. Manchero Bashiela. You've got 8 minutes, ma'am.
President Zuma, Nkosi Tilisa, Chief Whip, Whippery, members of the House, Ground Forces, and South Africans. Today I name my debate the Coalition of Greed. To be able to debate and analyze the performance report of COCTA, one must begin with the foundation. And the foundation I refer to is the foundation of this House. Is the foundation of this House solid, strong, or is it built on quicksand? In order to address and answer our people in this province who have had no answers for why exactly they have no running water, why sewage spills onto the streets, why people, 360 households, obtain their water from E. coli-infested river from the broken Musukuveni plant, and many other, the Mzunduzi and the Itegwini municipality. One has to begin with an analysis of the foundation of this House. So today, let me begin. From the moment the IEC computer was shut off, to walk back what we know was the MK party 62% to 46%, to the procedural anomaly where the judge president of KZN division allowed open voting and secret counting. The rights of the electorate were intentionally sacrificed. An authentic, transparent democracy directly threatens the survival of a manufactured coalition. So the name of the game is do not allow authentic, transparent democracy. Needless to say, the criminal case against the Judge President for violating the Electoral Act opened by Srini Naidu was swiftly swept under the carpet and never came about. Then came the Speaker's shenanigans regarding the allocation of members to each portfolio committee, the architecture of which was engineered to ensure the coalition of the greed would always win. Following this, the very definition of the chief whip was amended to suit this coalition, denying that basic principle that the most votes must have the right to be the chief whip. To the mathematics of disenfranchised and green, to understand how this budget actively funds a democratic deception, this House must look objectively at the mathematical composition of this legislature. Let us define greed clinically. It is the raw ambition that values executive positions over the public interest, the transactional deals over transparency. Now let's look at how this greed manifests. The executive, there are 11 positions, consist totally of all parties in the GNU. The legislative control, 26 positions are allocated to chairs and heads of various portfolios, management committees, the whips forums, and committees like the Women's Caucus, also to the GNU. This means that the total, including the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, makes up 39 positions. This 39 positions. So when you have 39 positions per member, it's basically one position for every member. And how is this that not a single position, not even the chief whip to MK Party being the will of the people, a complete bastardization of proportional representation, complete. To gather here to debate the fiscal allocations for COCTA, a historically and constitutionally mandated to protect public oversight and uplift our communities through genuine public participation, is utterly deceitful. This foundation of the entire House is built on quicksand. An honest analysis of the budget reveals a devastating truth. The current framework has been reduced to a superficial performance box-ticking exercise. If the representatives in this House are not recognized, it is a complete waste of time to conduct public participation. If elected representatives can't participate, who are we fooling when we have public participation meetings? There is no public participation. The progressive forces in this House command a massive mandate directly from the hands of the KwaZulu-Natal electorate. By every principle of true democracy and proportional representation, this mandate should reflect balanced executive representation and independent oversight control. Instead, the voice of the true majority has been locked out of the executive governance through a calculated structural blockade designed to shut the people out. When Helen Zille gave the instruction, do whatever you have to do to prevent MK Party having any power, we never realized how faithful they were. The parties on the right were 100% faithful. If there was even a committee for cleaning the house, MK wouldn't even get that. That's how calculated, and this is how twisted the proportional representation have come in. So to debate performance of COCTA is something that cannot be done without looking at this foundation. It's a basic of any analysis. Go to the foundation, go to the root of what we have. Then look at the causes, because then we'd be able to explain to those people who are using water from September until now, from the infected, from the broken down Musugeni sewer plant. Then we can explain to them that governance does not actually happen properly and the way it's supposed to happen. It is weaponized. The removal of the NFP candidate Shinga by her party has left her without a seat. This is a fact. Do what you want to do, it's a fact. Without that single NFP seat, this manufactured coalition crumbles and is now gone, gone, gone. Now is a time for Umkhonto weSizwe to be faithful to the electorate. The Progressive Caucus, now commanding a powerful and unyielding, let me say, 40 seats, is now in a position to usher in a fresh era of governance. We stand as a true majority ready to enforce an administration where numbers match mandates, where the choices of the electorate will no more be locked out.
Honorable members, the members on my left, except for Inkos, the honorable members on my left, right from Honorable Makubane, kuyaqala ngapha Honorable uMadlamini, stop what you are doing. Ngempela uyazifaka ke ngonawe lana ndithi from iphele Honorable Makubane now uyangena iyofika kumhlonishwa uMastephen. Siyacela bahlonishwa yeke lento eniyenzayo because ndizawuthi xa ndithi ni out of order nibe senilwisindlu. We now call upon the Honorable O.P. Kunene for 6 minutes.
The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Nkosi Yasemadungeni, and the Honorable members of this august House, the Secretary to the Legislature and officials present. It is my honor and privilege to represent the IFP in this debate. The IFP wishes to commend the Honorable MEC T. Duptelis and the officials of the department he leads for their willingness to account for the departmental programs the department implements and also to account for the utilization of the public funds entrusted upon them. It is worth noting and pleasing that the Traditional Affairs branch of this department is implementing meaningful programs that enhance the status of Amakosi and the institution of Ubkosi as a whole. I also thank the Honorable Chairperson of this Portfolio Committee for presenting to this House the report we are debating today. This report clearly demonstrates that this Portfolio Committee continues to fulfill its legislative oversight mandate. The IFP is satisfied with the overall performance of the Portfolio Committee and encourages it to continue exercising firm and effective oversight over the department as it fulfills its mandate to oversee municipalities across this province. Effective oversight is essential if we are to build accountable institutions, restore public confidence, and improve service delivery for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The IFP firmly believes that good governance in municipalities is non-negotiable. It must become the standard and not the exception. Strong accountability institutions remain the cornerstone of sound financial management and effective service delivery. Yet many municipalities continue to be crippled by governance failures, financial mismanagement, poor accountability, and administrative instability. The Constitution of our country provides clear guidance on accountable governance. Section 216 promotes proper expenditure control, accountability, and sound financial management. Section 32 empowers citizens to demand accountability from municipalities. Section 139 empowers provincial governments to intervene when municipalities fail to fulfill their obligations. while Section 181 empowers institutions such as the Auditor General to expose corruption and financial irregularities. These constitutional provisions are not merely words on paper. They are instruments intended to protect communities from failed governance and misuse of public funds. For accountability to succeed, there must be a strong and functional relationship between the elected executive, municipal administration, and legislative oversight structures. Municipalities must put into place transparent systems, proper internal controls, and effective governance mechanisms that prevent irregular expenditure, combat corruption, and safeguard public resources. The Honourable Chairperson, it is deeply concerning that some municipalities continue failing to spend grants allocated to them while communities suffer daily without adequate service delivery. The failure to spend municipal infrastructure grant funding must be treated as a serious offence against the people who are elected to serve. Cooperative Department must adopt a firm and uncompromising approach against municipalities that fail to use public funds effectively due to incompetence or negligence. At the same time, municipalities that demonstrate clean governance, sound financial management, and responsible spending must be recognized and commended. Good governance must be encouraged, while incompetence, corruption, wasteful expenditure, and financial misconduct must be punished. This portfolio committee has demonstrated commitment in intervening where governance failures have been identified. While we appreciate interventions in municipalities such as Ndumeni, Umzinyati District Municipality, Nongoma, Umdoni, and Umzumbe, we remain concerned about the long-term impact of some interventions. It becomes a matter for serious concern when some municipalities remain under administration for years with little visible improvement. This raises important questions regarding the effectiveness, sustainability, and monitoring of these interventions. There's an urgent need to strengthen early warning systems so that governance failures are detected before municipalities collapse completely. Interventions must not become costly tick box exercises that consume public funds while communities continue to suffer. Where incompetence or misconduct exists, decisive action must be taken. Those responsible must be held accountable without fear or favor. Municipal interventions must remain impartial, they must be results-driven, and must be focused on restoring governance and service delivery. Once issues are identified during the Municipal Finance Management Act Section 132 hearings, the department must ensure that municipalities implement corrective measures fully and without delay. Communities cannot continue paying the price for prolonged administrative failures. Municipalities must govern effectively to avoid drastic measures such as Section 2162 of the Constitution, which empowers National Treasury to withhold equitable share allocations. I will come back, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honourable CQ Madlopa from the African National Congress.
Honourable Chairperson, the ANC supports the report on the achievement on target in terms of the annual performance plan for the 2025 financial year. This report demonstrates that the Cooperative Portfolio Committee successfully implemented the majority of its annual oversight plan and strengthened accountability, governance, and service delivery across KwaZulu-Natal. The committee achieved its target of monitoring municipalities under administration through the Section 132 hearings conducted in Ndumeni, Umzinyati District, Nongoma, Umdoni, and Umzumbe municipalities. These engagements enabled the committee to assess turnaround strategies, review annual reports, and monitor support provided by COCTA and Provincial Treasury. The committee also successfully participated in SCOPA and Finance Committee hearings, ensuring broader oversight on the municipal governance and financial management. Honourable members, significant progress was made in monitoring the implementation of KwaZulu-Natal Water Master Plan. The committee engaged municipalities, water entities, and communities, conducted investigations into water challenges, and undertook oversight visits to major water infrastructure projects. Honourable Chair, these interventions support government commitments to improving access to reliable water services. For the ANC, access to water is not simply a service delivery matter. It is a matter of dignity, social justice, and human development. The committee further monitored the functionality of disaster management centers through oversight visits Amajuba and Umzinyati districts. These visits identified challenges, promoted preparedness, and encouraged greater public awareness regarding disaster management. In supporting traditional leadership institutions, the committee monitored the rehabilitation and functionality of traditional administrative centers in Kwampungose and Ngqamalala. The ANC recognizes the important role that traditional leaders continue to play in strengthening social cohesion, community development, and participatory governance. Importantly, the committee exceeded oversight targets by conducting 6 oversight visits instead of the planned 4. Honourable Speaker, the committee also met its targets of hosting empowerment workshop. These workshops enhance knowledge and municipal governance, local government legislation, municipal budgeting process, accountability systems, and oversight tools, enabling members to perform their responsibilities more effectively. Honourable Chair, infrastructure investment remains one of the most powerful instruments for driving local economic development, creating opportunities for improving the quality of life of our people. Oversight of infrastructure expenditure is therefore of critical importance. Public participation remained a priority. Stakeholder engagement sessions were held together with the community inputs on the department's plans and budgets, while public consultation on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill ensured that citizens had an opportunity to contribute to legislative process. Honourable Speaker, we support the reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honourable Rocheset from Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, Honourable members, what's remarkable today is that we have an opposition that sounds like somebody that should be their nemesis. I refer to 2020, and when a certain orange-faced fella in the USA stood up there and said, the election was stolen, it was stolen, we won, and we had to listen to that rubbish on our television screens for months and months and months. That same rubbish went to court and was turned down in every single decision, and now we have our opposition in this august House saying the same things again, and still haven't tested it in court. Well, you know what? If you think you've got a strong case, go to court. Let the courts have a look. You still haven't done that. You haven't even served the papers. Also, and I understand that South Africa's got educational issues, and I understand that reading for meaning is a problem, and I understand that mathematics is a problem. But this debate today is about the work of the committee over the past year. It's not about who won the election. It's not about the budget. But you know, I'm not surprised. This comes from a party that in their manifesto for local government say that they want to come up with certain zany plans, like they want to get rid of certain established occupants in the township industry and promote the poultry industry. Last time I checked, there was enough chicken at Barcello's and at KFC for the province to survive. They also want to, hot on the heels of this is another chicken-brained idea, to expropriate land without compensation, without any idea of what that does to foreign direct investment. That will absolutely smash municipalities. Municipalities desperately need that kind of funding. Then they want to scrap tenders and beat corruption at the same time. Now, coming from the party of the looter-in-chief and fraud-loving chief whips, this would be a fat joke if it wasn't so tragic. Finally, they want to get rid of all the engineers in the country that are currently here and find engineers from an engineer growing tree in Nkandla and ready to deploy them. So, you know, I get really concerned about the understanding of the MK about local government. But anyway, let me now return to reality and away from the Looney Tunes. So today we engage in a report that reflects both commendable progress and institutional reality. That oversight of local government in our hands and in our province is indeed across South Africa remains one of the most difficult responsibilities entrusted to any legislature. I must acknowledge the positive work contained in the report and the positive work done by the committee over the last year. In particular, I must commend the chairperson in driving a program of Section 132 hearings. These hearings conducted in municipalities such as Indemeni, Mzinyati, Nongoma, Ndoni, Mzumbe have allowed the committee to interrogate municipal performances, assess turnout strategies, and evaluate support provided by COCTA and Provincial Treasury. This is no small achievement. It reflects a willingness to go beyond passive oversight and actively engage with the realities on the ground. It is therefore entirely appropriate that we commend the chairperson for ensuring that these hearings are prioritised and implemented. In a governance environment often characterised by weak accountability, this insistence on direct engagement is both necessary and admirable. There is, however, a major flaw in our accountability system as a legislature vis-à-vis municipalities. The Constitution establishes a framework in which municipalities are autonomous spheres of government, not simply administrative arms of provinces. Whilst this autonomy is essential for democratic local governance, it has inadvertently created a gap in accountability. Provincial legislatures, including this committee, are mandated to oversee the provincial executive, in this case, the Department of COCTA. But our municipalities directly, but cannot, address our municipalities directly in a robust and enforceable manner. The situation we have in South Africa is that the only committee that can address municipalities directly by way of the municipal equitable share that comes from the National Treasury is in fact the National Committee, the Portfolio Committee for COCTA. But if you consider that over 250 municipalities exist in South Africa, there is no way that one small committee or one committee in the National Assembly and even the members in the Select Committee in the NCOP can effectively get to every single municipality that is struggling in the country. We need to, the point I wanted to make in the speech today, and I've gone off my notes because I'm running out of time, But the point I really wanted to make is, as a legislature, we need to consider, talking to our national colleagues, to consider a constitutional amendment that allows the provinces to have direct access to municipalities to engage with them, if only by a simple logic of division of labor. It is much easier for this province to talk to all the municipalities in KZN and address them directly, as we did across the road here with the national committee in the city hall when we had all the municipalities in front of us, but that we can regularly, as a legislature, engage with those municipalities. The accountability gap is huge. We have municipalities across the province that regard themselves as individual fiefdoms, that understand this constitutional problem, and therefore reject any interventions that we make. We have to take this seriously as a provincial legislature, that unless we make this constitutional amendment to make these municipalities responsible to us and accountable to us, and perhaps even more accountable to the MEC of COGTA, the problems will persist in our municipalities. We have to take this seriously, and members, I call on you to give this serious thought as to the governance model we have in KZN in terms of holding municipalities accountable. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Honorable G. Kaba Shabat.
Ibo. I thank you, Madam Speaker. We are 80 go happy, unhappy half. Honorable Speaker, I'm greeting especially the members of MK Party, led by the Inkosi Yesizwe Ubaba Uchiliza and VPU as a whole. Honorable Madam Speaker, the purpose of the people of KwaZulu-Natal expect this legislature to be more than a reporting institution. They expect it to be a guardian of accountability, a defender of good governance, and a champion of service delivery. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we will continue to support what works, while constructively opposing where accountability, implementation, and delivery fall short of what our people rightfully deserve. Umkhonto weSizwe Party acknowledges the work undertaken by the Portfolio Committee of Cooperative Governance and the Traditional Affairs during the 2025 and 2026 financial year. Lumbiko ophambi kwendlu uyisibuko esikhombisa okukhulu ukuzinikela emsebenzini umsebenzi walo ne-oversight engagement, public participation processes, workshops, hearing, and municipal interventions across KwaZulu-Natal. We further recognize that the committee identified the correct priorities for the year under review. These include monitoring municipalities under administration, oversight the implementation of the KwaZulu-Natal Water Master Plan, assessing the functionality of disaster management centers and the traditional council, monitoring municipal infrastructure grant expenditure, and strengthening the municipal capacity during initiatives. Honorable Speaker, these are not minor or routine priorities. They are issues that lie at the heart of governance and service delivery, and they directly affect the daily lives reality of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. However, while the report reflects a high level of administrative activity and compliance with annual oversight plan targets, Umkhonto weSizwe Party maintains that oversight must ultimately be judged not by the number of meetings held or visited. Visited, undertaken, but by tangible improvement experienced by communities on the ground. The report confirms that Section 132 hearings were conducted in 5 municipalities, namely Endumeni, Umzinyati District, Nongoma, Umdoni, and Umzumbe. This represents an important and necessary intervention, and we commend the committee for interrogating turnaround strategies and municipal support mechanism in these areas. Yet in the same breath, the report acknowledges that plan hearings in Umsunduzi and eThekwini municipalities metropolitans could not proceed due to limited dates and insufficient preparation time. Honorable Speaker, this is deeply concerning. Umsunduzi and eThekwini are among the most strategically significant municipalities in this province, both facing serious governance, infrastructure, and internal management challenges. A failure prioritize oversight in such municipalities weakens accountability at precisely the point where it is not urgently required. Aye. Umkhonto weSizwe Party therefore calls for improved planning.
Thank you. Next is Honorable M. Twala. Honorable Twala.
Honorable.
Normally, if you have that problem, you shouldn't be there. But let's hope you don't have what you said you have on record. Because if you have that, it's contagious. But let's hope you don't have. You can proceed.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Just to allay your fears, I took treatment this morning. So surely it's something that is going to be solved very soon. But safe to say, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member of the DA spoke of constitutional amendment. I fully agree, because it's not him saying we must subscribe to neoliberal policies, but it's him sponsoring a very sound and cogent idea that can seek to improve the financial accountability and the oversight. So you know what to do, as I was also lectured earlier on, that we must, if we want to do any amendments, do it in accordance with the rules. So you can sponsor a private member's bill. Then if it is sound and clear, we can really support it, because our municipalities have collapsed. There is no accountability, none whatsoever. Chair of Chairs, the Economic Freedom Fighters notes the report, however, as the EFF were duty-bound to interrogate every cent of the public expenditure to determine whether it advances the interest of the marginalized and the working class masses. While we acknowledge the role played by traditional leadership in preserving our culture, customs, and social cohesion, particularly in rural areas where millions of our people continue to rely on traditional leadership for guidance, we note with concern that 80% of the budget is directed towards traditional leadership programs. While we acknowledge improving of the work of our traditional leadership, we also appreciate the innovation of medical aid schemes to our traditional leaders to improve the quality of life. But we must ask ourselves whether these allocations and disproportionate allocations reflect departmental priorities, or it is thinly veiled election strategy aimed at gunning for political support using public resources ahead of 2026 local government elections. One question should therefore be asked: how does COGTA justify allocating such a significant portion of its budget while municipalities have collapsed? Our people across in various areas continue to face painful reality of water shortages, not having access to clean water, and dysfunctional waste management systems and crumbling roads. We further note with concern the decrease in employee compensation, which cannot simply be treated as a financial adjustment, but it should also be considered that it has a negative implications on service delivery. The EFF maintains that true measure of role of COGTA will be found in impressive presentations and impressive budget allocations, but it will be measured by whether our communities have access to clean water, whether our roads are maintained, when the service are paid for on time, when the rural economic communities derive economic benefits from the land they occupy, whether our municipalities are well equipped enough to meet service delivery obligations. We therefore plead with COGTA to place our people's interest at the center of governance by strengthening municipal internal capacity, ensuring accountability for public funds, and transforming traditional institutions into drivers of economic emancipation. Thank you.
Next is Honorable MC Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. The African National Congress fully supports the rigorous oversight on local government as it is through municipalities that constitutional rights are achieved, championed by our liberation movement, are translated into water flowing from the taps, roads that connects communities, refuse that is collected, infrastructure that creates opportunities, and services that restore the dignity of our people. The committee's work on municipalities under administration, municipal capacity building, governance monitoring, and infrastructure expenditure highlights the seriousness of the challenges confronting local government in KwaZulu-Natal. These oversight engagements have exposed persistent concern relating to audit failures, weak financial controls, irregular expenditure, poor contract management, governance instability, and the failure to fully implement recovery measures, some of which are recurring findings. Chairperson, the persistence of these challenges points to a deeper problem within the local government support and intervention framework. Municipalities are now subjected to selective cycles of administration, support programs, turnaround strategies, and recovery plans, yet the lived reality of many communities remain largely unchanged. The people of KwaZulu-Natal do not experience governance through reports, presentations, and intervention framework. They experience governance through the availability of water, the conditions of roads, the collection of refuse, the maintenance of infrastructure, and the responsiveness of municipal institutions to their daily life, to their daily needs. Into abangayazi inhlobo ke in the northern of KwaZulu-Natal, in the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal. That is why municipalities such as Nomngoma, Nqutu, and others continue to feature prominently in discussions around governance weaknesses, financial management concerns, and service delivery shortcomings. Year after year, oversight structures are presented with many of the same challenges, many of the same fundings, and many of the same explanations. This reality suggests that rather than selective interventions that appear to target certain municipalities, while similar challenges persist elsewhere, far greater consistency and urgency are required from the department in translating support programs into measurable improvements on the ground. Support cannot become a permanent substitute for performance. Intervention cannot become a permanent condition of governance. The people of KwaZulu-Natal expect a fair, objective, and developmental approach that applies the same standards to every municipality, regardless of its political leadership. Where governance failures exist, they must be confronted decisively and consistently, and where support is provided, it must produce tangible results for communities. As the ANC, we acknowledge the work that is done by the Portfolio Committee, and we thank our Honorable Chairperson for the work that we do in the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Honorable B.C. Mngadi.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members in the House, members of the Progressive Caucus from the left, Inkosi yesizwe yasemadungeni, the party leader from Umkhonto weSizwe Party ngubonduna, umphakathi wonke waKwaZulu-Natal, ngiyabingelela. On behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I rise today to participate in this debate on the 2025-2026 COCTA Portfolio Committee Performance Report. At the center of this debate, it is the painful lived reality of millions of people in KZN who continue to suffer under collapsing municipalities led by the so-called government of provincial unit, by municipal financial instability, service delivery protest, high unemployment and poverty, government and administrative issues, waste management, climate change and disaster management, and government system that has become disconnected from the people of KZN. The report before us claims that the committee achieved significant progress in strengthening governance of accountability, yet the people outside this parliament of KZN are asking a different question. If government is improving, why are communities still living without water services? Why are communities still living with roads that are full of potholes? Why are communities still living without proper sanitation? Why are our people still protesting almost daily for service delivery? Why are communities under administration year after year without meaningful recovery? The report itself confirms that the committee conducted Section 132 hearings on the only 5 municipalities, which is namely Ndule, Ndumeni, Umzinyati, Nongoma, Umdoni, and Umzuma, out of 54 municipalities in KZN within a year. When you compare 5 to 54, it does not even provide nowhere near 5%, but only 2.7% of the average of the number of municipalities visited by these committees. The committee and the Department of Culture are to be questioned on that one. Impende municipality currently cannot pay basic services to the employees. Utugela municipalities is battling to pay service providers. Newcastle municipalities is presently struggling to pay ESCOM. All municipalities in KZN have financial management difficulties and financial collapse. This is not a sign of success. It is a sign of local government system in crisis. This report is not true reflection of what our people are experiencing on the ground. Youth unemployment in the province remains above 45%. Thousands of households still lack access to reliable clean water. Ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya, omama bahamba amabanga amade bethela amabhakede emakhanda beyokha amanzi emfuleni. Okungamanzi angahlanzekile neze. Kodwa osopolitiki be-GPU bahlezi nje kumahhovisi anephehla moya ekubeni abantu bakithi bethwele kanzima eKZN. The reality on the ground does not reflect the glowing tone of this report. Honorable Chairperson, the committee further admits that it failed to proceed with oversight hearing in Umsunduzi and eThekwini due to the limited availability dates and insufficient preparation time. eThekwini is the economic heart of KZN. It is the metro plagued by infrastructure collapse, sewage spillages, water shortages, corruption allegations, waste management, and deteriorating service delivery. Umsunduzi has become a symbol of municipal dysfunction and political instability. Izolo lokhu Umsunduzi ubuvele phambi kweScopa ngodaba lwe-billing system challenges, a debt and financial sustainability, skills audit. Some senior managers, they are managers without even having grade 12 and qualifications in that municipality of Umsunduzi. How can this committee claim an effective oversight when it could not prioritize hearings in the same 2 municipalities failing to the crisis? The MKP believes that oversight delayed is accountability denied. Honorable Chairperson, the report also mentioned oversight visit to disaster management centers in Amachuba and Umzinyati. But we cannot discuss disaster management in KZN without remembering the devastating floods that killed hundreds of our people, displaced thousands, and destroyed infrastructure with billions. Communities are still waiting for the houses. Some families are still living in temporary structures and had been years and still nothing to date. Sikhuluma nje kunemndeni le eWard 7 eNtshongweni under eThekwini Metro eyashiwa budedengu kunhlekelele yango 2021. Labo bantu abakaze balithole noluncane usizo. Kuphela nje unekhansela le-ANC elibhizi livimba ama-stakeholders azolekelela lo mphakathi. The poor are always told to be patient, while politically connected contractors become millionaires overnight through disaster tenders. The MKP maintains that disaster management cannot simply be reduced to workshops and presentation. Disaster management must be linked to rapid response, corruption-free procurement, functioning municipalities, and infrastructure maintenance. Honorable Chairperson, the MKP believes that local government in KZN requires radical political renewal because the government of provincial unity is failing the people of KZN. Municipalities must return to serving the people, not political factions. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Brotesel, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party is ready to take over provincial governments. Umkhonto Wesizwe is ready to win the majority of the municipality towards 2026 local government elections. Public funds must benefit communities, not entrepreneurs. Traditional leaders, community organizations, and ordinary residents must be actively involved in governance processes instead of being consulted only when the elections approach. Honorable Chairperson, the people of KZN are tired of reports that sound successful while their daily lives remain miserable. People are tired of promises. People are tired of excuses. People are tired of committees congratulating themselves while the people on the ground collapse. The MKP calls for a stronger consequence management against corrupt officials, direct intervention in falling municipality, protection of whistleblowers, accelerated infrastructure delivery. The MKP the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve accountability leadership. The people of KZN deserve dignity. They deserve clean governance. Most importantly, they deserve a government that fears the people more than it fears political embarrassment. I thank you.
Next is Honorable Kunene.
Honorable Chairs, the issue of inadequate water provision remains one of the greatest challenges facing our province, our country, South Africa, and the African continent. However, in many cases, the crisis is worsened by governance, poor governance, aging infrastructure, failure to spend grants, and lack of maintenance. eThekwini municipality continues to face severe water challenges characterized by major infrastructure leakages and rotational water supply interruptions. Communities cannot continue living without reliable access to clean water, while infrastructure deteriorates and billions are lost through leaks and inefficiency. Even here in Msunduzi, there's a lot of refuse that remains uncollected as you pass by the streets of Msunduzi. While progress is being made through projects such as the Lower Umkomazi bulk water supply scheme in the municipality and the Good Enough Water System project in eThekwini, these projects must be completed on time and protected from criminal elements seeking to disrupt service delivery projects for selfish gain. The IFP strongly condemns any attempt to sabotage or hijack infrastructure projects intended to improve the lives of the citizens of our province. will welcome the official opening of Vimbukalo Water Supply Project in the Kanhlamba municipality, which will supply water to wards 2 and 14 of this municipality under Tugela district. This project was officially opened by the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal and the Honorable Mayor of Tugela district, and it's hoped that it will provide clean drinking water to more than 3,500 households. The devastating effects of climate change continue to impact KwaZulu-Natal severely. Repeated floods and natural disasters have claimed lives, displaced communities, and caused massive infrastructure damage. Although South Africa has a good disaster management legislation, implementation challenges and limited capacity continue to expose vulnerable communities to danger. We can't emphasize enough that disaster management centers across KwaZulu-Natal must be fully functional, properly resourced, and proactive in their operations. The IFP further urges the department to intensify public education campaigns on climate change, disaster preparedness, and putting into place emergency response measures. Communities must be equipped with practical knowledge that can save lives during disasters. The IFP has always upheld and respected the institution of traditional leadership. We therefore support initiatives aimed at improving the welfare and the status of Amakosi, including the construction and rehabilitation of traditional administrative centers and strengthening of traditional councils. It is commendable that the Portfolio Committee continues monitoring projects where public funds were utilized, including oversight visits conducted at Kwampungos, a traditional administrative center in Mlalazi, and Ngamalala Traditional Administrative Center in Kandla. We commend the Portfolio Committee for exceeding its oversight target through conducting 6 oversight visits instead of the planned 4. This demonstrates commitment, dedication, and seriousness towards public accountability. Empowerment workshops for Portfolio Committee members remain critically important. They strengthen oversight capacity, improve legislative effectiveness, and equip honorable members with the necessary skills to execute their responsibilities effectively. The involvement of stakeholders during oversight visits and public hearings remains commendable because it strengthens participatory democracy and public accountability. However, issues raised during oversight visits and public hearings must not simply remain on paper. They must translate into visible interventions and measurable improvements in the lives of communities. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that municipalities work for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The IFP remains committed to accountable governance, effective oversight, clean administration, and improved service delivery. We support all efforts aimed at strengthening municipalities, protecting public funds, and ensuring that government delivers meaningful and lasting changes to the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The IFP supports the report of the Portfolio Committee. We have also noted the grandstanding by Honorable Ngati, pretending to be a messiah to all the problems. It's easy to say than to do. It is easy to say than to do. We just say it is easy to say than to do.
Honorable members, honorable.
They are drowning the speaker.
Wait. Honorable Ngati, you are the chief whip. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please. Proceed, Honorable Mtiman.
To say that the municipality is running short of water as if money comes from the province is misunderstanding the facts, because the municipalities have got their own budgets which they must use to deliver services on water. So don't mislead the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Executive and all honorable members. As Chairperson of the Cooperative Portfolio Committee, I welcome the debate on the committee's 2025-26 Performance Target Report. Let me begin by clarifying the report before the House. This is not a report claiming that all is well in local government. It is not saying that every municipality is functioning properly, every water problem has been solved, or every resolution has already produced the results all our communities deserve. This is a performance report against the committee's annual oversight plan. The question is whether the committee carried out the oversight program it set for itself and where that program must now be strengthened. The report records real work. It is also honest about limitations. The committee performance is not the same as municipal performance. So when members raise water failures, weak municipal finances, disaster readiness, traditional leadership matters, or poor governance, those concerns are not outside this report. They are exactly why oversight must become more focused, more evidence-based, and more relentless. Now, Honorable Brautiseth, thank you so much for the input in recognizing the work of the committee. You are correct that the question of stronger powers for provincial legislatures and, of course, our portfolio committee is important. But for now, we will continue to work with the tools that are available to us and within our mandate. Moving on to Honorable Ngadi, you raised very strongly the issue of the portfolio committee only visiting 5 out of the 54 municipalities. Now, indeed, we'd really like to visit all 54, but that is not humanly possible. However, the good news is that we will now be visiting 10 municipalities this year.
Order, honorable members, order. You're drowning the speaker. Order, Honorable Ngadi. You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
No.
So there is definitely an improvement. We will be visiting 10. And the good news is that we have Mzunduzi and eThekwini on the list as well. So you'll be pleased about that. Thank you for the comments relating to disaster management. They are noted. And of course, the good news here is we have now chosen disaster management as our new FIS. Of course, Honorable Ngadi, you raised your frustration regarding these municipalities, and I've explained that it is not possible to visit all. But there is nothing to stop you, as a member of the Portfolio Committee and a member of this House, to submit parliamentary written questions on any municipality you so desire. You are also free to submit any item for the agenda that we could table at the Cooperative Portfolio Committee. Seeing as though you have great concerns about the various municipalities. Honorable Kunene, thank you so much for acknowledging the work of the committee, especially the fact that we are fulfilling our mandate. Honorable Madlopa, thank you once again for acknowledging the fact that we've exceeded our targets. Honorable Fraser, also thank you for acknowledging our good work. Honorable Basiela, I'm really lost for words. You've spoken about votes, legislature positions, budgets, committee workshops. There are so many issues that you've touched on that are not really related to the report that we have before us today. We have conducted various workshops within the portfolio committee to capacitate members, and I can see that we need to hold more workshops, although I'm not sure whether those workshops will really help. Honorable Twala, thank you so much for the input. Of course, I've always said you have some great ideas. You just need to attend the portfolio committee more often so that we can improve and do better as a portfolio committee. And once again, thank you, Honorable Kunene, for acknowledging the work that we are doing and keeping us on track as well. I think that it must be noted, Deputy Chair, that a number of residents have written to the Portfolio Committee with regards to various issues for the attention of the Portfolio Committee to act on, to investigate and report back. And I think that this really shows that communities have faith in the Cooperative Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of the Cooperative Committee. Honourable members, we will move on in the order paper 8.2, which is the debate on the performance report of the Portfolio Committee of Transport against its annual oversight plan for the financial year 2025-2026. I now invite Honourable K.B. Mbanjwa from the MKP for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to all the members of the House and Baba Mdunga, Party Leader, MK Party. The report is noted. The legislature must urgently introduce a provincial infrastructure checking system that provides transparent monthly updates on all transport projects. In addition, we must accelerate rural road and bridge programs, particularly in deep, underserved communities. These are practical interventions that can restore confidence, improve oversight, and ensure that service delivery reaches our people where it matters most. I can see in your report, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, that the priorities are set in a proper way. The first and the second one out of the 11 is the road infrastructure. However, while we support the investment in transport infrastructure, we cannot support a plan that continues to repeat commitments without resolving structural failures. The department itself acknowledges that approximately 58% of the provincial service road network is in poor to very poor conditions. This is not just a statistics, but it is a full-blown crisis. It means rural communities are cut off from economic opportunities. Their businesses suffer due to unreliable logistics, and most importantly, lives are being lost on the unsafe roads. Even more concerning is that over 100 million rands has already been spent on the pothole-related claims by the insurances because the cars are breaking down the wheels and so forth. This reflects a system that is reactive rather than preventative, where government is paying for failure instead of fixing problems before they escalate. This approach cannot continue. The APP further highlights serious challenges in infrastructure delivery, particularly relating to contractor performance. Projects are delayed due to contractor incapacity, lack of resources, and weak management. In our oversights, we have been looking and seeing the projects that are not complete. If you ask the department, they say no, it's because the contractors pulled out. But if you go deeper, you'll find that there could not because imali engena lapho iyamangaza. At some stage, we queried another road where the professional fees came to 42% instead of between 5 and 10%. So you can see in reality, this means projects are started but not completed. Deadlines are missed and public funds fail to translate into tangible outcomes for citizens. This raises fundamental questions. Where is the accountability? We are relying on the MEC for Treasury to actually do his job according to Section 3 of the PFMA. The people of KwaZulu-Natal are not paying taxes for explanations, but they are paying taxes for delivery. When contractors fail repeatedly, there must be consequences. And when contract management is weak, it must be strengthened decisively. Service delivery, let me just jump that one because there's somewhere I want to go to. These are clear indications of a department that is struggling to modernize and operate efficiently. Furthermore, the APP reflects ongoing legal disputes, courts, and adverse ruling affecting tenders and contracts. These are not isolated incidents, but symptoms of systematic governance failures. Irregular procurement processes and legal losses undermine public trust, weaken investor confidence, and erode the credibility of the government institutions. Despite acknowledged budget constraints, there is also clear evidence of weak prioritization. Communities continue to protest for proper infrastructure, rejecting temporary solutions. Kwesinye isikhathi kuzofike imigaqo njengalo suka eDande eFrahead kuzokuhwaya itiyela abantu baprefer ukuhamba kwi-gravel because imigaqo is not sorted out in a proper way. This demonstrates a clear misalignment between government planning and the lived realities of our people. Road safety also remains a serious concern, with KwaZulu-Natal still continuing to contribute significantly to the national road fatalities. Whilst we do acknowledge that there was a decrement this year, but still, one death is one too many. So, baningi kakhulu abantu abasashoda emgaqweni ngenxa ye-negligence. Road safety requires a coordinated approach that includes better infrastructure, meaningful road safety education, strong law enforcement, and consistent oversight. And the APP does not go far enough in addressing those imperatives. Kukhona mhlambe enye project esanda kuyibona nje la, but it comes from last year good report ya Mphathishlalo uP130, where you are building a 3-kilometer road Mpendle, 3-kilometer road. That 3-kilometer road is 97 million rand. 97 million rand for 3 kilometers. It means a kilometer is about 32 point something, 1 kilometer. If you look at this freeway here from Maritzburg to Durban, the kilometer there is between 20 and 25. But at Mpendle, not even a freeway, is 32 million rand. So we need really the Treasury to make a proper investigation on that thing. So, there's also serious structural failure when the department itself was planning budget.
Order, members, withdrawing the speaker.
Yeah, so I think kufanele u-treasurer enze umsebenzi wakhe, because wasithembisela ngomhla ka-6 kuMeyi ukuthi uzohamba osebenza lapha ne-Department of Transport, but kuzobe manje nothing has happened. So something must be done, Honorable Treasury, kules consignment.
Thank you, honorable members. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honorable MP Gwala.
Honorable Chairperson.
Sorry, Honorable Gwala.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Gwala. Honorable members on my left, please can we behave?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, the Premier, the MECs, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Members, Honorable Chairperson, before I address today's debate, I would like to extend my heartfelt birthday wishes to my wife. She remains a true pillar. She remains a true pillar of strength to me and our entire family. A woman of exceptional grace, wisdom, love, patience, and unwavering support. Her presence continues to enrich our lives in countless ways, and I'm deeply grateful to God for the blessing of her life. As she celebrates another year, I pray that God continues to guide her steps, protect her, and bless her with good health, peace, joy, and abundant favor. As it is written in Ephesians 5 and verse 25, husbands, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her.
This serves as a timeless reminder for all men to love, honor, and cherish their wives faithfully and unconditionally. We also take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable M.A.C. Duma on attaining his Master of Commerce qualification. This is a significant academic achievement that reflects discipline, resilience, and determination, and we wish him continued success in his leadership journey. Honorable Chairperson, it is important to commend the hardworking Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mncedisi Mapisa, for his well-articulated and comprehensive report, which the IFP fully supports. The report accurately reflects the work undertaken by the committee despite the constraints of the legislative calendar, which often limits the time available for extensive oversight. Nevertheless, the committee continues to distinguish itself through consistent and visible oversight work across the province and engaging directly with communities and assessing service delivery on the ground. We further commend the Honorable Chairperson for ensuring that the committee takes its constitutional mandate seriously through regular oversight visits and fact-finding missions aimed at verifying departmental performance firsthand. We also acknowledge the MEC for Transport, Honorable S.A. Duma, for his leadership and willingness to account wherever called upon. His openness regarding the realities facing the department demonstrate a commitment to transparency and accountability in governance. Importantly, both the department and provincial treasury have been transparent about the circumstances confronting the transport sector. This openness plays an important role in strengthening accountability, enhancing governance, and maintaining public confidence with the government of provincial unity in KwaZulu-Natal. The provision of safe, reliable, and well-maintained road infrastructure remains central to economic growth, social development, and effective service delivery. Access to roads enables communities to access education, healthcare, markets, and employment opportunities, thereby improving the quality of life for our people. While there is still work to be done in certain areas, we acknowledge the progress that continues to be made across the province. The department's ongoing effort to improve infrastructure and service delivery are appreciated, and we encourage the continuation of this important work for the benefit of all communities. Honorable Chairperson, oversight remains one of the most important responsibilities of this committee. We therefore commend its continued work across districts, including Zululand, Herikwala, Mkungundlovu, Utugela, and Mkanyagute. Key projects such as P395 in Harding, P577 in eThekwini, and D1331 and D1334 in Amachuba demonstrate the committee's commitments to monitoring progress and ensuring accountability. I'll come back, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kwala. Honorable members, the next member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable M.D. Sangweni.
Our able, capable, and beautiful Deputy Speaker, members of the Provincial Legislature, MECs present, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Today we debate the report of Transport Portfolio Committee. As we do so, we must first remind ourselves and remind the House of what this debate is actually about. This debate is not about political theatre. This debate is not about who shouts the loudest. This debate is not about weaponizing the challenges and the pain of our people for our own narrow political gain. It is about oversight, Makubane. It is about accountability. It is about whether this committee have fulfilled its constitutional mandate to ensure that the Department of Transport serve and service the people of KwaZulu-Natal. And yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this committee, under the capable leadership of Honorable Mapisa Uvezomkhulu, it has been able to fulfill its mandate. This committee visited bridges, roads, school, and transport facilities. This committee did not sit comfortable in office while communities suffered. It has went on the ground, it has listened to the people, it has engaged, it has intervened. Honorable Deputy Speaker, some amongst ourselves will want to use today's debate of the Portfolio Committee for what it is not. They will use it to attack the department. They will use it for narrow political cheap point scoring instead of speaking what this report should be about. They will speak about the delayed payment of contractors. They will speak about scholar transport challenges. They will speak about road challenges. They will speak about frustration that we all know already exists. What they will deliberately avoid is to speak about the work of the portfolio committee and the concrete intervention this portfolio committee have made. Because unlike political opportunists, this committee have chose solution over grandstanding. Whether issues of service providers were raised, the chairperson of the committee was able to convene the department and demand accountability. He called for accountability, he demanded answers, he demanded a comprehensive plan of action. And yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, a comprehensive plan of action was provided. A plan to automate a payment system, a plan to centralize contractors, a plan to ensure that there is a limit of awarding new contractors before old obligations are made was supported. And importantly, the department was able to meet all service providers and be able to comprehensively listen to them, engage to them, and respond to them. And this was the work of the Portfolio Committee. The Portfolio Committee have also insisted when there were challenges of scholar transport, that the Department of Transport, even though we know they have spent over 300 million on this area, they shouldn't abdicate their responsibility to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and they should continue to serve our people. So, Honorable Speaker, as we rise as the African National Congress to support this report, we believe this report reflects a commitment and understand the responsibility. It reflects oversight, it reflects accountability, and as the ANC, we support this report because we understand that transformation is not built through noise, it's not built through like chaos, but it's built through comprehensive work. I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Honorable Goku, hold on. Honorable members, as much as heckling to a large degree is okay, please can we not drown the speakers and not scream on top of our lungs and cackle? Honorable Seme, specifically I am speaking to you. So please, can we just not bring the House down into ill repute? It is still a House of Honorable Members. The next Honorable Member for 8 minutes from the DA is Honorable R. Goku.
Thank you, Speaker. As we debate this report, we must recognize that transport infrastructure does not exist in isolation. The condition of our roads, bridges, and transport systems is often a reflection of the health of government itself. Where institutions are strong, projects are delivered. Where institutions are accountable, budgets are protected. Where oversight functions effectively, service delivery improves. And where institutions are weakened, infrastructure inevitably suffers. That is why the work reflected in this report matters. The GPU has placed significant emphasis on restoring accountability, strengthening oversight, and ensuring that government institutions function as they should. This committee's work forms part of that broader effort. The numerous oversight visits, stakeholder engagements, infrastructure inspections, and budget reviews reflected in this report demonstrate a commitment to rebuilding a culture of accountability. The report demonstrates a committee that has been actively engaged in carrying out its constitutional mandate of oversight, accountability, public participation, and legislative scrutiny. Importantly, it reflects a committee that understands that oversight is not an event, but a continuous process of ensuring that public resources are translated into public benefit. This is also why we must be honest about how we arrived at many of the challenges we face today. The backlogs in infrastructure, the delays in projects, the weaknesses in implementation, the erosion of public confidence in government. These problems did not emerge overnight. They were years in the making, and many of them accelerated during a period in our country's history when state institutions were systematically weakened. It is impossible to discuss the rebuilding of government without acknowledging the damage caused during the Jacob Zuma era. During those years, institutions that should have protected accountability were weakened. Competence was too often replaced by political loyalty. Public confidence in government deteriorated. The culture of consequence management diminished, and the effects are still visible today. What is remarkable is that many of those who now sit in the MK benches are South Africans to forget this history. They ask us to believe that they are the answer to the very problems that emerged during the political project they championed. But the people of KwaZulu-Natal are not naive. They know that roads do not deteriorate because of speeches. Roads deteriorate when governance fails. Projects stall when institutions fail. Service delivery suffers when accountability fails. And many of those failures became entrenched during the period that the MK now romanticizes. The MK often presents itself as a champion of the people. Yet too often, its politics is characterized by hostility towards the very democratic institutions that protect the people. Democracy is not about elections, not only about elections. Democracy is about respecting institutions. It is about respecting the Constitution. It is about respecting oversight. It is about accepting accountability. It is about strengthening the systems that enable government to function. One cannot claim to support democracy while constantly undermining confidence in democratic institutions. One cannot claim to support constitutional government while attacking the very structures that uphold constitutional government. One cannot seek to govern a province while simultaneously showing contempt for the institutions through which provinces are governed. The government of provincial unity has chosen a different path. We have chosen cooperation over confrontation. We have chosen governance over grievance. We have chosen delivery over disruption. We have chosen accountability over political theater. The people of KwaZulu-Natal did not elect us to fight endless political battles. They elected us to solve problems. They elected us to improve roads. They elected us to build bridges. They elected us to improve public transport. They elected us to stimulate economic growth. And they elected us to ensure that government works. That is precisely what the government of provincial unity is seeking to achieve. As members of the government of provincial unity, we recognize that the people of KwaZulu-Natal are not interested in political point scoring. They are interested in results. They want roads that are maintained. They want bridges that are completed. They want safer transport systems. They want opportunities for economic growth. And they want a government that works. The work reflected in this report demonstrates that progress is possible when institutions function properly, when oversight is taken seriously, and when all stakeholders work together towards common goals. This report demonstrates that oversight can produce results. The committee's interventions contributed to progress on several infrastructure projects. The committee maintained pressure on learner transport compliance. The committee engaged SANRAL on strategic transport corridors. The committee monitored budget expenditure. The committee identified challenges and sought solutions. This is not glamorous work, but is work of governance, and governance matters because every completed bridge improves lives, every rehabilitated road creates opportunity, every safer learner transport route protects children, every successful infrastructure project strengthens economic growth. The DA believes that the path forward is clear. We need continued investment in rural infrastructure, and we need safer learner transport, and we need government institutions that are capable, professional, and focused on delivery. That is the work before us. That is the responsibility of the government of provincial unity. And that is why we support the continued strengthening of oversight, accountability, and infrastructure delivery throughout KwaZulu-Natal. The lesson of the past is that when institutions are weakened, citizens suffer. The lesson of the present is that when institutions are strengthened, progress becomes possible. And the lesson of this report is that while much work remains to be done, KwaZulu-Natal is moving in the right direction through cooperation, accountability, and responsible governance. What stands out most about this report is that it reflects a committee committed to continuous improvement. It identifies success, it acknowledges challenges, and it seeks practical ways to strengthen oversight and service delivery. This is precisely the spirit that should guide the government of provincial unity. The GPU was established on the principle that cooperation can achieve more than conflict, that practical governance can achieve more than political division, and that the interests of citizens must always come before party interests. The people of KwaZulu-Natal expect us to work together to solve problems. They expect us to focus on delivery. They expect us to build capable institutions, and they expect us to create an environment where economic growth and opportunity can flourish. The difference between the GPU and the MK is simple. When we see a broken bridge, we ask how to fix it. When MK sees a broken bridge, they ask how to turn it into a political rally. KwaZulu-Natal needs builders, not breakers. MK speaks as though they arrived yesterday. They speak as though they are spectators. They speak as though they bear no responsibility. But many of the people sitting in the MK benches today spent years, some decades, inside the system. They were part of the very system they now condemn. One cannot spend years helping to create a crisis and then expect applause for identifying it. One cannot help dig the hole and then present oneself as the rescue team. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honourable members, the next honourable member for 7 minutes from the MKP is Honourable T.R. Zuma.
Thank you very much, Deputy Madam Speaker. Inkosi yaseMadungeni ngibingelele wonke umuntu okhona. Ngibingelele ne-ruling party, i-DA hlangene ne-ANC nenkatha. Chair, allow me to begin by placing constructive proposal before this House improve the governance and accountability with the transport sector. The legislature must enforce mandatory quarterly accountability session where the department reports publicly of deviation in target, timelines, and expenditure. We must adopt a no performance, no rollover budgeting principle of poor planning and underperformance are not rewarded with additional allocation. In addition, we must strengthen independent verification of the department reporting to ensure that what is presented to House reflect live reality of the ground, what is happening on the ground. These measures are necessary if we are serious about improving service delivery. Honorable Speaker, the report before us outline a comprehensive system of oversight. It speaks to quarterly performance, review, annual report, engagement, and scrutiny of the budget and planning instrument. However, we must ask a simple but critical question. Are these proceduring really result the committee correct highly That quarterly monitor is designed to detect underperformance, budget variance, and delay early in the financial year. It is also acknowledged the risk of rash expenditure in the financial quarter, which is often sign a poor planning. Yet, despite this mechanism, we continue to this delay infrastructure project, uneven service delivery, and persistence inefficiency across the province. This points to fundamentally weakness in our system. These are the monitoring performance, but we are not enforcing consequences. Oversight without accountability becomes a procedural exercise rather than catalyst for change. Honorable Speaker, members, the report further revealed serious challenges in the institution, discipline, and coordination. There were instances where the department official failed to attend oversight visit and where relevant entities did not participate in monitoring program. This deeply concerns if the department can ignore legislative oversight without consequence. They undermine the authority of the House and weaken the democratic accountability. We must therefore ask ourselves what is consequence follow the official failed to appear, and when the commitments are not honored without consequences, appliances becomes an option. Chair, what I saw when I visit, or what you call oversight visit, there is a road from Maritzburg to East London, R56. This road is not minor. It is used by the distance buses, including Translux service traveling between Pietermaritzburg, Durban, and Eastern Cape. Yet, the early 5 years, the contractor has abandoned the project, despite the matter being taken to the court. There is still no resolution. Community and continue to suffer while this system remains stagnant. This raises a serious concern about contract management and enforcement of consequences management. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngizi-expresse kulolu daba. Lolu daba ngicabanga ukuthi seku-5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Umgwaqo kune-detour esemzimkhulu. Le detour le isihlale 5 years akusebenzeki. Ama-truck kwenziwa i-looting mayedlula lapha. Namabhasi ayamiswa igebengu ngoba umgwaqo uyadeviate kwi-normal road that we know. The other issue that I wanted to express myself, there is a road from Maritzburg to Taylors, M70. Kune movement yomhlaba lapha emuvele emgaqweni omkhulu ohamba izimoto. Sekuphele 3 years akwenziwa lutho lapha. Into dangerous imoto ziyashayisa kwenzeka konke okubi. Lokho kusho ukuthi i-department is dysfunctional. Lapha ya eMoy River sike sayokwenza khona i-oversight i-liner transport. Sathola ukuthi amatekisi asetshenziswa lapha ya amatekisi ayekuthiwa ayasetshenziswa amatekisi athathwe kwenye indawo alethwa ngoba thina sizokwenzani sizokwenza i-oversight. Ngiyafisa futhi la mhlambe speaker
Thank you, honourable members. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the EFF is Honourable M.W. Twala.
Deputy Speaker, before we engage in the content...
Order, honourable members. I cannot hear Honourable Twala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before we engage in the contents of this report, we must confront the elephant in the room. The Department of Transport, which is currently engulfed in a crisis of its own making. Critical road infrastructure projects across the province have stalled as the department has failed to honor its obligations to contractors and service providers. Out of the 2.6 billion backlog in unpaid invoices, it has only managed to cycle only 700 million. This is a betrayal to contractors who have delivered services and are now unable to pay workers. This is a betrayal to communities who were promised roads and bridges. This is a betrayal to motorists who are forced to endure endless detours, deteriorating road conditions and delays caused by the abandoned and unfinished projects. Further note with concern the department's failure, the decision to reduce mainstream of subsidized bus contracts without first exhausting all possible alternatives. This happens at a time when our people are grappling with the high cost of living, high food prices, and stagnant household incomes. The last thing that our people, particularly from the rural areas, need is a reduction in affordable transport. Instead of reducing routes, the department should be investigating innovative and sustainable mechanisms to maintain and expand subsidized transport. The report states that the committee conducted oversight function approximately well. Honourable members, we must be careful for this self-congratulatory assessment, as oversight cannot be measured by the number of meetings held, presentations received, and reports adopted. Oversight must be measured by whether projects are completed. Oversight must be measured by whether service delivery is safe. The committee report cannot claim success while infrastructure projects continue to collapse. Committee report cannot claim success when we have cases like Umzimkulu River Bridge, which was closed in March 2025 for emergency repairs. Until to date, it remains unfinished. Even more concerning is this department's commitment to build river bridges, but particularly to improve access to schools in rural communities. Yet we have learners from schools such as Mandlake High School in Utulela, who continue to cross dangerous Indaga River, which the community claims is infested with crocodiles, despite a sword turning being done in 2023. Till to date, there's no bridge that has been built. The department is also confronted by a road maintenance blockage estimated over 20 billion. The question is how this department intends to address this backlog, while allegations of tender corruption, financial mismanagement, and poor project infrastructure continue to be the order of the day. We are really concerned of reduction affecting the learner transport projects. These cuts are a direct attack on educational access, as the EFF will not celebrate administrative successes while the lived reality of our people reflects otherwise. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Twala. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honourable NNG Mahlaba.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, the African National Congress appreciates the strategic focus of this committee on learner transport, road safety programs, and infrastructure projects during the 2025-26 financial year, as it speaks directly to the ANC's long-standing commitment to building a developmental state that improves the quality of life of our people and expand access to opportunities. For the African National Congress, transport is not made about the movement of people and goods. It is about connecting communities to economic opportunities, enabling learners to access education, ensuring patients reach healthcare facilities, and linking rural communities to centers of development and growth. It is therefore encouraging that the committee has prioritized oversight areas that have direct and tangible impact on daily lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This reflects the understanding that effective oversight must ultimately be measured by its contribution to safer communities, improved service delivery, and more responsive system of governance that places the needs of the people first. Across our province, thousands of learners rely on scholar transport. This program remains one of the most important social interventions of the Department of Transport, reflecting the ANC understanding that transport is critical enabler to educational access and social justice. The committee's oversight of learner transport compliance, safety standards, and service delivery has therefore complemented the ongoing efforts of the department to ensure that learners, particularly those from rural and vulnerable communities, are transported safely, reliable, and with dignity. Equally important has been the committee's focus on road safety. The Department of Transport has continued to demonstrate that road safety extends beyond awareness campaign and traffic regulation. Through the implementation of Nenzanezweni operation, the department working through RTI has adopted a proactive and intelligence-driven approach to law enforcement that contributes not only to safer roads but also to broader fight against crime. The operation has yielded a notable success. The committee's oversight work during the Transport Month, the festive season, and other monitoring intervention has complemented this effort by ensuring accountability. For the ANC, road safety is not merely a transport issue, it is a social and developmental imperative. Honorable members, the ANC has always championed accountability as one of the fundamental pillars of democratic governance. We therefore recognize the importance of the committee's ongoing scrutiny of quarterly performance report, annual reports, budgets, and departmental plan. The ANC further values the committee's efforts to engage stakeholders and facilitate public participation. Democracy is strengthened when communities are not passive recipients of services, but are active participants in shaping development priorities and holding institutions accountable. Public engagement remains essential to building trust between government and the people. In conclusion, the ANC reaffirms its commitment to strengthening democratic oversight, deepening public participation, and supporting governance that places the needs of our people at the center. We remain committed to ensuring that transport program continues to advance social justice, human dignity, sustainable development for all the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahlaba. The next honorable member for 10 minutes from the MKP is the Honorable S.S. Makuban.
Thank you, Madam the Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the members of Umkhonto weSizwe Party in the legislature, Beholwa Inkosi Ndaba Ezithu Chiliza and the Chief Whip, and the Whippery, the members of the EFF, and the whole entire House. Honorable the Deputy Speaker, we as Umkhonto weSizwe Party in the legislature, we are dismayed by this 2025-2026 annual performance report of the Transport Portfolio Committee that bears little resemblance to the reality experienced by the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Rather than providing an honest assessment of failures, shortcomings, and unresolved challenges, the report reads like a carefully crafted exercise designed to self-glorify and protect the image of the so-called GPU government. The report claims that the committee
the committee conducted its oversight functions exceptionally well and achieved almost all of its targets. Yet when you read the report carefully, a far more disturbing reality slaps you across the face. The report itself admits that the legislature calendar does not provide sufficient time for oversight of all identified priorities. The report admits that there are not enough meeting slots to properly hold the department accountable. The report admits that the follow-up oversight visits on incomplete projects were not possible. The report admits that the members were forced to rely on the feedback of the department itself instead of independently verifying the progress on the ground. The report admits that during these certain oversight programs, departmental officials and RTI personnel failed to attend, rendering visits ineffective. So let's ask one question. How can this house be expected to celebrate any success when the very mechanism of accountability is weak and noted by its report? Honorable Madam Speaker, the KwaZulu-Natal continues to face enormous transport challenges. Rural communities are still waiting for roads constructions. Communities are still cross dangerous rivers because of bridges that remain incomplete. Learners still depend on transport systems that are often unreliable. Motorists continue traveling and burst their tires on the potholes on our roads. And yet, despite these realities, we get a report that doesn't talk about all the roads we discussed in the committee meetings that has not been attended to by the department. That is R69 between Fried and Pongola, where the contractor was awarded the construction and failed to even start the work. Where we spoke about R34 between Fried and Dundee and Blood River to Newcastle, and this report doesn't count all of those discussions that we spoke about in the committee. Do we even remember that the Auditor General specifically warned inadequate oversight infrastructure projects is one of the major contributors to the project's failure in our province? The Auditor General has consistently identified inadequate oversight, ineffective monitoring, and weak project management as a major contributor to the infrastructure project's failure in our province. This is contrary to the accountability and efficiency resource use requirements of Section 195 and 217 of the Constitution of our country, as well as the obligations imposed on accounting officers by Section 38 of the PFMA and the Section 62 and 63 of the MFMA. The committee itself was compelled to demand reports from all stalled, delayed, and abandoned projects across the province. This is consistent with the constitutional obligation imposed by Section 1142 of the Constitution of our country, which requires provincial legislature to maintain oversight over provincial departments and organs of the state and ensure accountability of the executive. Into eyenzakalayo kwelethi committee kukwamgidazi uchairperson unqoma ungqongqoshe unqonqoshe uchairperson ungafunga ukuthi sodla ijiki sidle nenyama. The department has reported a total outstanding of invoices of 1.8 billion, comprising strict accruals of 278 million, and a general payables of 1.5 billion. Of particular concern is 805 million of these payables were outstanding for more than 30 days, resulting in a temporary breach of requirements of Public Finance Management Act. Under Section 38, 1F of the PFMA, accounting officers required to settle all contractual obligations and monies owing within the prescribed agreed period. National Treasury Regulations 8.2.3 further requires the creditors to be paid within 30 days of receipt of valid invoices. None of this was counted on that report. Honorable Mafika, when you say the report is comprehensive, you're talking nonsense. There's no report that is comprehensive. Nonsense. Honorable Speaker, this is another contradiction that cannot be ignored. New scenario that we have experienced, lalela. This is a new scenario that we have come across that's concerning the department. During the committee engagements, there was a general consensus that, and clear understanding that existing obligations, unpaid commitments, and service delivery crises required an urgent attention. As the MK party, We don't understand where the decision of tampering with subsidized bus routes came from. The agreement we made in the committee was to stop and halt all new projects. Yet now we find ourselves confronted with the allegations that infrastructure expansion continues while direct transport services face uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, we as Umkhonto weSizwe would like to know if these reports are true. If they are true, then this government stands on a verge of making one of the most anti-poor decisions seen in our province in recent years. And this is a violation of the Constitution. The National Land Transport Act 5 of 2009 imposes obligations of the state to ensure accessible, affordable, safe and reliable public transport services, particularly for historical disadvantaged communities. Who uses these subsidized buses? It is not the wealthy ones. It is not the comfortably executive officers. It is not the politically connected. The ones who are using these subsidized buses is the domestic workers from rural areas. It is the pensioners. It is the farm workers. It is the unemployed person going to town from home to look for the new job. It is a learner from a rural area trying to reach the school. It is a rural resident. It is a rural resident trying to access the healthcare. If it's true that you are trying to cut routes or kilometers on the subsidized routes on buses, then you are violating the Constitution. It would be cutting access to education, whereby Section 29(1)(a) guarantees everyone for right to basic education. It is cutting the access to health care, whereby Section 27(1)(a) of the Constitution guarantees everyone to access to health care services. It is cutting the access to economic participation, whereby Section 22 guarantees every citizen the right to choose their trade, occupation, and profession freely. And that is why we as the MK Party has demanded immediate clarity from the MEC and the HOD in the department. I've already served them with a letter demanding to know about these actions. We demand to know whether any subsidized routes are under review. We demand to know which communities will be affected. We demand to know which impact assessment has been conducted. We demand to know what financial calculations justify placing further burdens on communities that are already drowning under rising cost of food, fuel, and daily survival. What logic governs this department? How can a government prioritize new projects while existing services that people depend on every day are allegedly being placed on chopping block? A bridge is important, a road is important, and infrastructure is important, but what value an infrastructure will bring if people cannot afford to travel on it? What value is expansion when existing services are being collapsed? But the damage does not end there. We want to know, Honorable Chair, if either we as the committee, we are a committee of transport that makes the department to account, or we are actually the subordinate of the department. Because the committee doesn't account to us. All the time, we find you as the Honorable Chair, always applauding the MEC, and the MEC applauding you. Who's who in the zoo? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next honourable member for 6 minutes. Honourable members? No. Honourable Whip of the Opposition. Order, honourable members. The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honourable MP Kwala.
Honourable Chairperson, we also acknowledge the ongoing engagement regarding Road D1842 in the Mkanyagute district. The committee's interaction with affected communities and traditional leadership, including KwaZulu-Natal, Mathenjwa, reflects a people-centered approach that ensures communities remain part of development process. Road safety must remain a continuous priority throughout the year. The commitment shown by the department and its stakeholders through various awareness and enforcement initiatives contributes significantly to promoting safer roads and saving lives across the province. We encourage the continued strengthening of road safety awareness, enforcement, and collaboration among all stakeholders, including communities, law enforcement agencies, schools, transport operators, and civil society organizations. We also commend the committee for prioritizing learner safety, particularly through oversight visit to schools such as Dunkloof Primary School and Ispam High School in Ngwavuma. Ensuring the safety of learners who depend on scholar transport remains a vital responsibility and an important investment in the future of our province. Honorable Chairperson, prudent financial management remains essential across all government programs. We welcome the continued effort to ensure that public funds are managed responsibly, transparently, and in a manner that delivers meaningful value to the citizens we serve. The Go Durban project is a commendable initiative that has the potential, once fully implemented, to provide residents with a more efficient, reliable, and integrated public transport system. This will improve mobility, enhance connectivity, and expand access to economic opportunities across the city of eThekwini. We are concerned, though, that a group of hooligans who have business interests, some masquerade as members of this House, are stifling the progress, thus frustrating commuters of eThekwini enjoying free and safe movement. Similarly, the Msunduzi Rapid Public Transport Network project along Moses Mabhida Road holds great promise. Once completed, it will contribute significantly to improving traffic flow and enhancing transport efficiency. We acknowledge the dedication and hard work of Mtombeni and all those involved in advancing this important project and thank them for their commitment to serving the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We also acknowledge and commend the important work being undertaken by Sanral on N2 and N3 corridors. The strategic project will significantly enhance regional connectivity, stimulate economic activity, and improve logistics efficiency through the province. Furthermore, we support the call for additional time and resources to be allocated to this committee in order to strengthen its oversight mandate. The committee's work remains critical in ensuring that government programs continue to deliver benefits to our communities. As the IFP in this committee, we remain committed to supporting initiatives that advance development, improve service delivery, and enhance the well-being of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We value the progress being made and look forward to continued collaboration in building a prosperous and inclusive province for all. The report is a true reflection of the work of the Transport Portfolio Committee. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip. Thank you, members. That was the end of our substantial debate. I now invite the chairperson to respond for 5 minutes. Honorable MC Mapisa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. the honorable MECs, the honorable members. Umuntu akhuleke enkosini yesizwe inkosi uChiliza. Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, one wishes to acknowledge the inputs made by the honorable members. Honorable Mbanjwa raises a number of observations which are noted, particularly his emphasis on accountability and performance within the transport sector. It is important, however, to distinguish between the report before this House and the operational report of the department. The report under the consideration reflects the work of the Portfolio Committee, our oversight activities, findings and observation, and recommendation arising from our engagements with the department. Criticism directed at the departmental operations is entirely legitimate within the broader debate on transport. However, when considering this report, the question before the House is whether the committee has effectively discharged its oversight responsibilities and whether its interventions have added value in strengthening accountability and service delivery. I wish also to thank Honorable MP Gwala for recognizing the diligence and consistency of the Portfolio Committee in executing its oversight responsibilities across the province. His acknowledgement of both the committee and the MEC reflects the value of sustained oversight, constructive engagement, and a shared commitment to improving transport infrastructure. I also wish to thank Honorable Sangweni for his clarity on the matter before the House for correctly locating this debate within the space of oversight and accountability. His contributions demonstrate a clear understanding of the committee's mandate, and I appreciate his recognition that effective oversight is measured by substance and not by making noise. I also wish to thank Honorable Gokul for her balanced and constructive contribution. Her reflection on democracy and the importance of respecting institutional and constitutional structures serve as an important reminder that effective oversight depends on a strong institution and a shared commitment to the process that sustains democracy.
Members, you are drowning the
Deputy
speaker.
Speaker, I wish to also thank Honorable Zuma Ngamalala for highlighting the importance of accountability and the need to ensure that oversight is informed by credible and verifiable information. Your call for rigorous scrutiny of report aligns with the committee's responsibility to interrogate information thoroughly and ensure that oversight findings are grounded in evidence and accuracy. While we can agree that the department has its own challenges, we cannot, however, draw a conclusion that the department is dysfunctional altogether. I also wish to thank Honorable Twala for his contribution and his interest in the work of the committee. The issues he raised are precisely the kinds of matters that are interrogated during our oversight, engagement, and site visits. I'll therefore encourage Honorable Twala, where possible, to join the committee during the oversight activities, avail himself if it's possible. One understands that he is overstretched, as first-hand engagement often provides useful context and evidence that can enrich the debate before this House. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank Honorable Mahlaba for his constructive contribution and for highlighting the importance of scholar, transport, and road safety. His recognition of the work undertaken by the RTI is appreciated.
Honorable Mapisa, Honorable Semi. What rule do you rise on? Honorable Twala?
Can
we please mute him because he's not, please mute him. Can you please mute Honorable Twala? Thank you so much. Honorable Mapisa, you may continue. No. Can we please mute him? Table staff, can we please mute him? Thank you. Honorable Mapisa, please continue. Can we have Honorable Mapisa's mic on?
His recognition of the work undertaken by the RTI is appreciated, and he correctly reminds us that the ultimate purpose of oversight is to contribute towards improved service delivery and safer communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the saying goes, when you take a clown to a palace becomes the circus, and the clown does not become the king. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I warned my members in the portfolio committee that we must never, ever be influenced by pastor and the wine as a Beverly Hills and come to the portfolio committee meeting and bully officials and the portfolio committee. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the contributions that was made by Honorable Makubane was entirely predictable. Those of us who serve with him in oversight structures have become accustomed to a pattern where positions accepted during engagements are later rejected in this house for the sake of opposition. The difficulty is not the criticism.
Order.
Criticism is welcome and an essential part of accountability.
No. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you guys had your time to debate.
Yes. In 10 seconds.
No. I'm so sorry.
It was 30 seconds, speak. It was 30 seconds.
Honorable members.
We must add 2 minutes.
Please.
Yes, it was 2.
It wasn't 2 minutes. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Makubane, please stop. Honorable Seme, please. This round of 3 and 4, please. I saw the time and it was Honorable Mapisa. Can we please? No. 2
minutes.
No, it wasn't. It was not 2 minutes. It was 2 seconds. He wants. No. Please don't shout at me. You are not the presiding officer. Do not shout at me. Let me preside. Can that beeping please stop? I'm sorry. Honorable Mapisa wants his 2 seconds and he will get his 2 seconds.
10, yes.
It was not 10 seconds.
However,
Can I
Honorable
please-
Deputy Speaker, will never be bullied by
Just
an
hold
angry
on.
person.
Can we please get the time for 2
The
seconds?
portfolio committee and this house will never be bullied by
doesn't-
an angry person who is suffering from
All right. No. Just hold on, Honorable Mapis. No. Honorable Mgadi, can you please stand, sir? Honorable Mgadi, please. The reason why he's going to keep getting 2 seconds because every time I speak, you guys speak, and I speak and you speak. That means no time is going on and he keeps speaking. There is no uniformity. Please allow the presiding officer to preside. Okay, please. Ngiyacela, can you control your members?
Yes.
No, honorable member. All right, can we put it there? Is it there? No, honorable Ngiyacela, please. The chairperson does want his 2 seconds. Can we please give him his 2 seconds? And he's going to get it again because no.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must not be bullied by a clown.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our debate. It is now 1:05, honorable members. We will adjourn for lunch for 45 minutes before we continue with the orders of the day. Thank you so much.
We won't be bullied by clowns.
Aye, Mafika.
Yeah? That's a
Order.
Order. Madam Speaker.
Which one are we now on? We are on, where's the order?
I'm sorry, honorable members, the order paper was put where I was not expecting it to be. We will now move to item 8.3 on the order paper, which is the tabling of the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Bill 2026 by the MEC for Finance. I call upon the Honorable Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Deputy Speaker, Ms. Mabato Tembe, the Premier in his absence, the Leader of the official opposition, and members of the Provincial Executive and members of the Legislature. Madam Speaker, it's a privilege to table the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Bill for 2026. This reform speaks directly to our commitment as the Government of Provincial Unity to increase revenue for the growth of KwaZulu-Natal. This bill forms part of a broader reform agenda to modernise our gaming and betting framework, enhance fairness across the industry, and strengthen the integrity of our revenue systems. It reflects our commitment to accountable governance and a sustainable, growth-orientated provincial economy. As a government guided by the principle of accountability and transparency, we cannot allow outdated legislation to stand in the way of progress, investment, and fairness. This bill is therefore not merely a technical adjustment, it's a deliberate intervention to modernise our regulatory framework, ensure equitable participation across the industry, and to strengthen the integrity of our revenue collection systems. It reflects our broader commitment to building a capable, ethical state that manages public resources prudently while enabling economic activity to thrive. This bill is founded on two mutual reinforcing pillars: stronger and expanded revenue generation and intentional and measurable transformation. These are not competing priorities, they are complementary imperatives. Grow the revenue base and ensure that revenue is used to transform the sector and expand opportunity. At its core, Madam Speaker, this reform seeks to strike the right balance, fostering a competitive and attractive business environment while ensuring that the people of KwaZulu-Natal receive their fair share of benefits derived from this sector. The KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Act 2010 provides for the payment of taxes by persons licensed in terms of the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Act of 2010. The schedule to the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Act 2010, which provides for various gaming and betting tax rates, was last amended in October 2012. And it is therefore necessary to revise the tax rates and allocation of revenues collected from gaming and betting. Another key reason why we've had to review the KZN Gaming and Betting Tax Act is that the KZN Gaming and Betting Amendment Act was promulgated in 2017, and it has become necessary to amend and to align the Gaming and Betting Tax Act accordingly. The KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Bill 2026, which I am tabling in this House today, aims to address historical unequal treatment of licensees and stakeholders in the horse racing, betting sectors of the gambling industry, while accommodating technological advancements in the gaming sector. In addition, it aligns bingo tax with the rest of the country and provides a funding model for equitable access to a portion of public funds and create accountability mechanisms for the usage of these funds. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Tax Bill introduces a set of substantive amendments aimed at modernizing the province's gaming and betting tax framework, ensuring fairness across the industry and strengthening revenue integrity. The KZN Treasury team undertook an assessment across provinces to ensure that as KwaZulu-Natal, we remain competitive in terms of our tax rates. Firstly, the bill proposes adjustments to the tax rates. There will be increases in the casino gaming tax, limited payout machine tax, and bingo gaming tax, while taxes on fixed odds and pari-mutuel betting remains unchanged. Importantly, Madam Speaker, tax on certain sporting and contingency betting activities will decrease. These increases are carefully calibrated, benchmarked against national norms, and designed in such a way to avoid harming growth while improving yield. The result is clear: an immediate and sustained increase in revenue to the Provincial Revenue Fund. As mentioned when I started this presentation, these revisions are necessary, as the current tax act rate has not been updated since 2012. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the bill addresses historical inequalities in the distribution of gaming tax revenues. At present, certain sectors, particularly in horse racing, have benefited disproportionately. The bill, therefore, discontinues the direct distribution of taxes to licensed operators and replaces this with a more equitable funding approach that supports the sector. For the first time, the bill embeds direct contributions to the Transformation Fund across multiple revenue streams. Examples include a portion of limited payout machines, what we refer to as LPMs, directed to transformation, dedicated contributions from bingo operations, and a new levy component in betting activities directed to transformation. This is significant reform. It ensures that the gaming industry plays an active role in broad-based economic empowerment, particularly for historical disadvantaged participants. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the bill strengthens the principle of fairness and transparency by introducing a clear distinction between taxes and levies. A portion of the receipts will accrue to the Provincial Revenue Fund, while a defined levy component will be directed towards the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority to advance transformation objectives within the sector. The implementation of this bill will potentially increase tax revenue paid into the Provincial Revenue Fund and will enable the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority to collect additional fees which will be earmarked for transformation initiatives. The bill seeks to introduce more progressive tax structures, particularly in the casino and the bingo sectors. It moves from relatively flat rates to a graduated system based on gross gaming revenue, and higher revenue operators contribute at a higher marginal rate. In simple terms, Madam Speaker, it replaces a simple flat rate with a tiered tax and levy structure. This ensures greater fairness and enhanced revenue generation. Fourthly, the bill addresses emerging risks related to free play initiatives and evolving digital gaming models. It introduces updated definitions of amount of money to be eliminated to eliminate ambiguity and ensure that all forms of gaming activity, including promotional incentives, are appropriately taxed, thereby enhancing the province's revenue base. Finally, Madam Speaker, the bill establishes a dedicated funding mechanism for transformation. Levies collected will support the Transformation Fund, which, as I said earlier, will be administered by the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority, enabling it to fulfill its mandate of advancing equitable participation in the gaming and betting industry, as well as supporting broader sectoral development initiatives. The bill also establishes a mechanism to fund the provincial equine master plan to develop horse racing as a sport, particularly in the rural areas of our province. Honourable Speaker, this bill strikes a deliberate balance. It ensures that the industry remains viable and competitive, while the province secures a fair and sustainable revenue share. It also advances economic transformation, regulatory strengthening, and investment in rural horse racing infrastructure, particularly in our underdeveloped communities and areas. In summary, these amendments are designed to create a fair, modern, and sustainable taxation regime that promotes transformation, enhances revenue certainty, and aligns the province with contemporary developments in the gaming and betting industry. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments represent a decisive step towards a more equitable, transparent, and future-fit gaming and betting tax framework for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They correct long-standing disparities, respond proactively to technological advancements, and strengthen the integrity of the province's revenue system. Importantly, the bill not only enhances revenue certainty, but also embeds redress at its core, thus ensuring that the benefits of the industry are more broadly shared, that previously disadvantaged participants are afforded meaningful opportunities. These reforms place KwaZulu-Natal on a firm footing to regulate a modernized gaming environment while safeguarding public resources and advancing inclusive economic growth. Madam Speaker, it would be amiss of me not to raise the concern that we have a problem in that we have online gambling that is not taxed in any form. And unless our national counterparts in Parliament look and redesign their legislation, we are losing out on millions and millions in revenue in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It's therefore imperative that we call upon national government and those structures to review the legislation to allow us to tax a form that is currently untaxed at all. Madam Speaker, I herewith present this bill to the House for its consideration, and I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. The next item, which is item 8.4 on the order paper, is the tabling of the KwaZulu-Natal Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 by the MEC for Finance. You've got... Oh, I forgot to refer it. Sorry. Honourable members, the tabling that was given is referred to the Portfolio Committee on Finance. Then we call upon the MEC to come and table the Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand on the protocol previously presented, and I bring the legislature good news. The purpose of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 is to enable the provincial legislature to authorize expenditure recorded as unauthorized in the provincial accounts for the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. This bill deals with the unauthorized expenditure for the 23-24 financial years for the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. The schedule to this bill contains the amounts to be authorized through the passing of this bill.
Honorable MEC, are you dealing with the unauthorized expenditure authorization bill for KwaZulu-Natal, not for the legislature?
Apologies, Madam Speaker. My humble apologies.
Thank you.
I have so many speeches here.
Thank you. We want for the record, you are tabling the unauthorized expenditure authorization bill for 2026.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I am tabling the KwaZulu-Natal second unauthorized expenditure authorization bill for 2026. The purpose of the KwaZulu-Natal second unauthorized expenditure bill 2026 is to enable the provincial legislature to authorize expenditure recorded as unauthorized in the provincial accounts. This particular bill deals with the unauthorized expenditure for the 2019-20 year, the 2021 year, the 21-22 year, and the 22-23 financial year. The stance of the KwaZulu-Natal Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, to enforce first charges against departments has certainly reduced the quantum of unauthorized expenditure, which at one stage was over 5 billion rand. Where departments have overspent their budget, they should rightfully pay those amounts back to the revenue funds, as they spent money they did not have and in fact were in overdraft, which must be repaid, and more importantly, controls must be implemented to prevent the same from occurring. Consequence management should be considered where there has been blatant financial misconduct by government officials. SCOPA, Madam Speaker, in light of the explanations recommended, the departments as explained in the explanatory memorandum, which you will find attached to the bill, that the unauthorized expenditure incurred over the 4 financial periods be authorized as followed. 114.931 million be authorized as a direct charge against the Provincial Revenue Fund, and 1.048 billion be authorized as a first charge against future budget of the respective departments over a period of 7 years. The Provincial Revenue Fund has made provision to fund the unauthorized expenditure totaling 114.9 million, as reflected in column 2 of the schedule to the bill. Unauthorized expenditure not approved as a direct charge against the Provincial Revenue Fund is to be authorized as a first charge against the future budgets of the departments, as reflected in column 3 and 7 of the schedule to the bill. This, in effect, Madam Speaker, is a reduction of the budget for these departments and will be effected over a period of 7 years, given the fiscal constraints and the need to limit the impact on service delivery. The resolutions of SCOPA in this regard were adopted by the legislature on the 25th of May 2023, 19th of March 2024, and the 25th of September 2025. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the KwaZulu-Natal Second Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 gives effect to the resolutions of SCOPA to authorize the unauthorized expenditure disclosed in the 2019-20, 2020-21, 21-22, and the 22-23 annual financial statements of the relevant departments and reported on by the Auditor General, as well as authorizing specific expenditure recorded as unauthorized in the provincial accounts. I wish to express my sincere thanks to SCOPA for the sterling work done in addressing these matters and the other audit findings timely and proficiently. It is now my privilege, Madam Speaker, to formally table the KwaZulu-Natal Second Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill of 2026 for consideration to this House. Diyabulela Somlomo.
Thank you, MC. We will refer the bill to the relevant standing committee, which is the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Standing Committee on Oversight. We are referring that. We are now going to the one that we disturbed you with. We are also sorry. The confusion was also this side. You may continue, Honorable MEC, for 10 minutes.
Diyabulela Somlomo, Mama. Again, I stand on all the protocol observed previously. The purpose of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill for 2026 is to enable the provincial legislature to authorize expenditure recorded as unauthorized in the provincial accounts for the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. This bill deals with the unauthorized expenditure for the 23-24 financial year in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. The schedule to the bill contains the amounts to be authorized through the passing of this bill and relates to the 23-24 financial year as reflected in column 5 of the schedule. Column 4 of the schedule refers to the specific Standing Committee on Oversight stack of resolutions that were adopted by the provincial legislature on the 28th of November 2024 and the 25th of September 2025. The total unauthorized expenditure incurred amounts to 21.9 million rand for the 23-24 financial year, as reflected in column 1 of the schedule. Stakov resolved in the meeting of the 28th of November 2024 that the unauthorized expenditure of 20.7 million rand be authorized and Parliament appropriates an additional amount to cover the overspending in terms of Section 22A, as reflected in column 2 of the schedule. Stakov resolved in the meeting of the 25th of September that the unauthorized expenditure of 1.2 million rand be authorized but not appropriated, an additional amount to cover the amount of authorized expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure, therefore, becomes a charge against the legislature's own funds, as reflected in column 3 of the schedule. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 gives effect to the resolutions of Stakov to authorize the unauthorized expenditure of 21.9 million rand, as reported in KwaZulu-Natal for the 23-24 financial year, as well as authorizing 20.7 of that unauthorized expenditure as an appropriation of an additional amount. The remaining amount of 1.2 million becomes a charge against the legislature's own funds. I wish to express, Madam Speaker, my appreciation to Stakov for again the sterling work in addressing these matters and other audit findings timeously and proficiently. It is now my privilege, Madam Speaker, to formally table the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Unauthorized Expenditure Authorization Bill 2026 for the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature for consideration of this House. Diyabulela Somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We will refer that to the Standing Committee on Oversight, and then we'll now move to item 8.6, which is debate on the scope of follow-up hearings held in February 2026 and 2024-25 report of the Auditor General. I will call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honorable TJ Brochasath, to table the committee report for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. Today we consider an exceptionally important report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, one that goes to the very heart of accountability, governance and the responsible use of public funds in our province. This report reflects the outcomes of rigorous follow-up hearings held on the 3rd and the 6th of February 2026, where scope recalled a number of key departments, including education, health, transport, community safety, and public. Apologies, Chair, Speaker, and Public Works to account for their responses to the Auditor General's 2024-2025 findings. At its core, this report demonstrates that SCOPA is not a passive oversight body, it is an active, assertive, and increasingly effective instrument of accountability, ensuring that audit findings are not ignored, that resolutions are tracked, and that departments are compelled to take corrective action. Honourable members, the first point that must be emphasised is the sheer depth and seriousness of the committee's work. SCOPA did not merely note departmental responses, it interrogated them, it tested them, and where necessary, it rejected complacency. The committee examined progress in dealing with irregular, unauthorised and wasteful expenditure, issues that have plagued governance across departments. Encouragingly, the report notes that departments are increasingly undertaking investigations, disciplining officials and pursuing civil and criminal recovery of funds. At the same time, SCOPA does not shy away from highlighting persistent challenges, particularly the long delays in resolving cases, some dating back to over a decade, and the concerning lack of timely feedback from law enforcement agencies. This balanced approach, recognising progress while demanding improvement, is exactly what effective oversight should look like. The committee also engaged extensively in systemic issues such as unfunded mandates, especially salary increases imposed nationally without corresponding funding. These pressures are not abstract, they directly contribute towards the unauthorised expenditure and undermine service delivery. Through these engagements, SCOPA has elevated the conversation from narrow compliance to broader fiscal sustainability and governance reform. Honourable Speaker, one of the most impressive aspects of this report is the strength, specificity and enforceability of its actions. Across the departments, all departments, SCOPA has issued clear, time-bound directives requiring accounting officers to report back by 30 June 2026 on concrete actions taken. In the Department of Education, the committee has addressed major financial risks, including projected 1.5 billion rand accrual, carryover, and 480 million rand in unauthorised expenditure. The committee has demanded a revised fiscal recovery plan with the measurable milestones, moving beyond the vague commitments to tangible accountability. Equally important are the resolutions of consequence management. The committee has insisted on the identification of responsible officials, the implementation of disciplinary processes, and the recovery of losses. This is critical. For too long, irregular expenditure has been treated as a technical issue rather than as a matter of accountability. SCOPA is slowly changing that. In the Department of Health, the committee has focused on strengthening governance systems ranging from audit improvement plans and SEM controls to forensic investigations and policy reform. In transport, SCOPA has demanded detailed consequence management registered and has directly confronted the problem of prescribed claims, a failure that has allowed public funds to be lost due to administrative delay. In Public Works and Community Safety, the committee has similarly insisted on progress in investigations, filling of critical posts, and compliance with financial legislations. Across all these areas, the message is clear. It must be demonstrated, documented, and verified. Honourable members, what emerges strongly from this report as well is the fact that many of the problems that we face are systemic. The committee has identified recurring issues across departments. High levels of irregular and unauthorised expenditure, delays in finalising investigations, weak consequence management, persistent vacancies in critical posts, supply chain management weaknesses. These are not isolated failures. They are patterns. And SCOPA's approach through structured follow-ups, detailed reporting requirements, and strict deadlines is beginning to break these patterns. The committee's insistence on filling critical vacancies, particularly in governance and risk management roles, is especially important. Without capable personnel, no system, no matter how well designed, can function effectively. But, Honourable Speaker, the thing that I'm probably the most proud of this year in the past year is the significant groundbreaking work that reflected in this report that relates to the RT46 transversal contract. This contract, covering fleet management across departments, has long been a source of concern. It affected critical services, including learner transport, ambulances, and general government fleet operations, and of course SAPS vehicles. Scopa has taken this issue head on, and we're very proud of it. And I say we. In the Department of Education, the committee has demanded a detailed vehicle-by-vehicle account of delays, costs, and service failures, exposing the true operational impact of the contract on learner transport, including the special needs schools. In the Department of Health, the committee has examined fleet availability in detail, noting that thousands of vehicles, including ambulances, have been returned to service, while also demanding the accountability for returnaround times and contractor performance. In the Department of Transport, Scopa has escalate oversight to a new level, requiring, it's difficult when you're working with a laptop, requiring a detailed reporting on engagement with the National Treasury, the National Department of Transport, and the service provider, Westbank. And this is where the committee's work becomes truly groundbreaking. For the first time in the history of Scopa in KwaZulu-Natal, the committee has not only exposed the weaknesses and possible corruption linked to the RT46 contract, but also has effectively placed both National Treasury and the new contract holder, AfriRent, along with associated service providers on terms. To the best of our knowledge, this has never happened. It has never happened that a contractor that is about to start a contract has been called in and told, before you even start, we're putting you on terms. And that contractor will be monitored, at least quarterly, to make sure that they're fulfilling on their promises. This is a major shift, and I'm very proud of the Scopa committee in supporting the initiative to get this done. It signals that no contract, no matter how large, complex, or nationally managed, is beyond scrutiny. It demonstrated Scopa is willing to follow the evidence wherever it leads, even when it involves powerful national institutions and major private contractors. Honourable members, the work reflected in this report sets a new standard for oversight in this legislature. Scopa has shown that effective oversight requires persistence through follow-up hearings, precision in resolutions, courage to confront systemic failures, willingness to challenge both provincial and national actors. The committee has also demonstrated the value of collaboration, working with the AG, Provincial Treasury, Public Service Commission, and investigative bodies to strengthen accountability. Honourable Speaker, this is not just a report, it's a statement of intent. It shows that Scopa is serious about its constitutional mandate. It shows that this legislature is capable of holding departments and increasingly broader systems of governance to account. And most importantly, it shows that progress has been made. Challenges remain. Yes, systemic weaknesses persist, but the work of this committee is going to turn the tide. Through its rigorous oversight, strong resolutions and groundbreaking interventions, particularly on the RT46 contract, Scopa is restoring accountability, strengthening governance and protecting public resources. I want to thank the members of the committee. I'm also very proud to say that the Scopa committee, bar one or two little hiccups here and there, acts on a unified front. Every now and then we delve into fighting amongst each other, and I get very upset with the members, but we always come back to taking on our common enemy, and those are the people that are not participating in good governance. So let us adopt this report not only as a record of work done, but as a commitment of strengthening
Honourable Protestant, Honourable
there's a point of
Makuba.
order.
Yes, I said sorry. You may take your seat. Honourable Makuba. You want to apologize or you want me to go ahead?
I apologize. It was pressed by mistake.
No, it was not by mistake because we were even listening into it. So it was nice to say you apologize because it's against the rules.
I was bending down quickly
No.
to drop it. No, Speaker.
It's assumed that you won't lie for no reason. And you did not have a reason to lie, my brother. Thank you, Honourable Member.
May I continue, Speaker?
You may continue, Honourable.
Thank you. You know, it's indicative that I've not been howled at, I've not been heckled during this report, because both sides of the House agree on the importance of the work to be done. Let us adopt this report as a commitment to strengthening oversight, deepening accountability, and ensuring that every rand of public money serves the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're now calling upon the first member to debate for 7 minutes. Is the Honourable M.A. Dex. Honourable LSD member, so you're still in the House, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief Whip. Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon, Chief Whip of the majority party in the House. Good afternoon to the leadership of the EFF. Let me just say quickly from the onset that because I do not know who the Honourable Broderson was thanking here, maybe Makubane and Moyo, but definitely not me. Let me say from the onset.
Honourable Debs, it is Honourable Makubane and Honourable Moyo.
Honourable Makubane and Honourable Moyo. Let me say from the onset that I will.
Sorry, Honourable Mbata. I did not know that you were looking at a member that is not in the House. It's Honourable Mbata.
Yeah, Honourable Mbata. Let me just say quickly from the onset that I will be rejecting this report, this committee report. I'm rejecting this report based on the mandate from my party, the Umkhonto Sizwe. This report is just a self-glorification, which I will deal with later when I return. Umkhonto Sizwe has a particular political stance against the so-called GPU, which is non-cooperation with the forces of neoliberalism led by the DA. Firstly, as a disciplined member of Umkhonto Sizwe, I take directives from my party. Our political system in this country is based on party political representation, Madam Speaker. I was not elected. I was not elected personally. My party was elected. My party deployed me here, and my party can recall me at any time. It is only a stupid politician who thinks he or she can defy their party and live to tell the tale. During the vote of no confidence, many members of other parties agreed with Umkhonto Sizwe that the Honourable Ntuli must go. He has overstayed his welcome, but because they are disciplined members of their respective parties, they did not vote with Umkhonto Sizwe. Therefore, it is selfish, irresponsible, and extremely opportunistic for some to cheer on another member to defy the party line, because the very same cheerleaders will never defy their own party line. The rest now is history. It ended in tears, and continuing down this path will end in terrible financial drain for those who are advocating this kind of madness. It is not sustainable for any person in the South fighting a party that deployed them here in the South. Unfortunately, the advisors of madness does not care. They only care about their blue lights. Madam Speaker, the SCOPA hearings on February 2026 were meant to address the Auditor General findings regarding irregular expenditure and missed service delivery targets, which selected departments and public entities in 2024-25 financial year. The hearings targeted key provincial departments and public entities to deliver on their core mandate and ensuring that they achieve quarterly set benchmark targets. The Departments of Public Works, Community Safety and Liaison, Health, Education and Transport are amongst the selected departments the committee has conducted the hearings on. The purpose of these hearings was to consider responses of select departments and public entities in addressing issues flagged and grey areas identified in 2020-25 and its findings as received on the 31st of January 2026 by SCOPA. The committee noted and identified areas that will need improvement and more active oversight. There are performance indicators that were scrutinized, which includes condonation of irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, sanctions, if any, and consequence management, if any, non-filling of vacant critical posts and investigations. Madam Speaker, the Department of Transport has missed targets, and despite full budget expenditure, key performance indicators were missed. Transport infrastructure and transport operations only achieved 50% and 57% of their targets, respectively. This was exacerbated by poor project management and 1.3 billion in irregular expenditure, resulting in poor road maintenance and unserviced communities. The Department of Health missed key performance indicators in immunization coverage and experienced systematic failures in emergency medical services. This department is in a fleet management crisis with over 60% of ambulances out of service. Madam Speaker, the Health Department failed to meet its set targets. The performance was hampered by supply chain and fleet management failures. Over 1,300 government vehicles, which include 60% of ambulances, were out of service, hereby crippling severely on emergency medical services. The Department of Education requires over 3.5 billion for an immediate financial rescue due to the service budget cuts, unfunded wage agreements, and legacy financial management, which, according to the latest information, was partly addressed. This department failed to pay operational subsidies to many schools and struggled with accruals violating the PMFMA. Madam Speaker, material irregularities resulted in financial losses of roughly 280 million with little or no consequence management enforced. Madam Speaker, let me touch on the issue of accruals. Is there light at the tunnel when it comes to accruals? Yes, Madam Speaker, there is light at the end of the tunnel. It is that oncoming train. Madam Speaker, it is ridiculously irresponsible and impossible to expect accruals to disappear while implementing austerity measures year on and year out. The DA pro-austerity measures, the DA's pro-austerity neoliberal budget will increase accruals. The 7-year period that the MEC outlined a few minutes ago when he presented this bill is pie in the sky. We rejected DA-led GPU and we reject this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amanda. I will return.
The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable Dr. A.C. Biela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to your good self, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, MECs, Honorable Members. The Inkatha Freedom Party supports the adoption of the Scopa report. That is my opening line. My honorable colleague, who has just left the podium, speaks about party discipline and ill discipline. Well, if there's ill discipline to be discussed, the Honorable Shinga probably landed from them because they are the only party in this House, honorable members, that has individual members voting differently from their party. That is where party ill discipline comes from. An engagement on public finances raises very important questions in the quest for fiscal discipline, coupled with improved service delivery. Communities look to us to understand how their monies were spent, how decisions were taken, and whether accountability took place. Scopa therefore sits at the intersection of law, ethics, and service delivery. It asks government to account for money entrusted to it. It asks whether commitments made in audit action plans have become institutional conduct. It asks whether wrongdoings has consequences. It asks whether the poor who depend on the state are receiving the services that this legislature funds on their behalf. Honourable Speaker, this debate is therefore quite important. It does not begin the conversation altogether. In fact, it tests whether previous undertakings were honoured. That is the essence of oversight. A department must not appear before SCOPA, offer assurances, leave the hearing room and return months later with the same explanations dressed in new administrative language. The committee considered public works, community safety and liaison, education, health and transport. These departments sit at the center of daily struggles of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The committee considered these reports, and the report records progress in some areas. Determination tests have been undertaken, investigations are proceeding. Some disciplinary processes have commenced. Civil recovery and criminal referrals are being pursued when necessary. Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier have also provided technical support to the departments dealing with irregular expenditure and condemnation processes. That work must be acknowledged. However, acknowledgement must never become comfort. Progress must be measured against the size of the problem. Some irregular expenditure matters have travelled across financial years with remarkable endurance. In public administration, delay is often the quiet enemy of accountability. Files go missing, officials retire, memories fade, claims prescribe, evidence weakens. Eventually, the state is told that nothing more can be done. That culture must be broken. Irregular expenditure cannot become an annual ritual. If expenditure was irregular but condonable, the law provides a route. If misconduct occurred, discipline must follow. If the state suffered loss, recovery must be pursued. If criminality is present, the matter must leave the comfort of internal memoranda and reach the institutions empowered to investigate crime. SCOPA is correct to demand evidence. We need dates, we need names, we need registers, we need case numbers, we need sanctions, we need recovery steps and measurable controls. Oversight cannot survive on assurances. Accountability must be traceable. Honourable Speaker, the report also deals with unauthorized expenditure and the severe fiscal pressure facing departments. We must be intellectually honest on this point. Our committee often mentions that provinces are absorbing nationally determined salary increments and progressions within already strained departments and baselines. Departments are being asked to perform constitutional functions under shrinking fiscal space. That reality matters because it also affects planning, it affects procurement, it affects maintenance, it affects service delivery. However, fiscal difficulty does not excuse weak internal controls. It does not excuse poor forecasting. It does not excuse failure to act early when risks are known. SCOPA must therefore separate structural underfunding from administrative failures. Both require attention, but they are not the same problem. Honourable Speaker, the report states that the departments brought forward 3.1, Department of Education, 3.1 billion in accruals and payables from the 2024-2025 financial year. That amount was reduced. However, the department also anticipates closing the financial year with about 1.5 billion in accruals. Those figures describe a department under financial strain. They represent unpaid obligations, delayed planning, the accruals I referred to above, and pressures on suppliers, and a weakening of the next financial year before it has begun. Given the limitation on time right now, Honourable Speaker, I will conclude the rest of my debate when I return later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Member that follows for 4 minutes is the Honourable MC Fraser.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, the African National Congress supports the vital role of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in safeguarding public resources, strengthening accountability and ensuring that consequence management is implemented wherever wrongdoing occurs. Effective oversight is not an obstacle to governance. It is an essential instrument in building the capable, ethical, and developmental state envisaged by our liberation movement. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we welcome the committee's findings that departments have made significant progress in concluding investigations, implementing recommendations, and strengthening consequence management processes. The report reflects encouraging progress in addressing audit findings, pursuing disciplinary actions where necessary, and recovering losses to the state. This demonstrates a growing culture of accountability within the public service and a shared commitment to ensuring that public resources are utilized for their intended purposes. Indeed, the ANC has consistently argued that building a capable state requires more than identifying weaknesses. It requires decisive leadership, institutional reform, and the willingness to implement corrective actions. It is therefore encouraging to note the progress made by the Department of Health in strengthening governance and accountability systems. The department has implemented an audit improvement plan and a financial recovery plan, strengthened governance committees, and reinforced executive accountability mechanism aimed at improving compliance, financial management, and service delivery. These interventions demonstrate a clear commitment to rebuilding public confidence and ensuring that resources are directed towards the core mandate of providing quality health care to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Equally commendable has been the department's work in constituting and operationalizing its policy committee, reviewing governance framework and strengthening compliance monitoring mechanisms. These may appear to be administrative measures, but they are in fact critical building blocks of a capable state. Strong governance systems create the conditions for better service delivery, improved decision-making, and greater accountability to the public. The Department of Transport has similarly demonstrated a commitment to strengthen institutional capacity and addressing areas of concern identified through oversight and audit processes. The ANC welcomes the department's investment in supply chain management capacity building, including the assignment of dedicated officials to SCM, improvement initiative, and training of more than 300 officials across the department. As the ANC, we support this report. Thank you very much.
The next member for 8 minutes is the Honorable M.
Greetings to the executive and all honorable members. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to support the adoption of the SCOPA follow-up report. Accountability has a memory. That is why this report matters. It is not the first conversation with these departments. Departments have appeared before SCOPA, responded to the Auditor General's findings, and made commitments to this legislature. Today, the question is simple. What has changed? Who has been held responsible? What money has been recovered? And what risks still remain for the people of KwaZulu-Natal? As KwaZulu-Natal marks 2 years of the GPU, this is not the time for applause. It is time for honest review. The people will not judge this government by what it inherited, but by what it fixes. Year 1 was about stabilizing. Year 2 must be about enforcing. In a government of provincial unity, accountability must be part of the arrangement, not a threat to it. We do not always agree, and we should not. We should not pretend that we actually do. Hard conversations are had, difficult questions are asked. That is exactly why SCOPA matters.
It gives this legislature a place to test promises, demand evidence, and ensure that departments are kept on course. GPU partners must keep one another alert, honest, and focused on delivery. That is not a weakness of the GPU. It is one of its most important safeguards. Accountability is not disloyalty. It is how government earns public trust. That is how iron sharpens iron. The DA recognizes progress where progress is real and measurable. But progress is not the same as completion. This report makes one thing very clear. Serious financial governance risks remain. In education, the reduction of accruals and payables is welcome. But the department is still expected to carry major financial pressure into the new financial year, with limited room left for day-to-day operations. This is not only a budget problem, it becomes a classroom problem, a school nutritional problem, a learner transport problem, and a child waiting for government to work. That is why the National School Nutrition Program cannot be measured only by paperwork. A child cannot eat a delivery note. Value for money must mean what the learner was fed, not merely what the paperwork was filed. In health, the report points to SCM weaknesses, officials doing business with the state, forensic investigations, and the need for disciplinary, criminal, and recovery steps. Yes, there has been progress on fleet availability, but accountability in health is measured in minutes. An ambulance delayed by weak contract management is not a technical failure. It is a family waiting for help. In transport, the same principle applies. Consequence management must be firm. The department cannot allow claims to expire, cannot leave money unrecovered, and cannot allow accountability to end with yet another explanation and no action. This is why SCOPA matters. When SCOPA asks for names, amounts, recovery steps, sanctions, and case numbers, we are not being difficult. We are asking the simplest question in public life. Who did what was lost, and what was recovered, and who paid the price? If those answers cannot be given, then what is being offered is not renewal. It is amnesia. It is evasion. It is the hope that the people will forget what the paper trail still remembers. Interestingly, that is the politics the MK asks KZN to trust. A politics built around its leader who refused to account before the State Capture Commission and was found guilty of contempt of court. And let us not confuse struggle credentials with accountability. No matter how significant a person's role in the liberation struggle may have been, those credentials do not place anyone above the law, above scrutiny, or above the duty to account for their actions in a constitutional democracy. So let us be clear. You cannot refuse to account yesterday and sell yourself as the champion of clean government today. That makes no sense. You cannot treat accountability as persecution when it reaches your leader, but demand it when it suits your politics. MK may wish that evidence and consequences could simply be washed down the drain. But no amount of political rebranding or showering can wash off history. Accountability has memory. The audit trails remain, the court judgments remain, and the obligation to account still remains. That is why departments must return with evidence, not excuses, not speeches, but concrete evidence. The DA supports this report because those who hold power must be held accountable. Power without accountability is impunity, and impunity must come to an end. I thank you.
Honorable Makuban. Honorable Makuban. Withdraw what you are saying about Honorable Naya. Withdraw what you are saying about Honorable Naya.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw.
You are treading on very thin ice.
Okay.
I'm warning you, you are treading on very thin ice if you continue with the type of what you are doing, the behavior you are doing of.
What are you speaking about, Speaker?
I'm speaking about the fact that we have to call you into.
I never mentioned the name.
No, you were pointing at her. I am here at the You were even saying she doesn't qualify to be. No. Honorable Makuban. Honorable Makuban. I looked at you whilst you were continuously saying that, but when you say it's a kick of a dying horse, a member remains a member, not a horse. Angwazi ke Honorable Hadebe nobukhuluma nathi ngoba your voice is now above ours. So that's what you are doing that is wrong in terms of the rules. Thank you. The next member for 7 minutes is the Honorable SP Chimbata.
Somlomo ohloniphekile namalunga onke esishamthetho. Now somlomo mhlambe before umuntu aqhubeke nespeech sakhe mhlawumbe ake siveze izinto ezimbadlwana nje ezibalekile. Eyokuqala ukuthi Honorable Naya akangakhulumi lutho ngento ethinta ama credentials ka President Zuma ngoba akazi lutho. Iyodwa into abayaziyo ukuthi efanele basho noma yini ebhedayo ngathi MK yabheda, MK this, MK that. And when it comes to politics and you are caught wanting, so look bhayelwa phansi without an understanding, it has become a serious problem.
Honorable Mbata, you are now reflecting on the persona of the honorable member. In simple English, when you say umuntu akazi lutho ngesizulu, you are saying is blank, is clueless. Honorable Hadebe, you are out of order. You further go on to say that she has, we are balelwa. So you are implying that she has that, whatever she says is written for her. You are casting aspersions on her as a member. Apologize and withdraw what you've just said as a personal reflection on Honorable Naya.
I apologize and withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
You may continue to please, sir.
Into ebuhlungu ile ukuthi sonke siyazi ukuthi ngoba sila ngaphakathi kulendlu sila ngoba savotelwa ama political parties azange kume uHonorable Mbatha Sigxotsheni wavotelwa. Into enzakale ngoMiss Shinga ibhlungu kakhulu ngoba uyayicabanga ukuthi ungaphezulu kweorganization. Now akekho umuntu ongaphezulu kweorganization embekela ekhona. Ngoba ekhala nje ekholisa kweambulance kwenziwa ukuthi uthathe decision yokufuna ukuba ngaphezulu kweparty yakhe. Namuhla umkhonto wesizwe kulendlu awuvumelani nombiko wesikopha.
Honorable members.
Asunqaba ngoba siphikisana nokubheka kwezimali zikahulumeni. Sinqaba ngoba lo mbiko awukhombisa ubukhulu benkinga abantu bakaZulu ababhekane nayo nsuku zonke. Somlomo iminyaka yonke umcwaningi mabhuku jikelele usixwayisa ngezinto ezifanayo ukusetshenziswa kwemali ngendlela engahambisani nomthetho ukwehluleka kokulawulwa kwezimali ukuphula kwemigomo yokuthenga kwezimpahla kanye nokungabibikho kwezijeziso kulaba abenza okungalungile kodwa kwenzakalana emva kwalokho iminyango yafika phambi kwamakomiti izikhulu ziyaxolisa kubhalwe izincomo kukhishwa imibiko kodwa akukho okushintshayo ngaleso sikhathi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bayaqhubeka nokuhlupheka imiphakathi ihlala engenamanzi imigwaqo iyaqhubeka iyabhidlika imitholampilo ayinayo imithi eyanele izikole zibhekene nokuntuleka kwezinsiza intsha ihleze emakhaya ayisebenzi futhi ingenalo nethemba ngekusasa somlomo imiphumela yakamumva yocwaningo mabhuku ikhombise ukuthi iminyango eyisithupha kuphela ethole ama-clean audits yehla isuka kwayishagalolunye ngaphambilini umnyango wezokuthutha usuqoqa imali engabanga ngendlela efanele elinganisela ngaphezulu kwa-34 billion umnyango wezempilo umicishe ku-24 billion kanti ozemfundo ungaphezulu ngo-5 billion lezi akuzona nje izinombolo emaphepheni le mali imele imigwaqo engakaze ilungiswe ezindaweni zasemakhaya njengaseNewcastle imele ama-ambulance angafikanga ngesikhathi sokusiza abantu imele imitholampilo engenayo imithi imele amathuba entsha yethu aphucwe inkohlakalo nokuphathwa kwabi kwezimali zomphakathi kodwa ngesikhathi abantu behlupheka kukhona abacebayo ngemali yomphakathi somlomo abantu bakwaZulu sebekhathele imibiko ekhuluma ngezinkinga kodwa ezingenazixazululo lo mbiko uyaphawula uyacebisa ucela imibiko yenqubekela phambili kodwa abantu abasadingi izincomo ezithambile badinga izenzo eziqinile lendlu kumele izibuze umbuzo oqotho mingakhi eminye imibiko yesikopha ezokhishwa ngaphambi kokuba kuboshwe abantu mangakhi ama-audit findings adingekayo ngaphambi kokuba laba abonakaliswa uhulumeni baxoshwe ngokuphelele mangakhi amabhiliyoni adingekayo ukuthi alahleke phambi kokuba kube khona imiphumela ebonakalayo ngoba iqiniso selicacile sekukhona isiko lokungabikho kokujeziswa kuhulumeni ngisho nasekuqulweni kwamacala kwakamuva kumnyango wezokuthutha kuvela ukuthi kusekhona ukusetshenziswa kwemali ngendlela engafanele kanye nokwehluleka kokulawulwa izimali naphezulu kweminyaka yezexayiso umnyango wezempilo nawo usabhekene nezinkinga ezinkulu zokuphatha ngesikhathi abantu behluleka ukuthola usizo lwezempilo olufanele kodwa abantu abasebenzayo bakhona bakhokha intela ngokwethembeka njalo ngenyanga kuyilapho imali yomphakathi iqhubeka nokunyamalala yehle ngamasokisi ngaphandle kokuthi kuboshwe abantu umkhonto wesizwe uyakwenqaba ukuzenzisa okubusa kulezi zinqubo zokubhekwa kwezimali uhulumeni angeke aqhubeke enze sengathi inkohlakalo iyiphutha nje inkohlakalo isihleliwe inkohlakalo isiyingxenye yesystem futhi ezimene eziningi ivikelwa amandla ezepolitiki isikopha seyiphenduke indawo yokuxoxa ngemali emva kokuba isinyamalele sihlala sixoxa ngokwehluleka emva kokuba imiphakathi isihluphekile sihlala sizwa izincazelo emva kokuba izinsiza zomphakathi sezibhidlika kuphi ukumvimbela ngaphambi kwenkinga kuphi ukungenelela komgcini mafa uphamisa imino nje kuphela buphi ubuholi bezepolitiki ngesikhathi iminyango iqhubeka nokwephula umthetho unyaka nonyaka somlomo ohloniphekile ezindaweni eziningi kulesi sifundazwe indle isigobhoza emgwaqeni ukushoda kwamanzi kusaqhubeka imigwaqo iba yingozi ngesikhathi semvula omasipala abaningi sebebonakala behluleka ukufeza umsebenzi wabo oyisisekelo umubuza umphathiswa omnyango akakhokha akanayo impendulo kuthiwa abantu ababekezela ukubheka kwezimali akumele kube umdlalo wokuzivikela emphakathini ukuziphendulela ngaphandle kwezijeziso akunamsebenzi imibiko ngaphandle kokusebenza kwayo iyiphepha elibizayo nje kuphela umkhonto wesizwe ukholelwa ukuthi ukuziphendula kumele kundlule emaphepheni sidinga ama-lifestyle audits ezikhulwini zikahulumeni nabantu abaseduze kwamandla. Ngiyabonga.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable M.W. Twala.
Honorable Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters notes the report by SCOPA but does not really...
Yes. You may continue.
Honorable Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters notes the report by SCOPA, but does so with serious concern regarding both substance and procedure. The Auditor General has flagged the Department of Public Works, Community Safety, Transport, Education and Health for financial mismanagement, weak internal controls, and for continuously flouting SCM processes. And this is not something new, as they do so every year. Yet accountability remains largely cosmetic. We also note with concern that this report is being debated before accounting officer having to conclude their required follow-up reporting, which is due on the 30th of June. This raises a fundamental question as to how can SCOPA finalize or present oversight conclusions when departments under review are still to account for some of the corrective actions undertaken. This reduces oversight to a tick box exercise rather than a meaningful accountability process. The EFF notes with grave concern that SCOPA continues to demonstrate a pattern of leniency, as this is repeated and a reliance on assurance of future corrective action, determination test, and an ongoing investigation into irregular expenditure. It creates a cycle where consequence management is continuously deferred and never enforced. It is further worrying to note that the consequence management remain unresolved in several departments, which reflects an administrative culture where consequence management is indefinitely postponed. The report also cites concern regarding delays by SAPS in resolving cases referred by departments due to poor turnaround time. How is it possible when SCOPA is given constitutional powers? How is this possible when SCOPA is given constitutional powers under Section 55 of the Constitution to enforce accountability by summoning accounting officer and relevant stakeholders, including senior leadership in law enforcement structures? Has SCOPA really considered conducting the National Police Commissioner to summon the Provincial Commissioner to account on systemic delays in SAPS investigations? Furthermore, SIU investigations continue to be undermined by implicated employees who resign or retire before disciplinary and recovery processes are concluded, allowing implicated individuals to escape accountability and depriving the state of recovering monies. The people of KwaZulu-Natal cannot be subjected to annual repetition of the same findings and the same repeat offenders who escape without consequence management. SCOPA must decide whether it is a guardian of accountability or passive observer to financial collapse. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable CQ Madlopa.
Honorable Speaker, accountability remains non-negotiable, but oversight must always recognize the difficult environment in which department operates. Across South Africa, provinces face shrinking budgets, rising service delivery demands, and significant fiscal pressures that affect the state's ability to meet the needs of our people. The committee correctly notes the unfunded salary increases, budget reduction, and ongoing fiscal constraints have placed an enormous strain on departments. These challenges have real consequences for schools, hospitals, learner transport, and other essential services relied upon by despite the Department of Education has made meaningful progress in restoring financial stability. The reduction of historical accruals and payables from approximately 3.1 billion to about 352 million reflects improved financial discipline and a commitment to directing scarce resources towards the core business of education. Importantly, this progress has been achieved while the department continues to educate more than 2 million learners across KwaZulu-Natal. This remains one of the most important responsibilities of government and critical investment in future of our province. The ANC also welcomes efforts to modernize the department's ICT environments, including system upgrades and the implementation of a cloud-based data warehouse. These interventions will strengthen efficiency, planning, and accountability. Honorable Speaker, we further acknowledge ongoing efforts to improve learner transport management and address challenges associated with RT46 contract. Reliable learner transport is essential, Honorable Speaker, particularly for vulnerable learners and those attending special schools. We therefore support measures aimed at strengthening oversight and improving service delivery in the area. As the ANC, we reject the false choice between accountability and service delivery. The people of KwaZulu-Natal require both. They expect responsible financial management, but they also expect functioning schools, accessible healthcare services, and reliable transport. A capable developmental state must safeguard public resources while ensuring the fiscal pressures do not undermine the frontline services. Success cannot be measured only through compliance reports and audit outcome. It must also be measured by whether learners are in the classrooms, communities receive services, and opportunities are expanded for the poor and vulnerable. The African National Congress remain committed to transparent and accountable governance while protecting the services upon which millions depend. Even under difficult fiscal conditions, our responsibility remains clear: to defend the gains of democracy, protect the rights of the poor, and continue improving the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next member for 10 minutes is the Honorable Dex, M.A. Dex.
Yabuya, Will Mbani. Earlier on, when the Honorable Sangweni came up here to debate, the Deputy Speaker was in the chair. And the comments he made when he debated in his opening remarks, he greeted the Deputy Chair in this manner. Good morning, my beautiful Deputy Speaker, he said. He was standing here early on. But I will not greet you the same way. Good afternoon, Speaker, once again, because as a revolutionary from Umkhonto Wesizwe, I don't think I'm accorded the same latitude to greet you in such a manner that Sangweni have greeted the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am tempted, I'm very tempted to respond to two members of the DA that debated early on. The one debated during transport, the second one debated during the SCOPA debate early on, where they attributed the current financial crisis in this country to His Excellency President Zuma. But I've decided not to respond to that, because I was, during my debate, during the budget debate later on this month, I will definitely respond to that, because the Honorable MEC for Finance made similar remarks during his budget presentation. So I think it's best if I deal with it during the budget debates and to clarify issues here and to give the certain members of the GPU a parting lesson in finances when we do that debate. Now, Honourable Speaker, I do not have an issue with people saying Zuma. In fact, actually, I like it when they name Zuma, when they say all these things about Zuma, because every time you say Zuma this, Zuma that, Umkhonto is growing by leaps and bounds. So people support us. People support us, and I've warned the Honourable Sangweni previously. I said, stop the Zuma that. Because when Zuma that, we are growing and we are growing. That's why the current polls are putting us in Tegwin in Durban over 50% and putting the ANC at 8%. But I see the ANC are no more saying Zuma that. But I see the DA is doing that, and our people even support us more. When a racist right-wing party like the DA says Zuma that, we are growing by leaps and bounds. So come February, come November 4th, we will see a different picture. But basically, Madam Speaker, and I'm not pompous about this here, but we must be honest about certain things. A government that leaves out the largest party in its composition, a party that's made up of 47%, that received 46% of the vote, to leave that party out of a coalition. That coalition can never be stable. It will collapse. At some time or the other, that coalition will collapse. And it's not something that I'm boasting about. It's just proper math that you cannot leave a partner like that out, because you're not going to have stability in that coalition. So the coalition, this current coalition, as we're standing here, as we're speaking here, this coalition has collapsed. But we'll deal with it at a later stage. At another time, we'll deal with that issue of the coalition. And Umkhonto will put a proper, stable government in place with the partner that will be with it, that will decide to come with it in government. And we know already, we have an idea who our partner will be in this coalition. Because there's some people here, I won't mention their names because the speaker will call me out of order, but they're not from the ANC.
May I intervene? Honorable Dr. Kika, sit properly once more.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there is some people, and they're not from the ANC. My time is going really now to get into the report. They're not from the ANC, but from other parties. They are going Nicodemously late at night after 12 o'clock. You see them there as Nicodemus going to Nkandla to go and talk to the very same men that they say Zuma that, to go and try and strike deals. Nicodemus, they go and strike deals. And I see some of them are not here. Maybe they're already gone. They're on their way there to try and make a deal. Because time is running out. But it's not something that I'm boasting about. It's just politics and it's nothing personal. Honourable Speaker, this COPA report reads like another chapter of the GNU's PR campaign in KZN. Full of applause, training and willingness, but short on real accountability for taxpayers. As Umkhonto Sizwe Party, we have heard the same story again and again, and so have the people of KZN. Irregular expenditure dating back a decade, unauthorized expenditure caused by unfunded mandates, investigations stalling because officials retire or SAPS delays cases. But why must the committee's conclusion be in all this incompetence to thank departments and applaud the office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury? Applaud the office of the Premier and Provincial Treasury. Really, for what must we applaud them? For what must we applaud the Department of Honourable Ntuli? No, this committee is not taking us serious. Where is the consequence? Irregular expenditure, departments admit this is a long journey to zero. A decade of irregular spending is not a journey, it's a pattern of failure. Determination tests and civil cases mean nothing because funds are never recovered and no senior official loses their job. Budget cuts don't excuse the looting of public money. In fact, those court cases are a waste of public funds themselves. On unauthorized expenditure, the GPU blames unfunded salary increments decided at the national level. But this is governance 101. You budget for your obligations. If departments can't pay salaries without breaking the law, then the MEC and the HOD must answer, not get relief from Treasury bailing them out. This rewards poor planning.
Worse, when the rest of the country is fighting to make ends meet. And making ends meet, officials are being awarded with salary increments. On investigations and sanctions, Scopa notes great strides, but immediately admits the process fails when officials resign or retire. That is not consequence management. That is consequence avoidance. SAPS delays are known year after year. Why has the KZN executive not demanded timelines and performance from SAPS if they are serious about accountability? Instead, for publicity stunts, the Premier goes around with the SAPS in this province to go and hunt down illegal foreigners instead of dealing with the issues that he must deal with in the house. Let the SAPS and Home Affairs deal with their matters. The Premier must deal with these issues in this house. On vacant posts, the report notes progress and hopes critical posts will be filled by end of financial year. But we, as people of KZN, can't live on hope while service delivery collapses in health, education, and transport. The very department Scopa heard from in February. A fully functional department needs staff today, not more promises and hope. Honorable Speaker, the so-called GPU want us to believe that training, deployment of officials, and more hearings will fix a broken system. But 2024-25 audit findings were received on 31st January 2026, and we are still talking about willingness. Why aren't we talking about how many have been fired or who will be prosecuted and how much money was recovered? Why is there so much dilly-dallying on recouping the public funds? This Scopa report is indeed the GNU's PR campaign in KZN. It is full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. It is just another show, another media spectacle. Financial collapse peppered over 3.1 billion in accruals, dragged from 2024-2025. Now we are told that 1.5 billion will be carried into the 2026-2027 financial year, and 480 million in new unauthorized expenditures already projected this year. That's not turnaround. That's rolling debt from one budget to the next. Section 18 of the PMM, let me skip that one, I'll deal with it in my general budget rebate. The financial recovery plan promised 1.4 billion savings per year. Those savings, just like so many promises of the so-called GPU, have not materialized. Are the people of KZN even aware that after salaries and norms, only 179 million will be left to actually run schools in 2026-27? Then we come with our austerity budgets and we approve it in this house. I don't know where the GPU learned math because it doesn't add up. Honorable Speaker, no consequences, no officials, no accountability. Resolution 2/2026 itself admits it. Critical director and deputy director posts in risk and internal controls are vacant. Backlogs remain. Consequence management not finalized. So for years of irregular and fruitless expenditure, again, no one has been named, no one fired, no money recovered. Treasury second staff, but the rot stays and the looting continues. The GPU talks determination tests while schools lack principals and accountants. Children pay for corruption. Resolution 3/26, the National School Nutrition Program. Material irregularity referred to the state attorney.
We now call the next member for 6 minutes. For 6 minutes is the Honorable Dr. A.C. Biela. Who are you calling Nicodemus? Honorable members, you can't call my members' names that are not theirs. I am now assuming that you are calling Honorable Biela Nicodemus.
Yes. No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the wellness games played a big role. The energy in the House is much appreciated. The IFP again supports the adoption of the report. I was injured. This debate is also about the discipline of the state. It's about the moral architecture of power. It's about whether those who administer public resources understand that public money belongs to the people before it enters the hands of departments. The state does not possess public money as private property. It holds public money as a constitutional trust. Every rand in the provincial fiscus carries a public obligation. It carries the expectation of service delivery, and it also carries hope. Hope that those who are entrusted with public funds will spend in the best interest of our people. SCOPA therefore performs one of the most important functions in democratic government. It reminds the executive and administration that authority must answer to law, evidence as well as consequence. It gives practical meaning to the principle that power in a constitutional democracy must remain accountable. Honourable Speaker, this report records progress. Departments have undertaken investigations, determination tests, disciplinary processes, civil recovery steps, and criminal referrals. Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier have also assisted departments with technical support. That progress deserves us to acknowledge it. It also demands completion. The state cannot govern through perpetual processes. An investigation must reach findings. A finding must produce a decision. A decision must produce action. And action must produce institutional correction. Public office is a public calling. It loses moral authority when officials use their proximity to the state for private commercial benefit. Such conduct damages fairness, weakens confidence in procurement, and turns public administration into a private opportunity structure for insiders. The committee is correct to demand disciplinary outcomes, criminal status, recovery of losses, and measures to prevent recurrence. These are basic requirements of ethical government. Honourable Speaker, the Department of Health also reports stronger SCM controls, internal vetting of bid documents, 8 officials assigned to strengthen SCM, and more than 1,500 officials trained. This must now be tested through outcomes. The evidence must show fewer SCM findings, better procurement turnaround times, improved compliance, and stronger facility-level controls. Welcome back, Honourable Twala. Fleet management remains one of the clearest examples of how financial administration becomes a service delivery question. In health, 4,347 vehicles have been returned to operation, including 971 ambulances. There is important progress. The committee must now insist on sustained fleet availability, average turnaround times, penalties where service providers fail, and continuous monitoring. An ambulance out of service weakens emergency care. The Department of Transport raises another grave matter. The report records cases involving misappropriation of funds and a payroll or HR fraud that were reported as prescribed. It also records concern about the failure to interrupt prescription within the required legal timelines. There is a serious governance challenge. Prescription can extinguish the state's ability to recover public money. It rewards delay through legal finality. It allows public loss to become unrecoverable because the institution failed to act on time. The committee's demand for a centralized tracking and diary system is therefore essential. Every investigation must have a reference number, an amount, a responsible official, a legal deadline, a status, and a clear next step. The public purse must be defended with administrative precision. Departments must also answer on late payments. The report links non-compliance with the 30-day payment requirement to delayed settlement of interdepartmental accounts, insufficient baseline allocation for rates, and monthly cash flow limitation. Late payments is an economic harm. It places service providers under financial pressure after they've already rendered services. For small businesses, delayed payments can become a threat to their survival. Honourable Speaker, vacancies remain a recurring institutional weakness. Education has critical vacancies affecting governance. Community safety still has critical management positions, likewise with the other departments. And a capable state requires capable institutions. Capable institutions require competent officials, field posts, functioning systems, ethical leadership, and consequence management. Audit improvement cannot be sustained where governance and control functions remain hollow. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. That was the last speaker on the debate, and now we'll have to call upon the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Honourable T.J. Proteseth, to respond to the debate. You've got 5 minutes, Honourable Proteseth.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, some of the members today are all over the road. Some get it. Potholes. But once again, I see that reading from meaning is a problem. This is a debate on a report of a committee. But everybody's having a go at the Scopa Committee. The Scopa Committee doesn't do the things you complain of. The Scopa Committee meets with the departments and says, what are you doing? Where are the problems? But members in this House want to have a go at the committee that is trying its best to bring government to account. I don't understand that, especially as many of all the people who have spoken are part of the committee. And I do not recall a committee hearing or a committee meeting where there was a mutiny and a revolt and an uprising saying, we don't like the way we're doing this. Every single meeting, everybody sits down, the department comes in, we ask the accounting officer questions, we scrutinize them, we listen to the AG, we listen to the SIU, and everybody goes, and afterwards we slap each other on the back and say, well done, we really got to them today. But when we come to say, this is our report and this is the work we're doing, no, this is a problem. So I just don't get it. But anyway, I understand it's politics. I see Honourable Dirks comes forward and he says he rejects this report on the basis of a director from our party. In other words, blind loyalty, no thoughts involved. I just reject it because my party said I must reject it. But then goes on to quote directly from the report. So the question is, Honourable Dirks, the question to Honourable Dirks, because I can't direct him to directly, is Honourable Dirks using GPT or Copilot? Because that's what happens when you don't actually read your speeches. Dr. Biela, once again, thank you, as always, for endorsing the principles that guide the committee. And you have highlighted some of the important work that we do, but also the constraints. You've got to understand, Scopa we are the big Rottweiler, Bull, small what's this? Those tiny dogs that fit in the Hamburg. But we are the okay, Chihuahua, okay, horse. But anyway, we are the point. We are the ones that raise the alarm for the executive. The executive must help. But anyway, this is not a dialogue, Honourable Andile Twala. Okay, Honourable Fraser, thank you for the continued support. Honourable Nair raised a very particular point why Scopa matters and effectively said why the fox cannot guard the head house. But let me bring that to an African context. And as you know, ngiyafunda isiZulu, so let me try. Izimpisi azikwazi ukuvikela izinkukhu. The hyenas cannot guard the chickens. And this is the problem on the other side of this house. That was the point she's making. This side of the house follow a man whose government should not have been allowed to look after the chickens. So we can't take them seriously. Anyway, Mr. Mbata, I thought this was a Scopa debate, not a Shinga debate. But clearly, I understand you can only have one or two ideas in your mind at once.
Honourable Professor, it's not Mr. Mbata, it's Honourable Mbata.
You're quite right. You're quite right. Honourable Mbata, I apologise and withdraw if he is offended, but he's not in the room. But Honourable Mbata, I thought it was a Scopa debate, but it seems it's a Shinga debate. But I do understand it's difficult to have more than one or two ideas in your head at the same time. He raises a good point, however. We must have metrics. Let's follow how many people are arrested, how many people are fired, etc., etc. But also, here's a challenge to my friends in the MK. Let's have let's do an audit risk let's do a self-audit on all of our Scopa members. I'm prepared to do it. Can we check out all your backgrounds, all your financial dealings, all the past dealings in the past to show that you are pure as the driven snow? Let's do it. Let's make Scopa the absolute champions of good governance, and let's put ourselves in line for lifestyle audits. I challenge you. I challenge you now. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now move to the next debate, which is the debate on performance report of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development against its annual oversight plan for the financial year 25-26 in terms of Spending Rule 154C. We are now going to call upon Honourable TJ Mabaso for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Progressive Caucus. I'd like to greet the Premier in his absentia. Ngifisa nje ukuthi angiphindele isisho sakhe asithandayo ukuthi akukho soka ladla kahle embangikhala. Special greetings to ilunga lomphakathi, a former MEC. Osephenduka umuntu phaqa. Njengamanje lokushini bambiza ngomambaliza manje. Uvumile ukukhahleliswa amatshe iGPU kuyabanda manje ngaphandle. Usisimbali ke ufanele imbongolo kaJesu. Wayitshela ukuthi mkhulu kune organization. Abantu bambonisile ukuthi iNFP iyona yena ubeyimbongolo kaJesu nje. Ngithi angikhonze na kwi-GPU, ngikhonze ngengoma kaPeople Pricing osesishile ethi Can You Stop the Rain. Kuyabheda manje, ziyakhala. I just want to speak through you, Speaker, to Honourable TJ. Your obsession with MK and President Zuma is worrisome. I think even if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, you blame Jacob Zuma.
No. Honourable Member, I'm sorry, you're going to have to withdraw. You're casting aspersions on a member's persons. Join apologize.
I withdraw, Speaker.
No. Please withdraw and apologize. You bring the House into
withdraw and apologize.
Thank you. You may continue.
Honourable Speaker, ukhonjobani Speaker.
Order, Honourable Kika. No, Quebec, please keep speaking.
Honourable Speaker, I will structure inputs around 5 key areas: the core mandate and overall performance, child protection and early childhood development, gender-based violence and substance abuse, support to NPOs, community-based organization, governance, financial management, and urgent reforms. The core mandate. The Department of Social Development is not a nice-to-have. It is constitutionally and morally central to our social contract. It exists to protect children, support families, fight poverty, and provide a safety net when everything else has failed. Honourable Speaker, in this 2025-26 cycle, the Department of Own Performance reports reveal a familiar pattern. Many targets are reported as achieved or partially achieved, yet persistent gaps remain between the stated priorities. particularly poverty alleviation, GBV response and child protection, and actual experience on the ground. We continue to see social workers overloaded with unimaginable caseloads, delays in responses to cases of abuse, neglect and violence alongside, long queues and waiting lists for critical services, include substance abuse treatment and psychological support. Honorable Speaker, the system is still merely surviving, not transforming. The department performance cannot be judged by compliance with paperwork alone. It must be judged by whether a poor household in rural Umsinga or Mkanyagute actually feels the presence of the state in their time of great need. Child protection and early child development. Honorable Speaker, if we want to understand the health of our society, we must look at how we treat children. On child protection, reports of child abuse, neglect, abandonment, and exploitation are deeply concerning. Case backlogs persist, with some children waiting months for proper investigation, placement, or therapeutic support. We must be firm. How many social workers are actually dedicated to child protection and how many posts remain vacant? What is the average caseload for social workers? And how does this affect the quality of timeliness of investigation? Gender-based violence. Honorable Speaker, KwaZulu remains one of the provinces hardest hit by gender-based violence and substance abuse, particularly amongst young people. Honorable Speaker, we must be frank, a single GBV awareness event and poster campaign do not constitute effective GBV strategy. In 2025-26, we should see a clear expansion plan, substance abuse services, including more treatment beds and more community-based programs. In the spirit of constructive engagement, allow me to put forward some concrete proposals. Ring-fence and protect funding for NPO and critical frontline services. Implement a provincial child protection and ECD catch-up plan for 2025 to 2028. Establish a strengthened province-wide GBV and substance abuse response framework. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the true test of this department performance in 2025-26 is whether a woman fleeing abuse can find a safe bed tonight, whether a child who has been violated receives timely and compassionate care, whether an elderly person in rural village has some checking on them, and whether a young person trapped in addiction can access real help. We acknowledge the hard work of many dedicated officials, social workers, and NPO partners who are doing their absolute best, but acknowledgement must not blind us to the gaps and failures that continue to harm the very people we are obliged to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mabaso. The next Honorable Member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honorable S. Bank Prakash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself, our Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Chairperson, Honorable colleagues, and all present. The Inkatha Freedom Party rises to support the adoption of the Social Development Portfolio Committee Performance Report for the year 2025-2026. In doing so, we do not merely check a procedural box. For the IFP, parliamentary oversight is a sacred constitutional trust. It is the mechanism by which we safeguard public funds, fortify service delivery, and ensure that the executive remains sharply focused on the needs of the most vulnerable citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. I must begin by acknowledging the chairperson of our committee, the Honorable N.P. Dlamini. Under her purposeful leadership, the targets set out in the annual oversight plan were not merely pursued, they were achieved. Effective oversight never happens by accident. It requires meticulous planning, administrative discipline, and an unwavering willingness to follow matters through to their logical conclusion. This report stands as a testament to that commitment. Too often, legislature work risks becoming an exercise in paper shuffling. While committee room meetings that analyze budgets and quarterly reports are vital for financial accountability, it is incomplete without empirical verification. That is why the committee's target of conducting 4 comprehensive oversight visits across Zululand, Kinkajwayo, Mkanyagute, and Amajuba was so critical. It allowed members to look beyond statistics, to touch the reality on the ground, and to see firsthand whether departmental interventions are translating into real-world dignity. What we saw on the ground, Honorable Speaker, was a profound and a growing cry for help. Our communities are battling an onslaught of poverty, systemic unemployment, rampant substance abuse, and the horrific surge of gender-based violence. However, the committee did not simply lament these crises. Through public participation session held in Bergville, we ensured that ordinary citizens had a direct seat at the table, allowing local voices to actively shape our budget. Furthermore, our focused intervention study into youth development centers underscore a core IFP principle that state expenditure on youth must not be treated as a passive handout, but as a measurable investment aimed at producing tangible skills, self-reliance, and sustainable hope. As we conclude this initial reflection, we must place on record our appreciation for the MEC and the senior management team of the department. They have shown commendable willingness to account openly and honestly. Oversight is not an adversarial war. It is a collaborative constitutional duty. Yet, as we commend the framework, we must also confront the severe systemic cracks that our oversight has exposed. Cracks that I will return to address in the second part of this debate. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Prakash. The next Honorable Member for 4 minutes from the ANC, Honorable F.A. Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the African National Congress stands in support of the Social Development Portfolio Committee report. We do so whilst we are reminded of the words of Thomas Sankara, who cautioned us in saying, and I quote, "There is no true social revolution without the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half the people are held in silence," close quote. Honorable members, as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the historic Women's March of 1956, these words remind us that the struggle for women's equality remains unfinished. The women who marched to the Union buildings 70 years ago refused to be silenced in the face of oppression, discrimination, and exclusion. They demanded recognition, dignity, and rightful place in shaping the future of our country. Today,
this legacy challenges us to ask whether women have truly been liberated from all forms of marginalization. While significant progress has been made, women in leadership continue to face resistance, intimidation, and attempts to diminish their contribution to public life. The struggle for political space, respect, as well as equal treatment remains a reality for many women leaders. It is therefore fitting, honorable members, that we debate the report of the Department of Social Development during this important milestone in our nation's nation's history. The department's work is fundamentally about restoring dignity, protecting the vulnerable, and advancing social justice, the very ideas for which the women of 1956 marched and sacrificed for. At the heart of the work of Social Development Portfolio Committee lies a fundamental question: how do we build a society that leaves no one behind? How do we ensure that the elderly, the children, persons with disabilities, vulnerable groups and families, the poor are not abandoned to the harsh realities of poverty, unemployment, and inequality? These are not merely social challenges. They are challenges that speak directly to the unfinished task of social transformation and the building of a more just and equal society. The ANC has always maintained that social development is not an act of charity. It is a constitutional obligation and a developmental imperative. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the report also reflects the importance of ensuring that resources allocated for social development are used effectively and reach for their intended beneficiaries. One of the most important observations emerging from the report is the concern regarding inadequate funding and the need to accelerate the transition from a traditional welfare approach towards a more developmental and social development model. This is a matter of concern to all of us. As the ANC, we remain committed to building a developmental state that places the poor at the center of policy, protects the vulnerable, and expands opportunities for all. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we commemorate the 70 years since the historic Women's March, we must ask ourselves whether we are truly honoring the legacy of the women of 1956. It is easy to speak about women's empowerment when it is politically convenient, but the true test lies in whether our organizations create spaces for women to lead. Those who seek to attack women leaders should first reflect on their own record. Indeed, they should hang their heads in shame that in this day and age, they cannot point to a single woman occupying the highest level of leadership within their own caucus structure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Honorable Masiko. The next Honorable Member for 8 minutes from the DA, Honorable S.V. de Boer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is my privilege to present a brief overview of the work and achievements of the Social Development Portfolio Committee during the 2025-26 financial year. The committee's key priorities during the year included job creation, infrastructure development through the establishment of new offices and youth centers, poverty alleviation programs, gender-based violence interventions, women's development initiatives, support for child and youth care centers, and strengthening the capacity of non-profit organizations. In carrying out its oversight mandate, the committee focused extensively on monitoring the performance of the Department of Social Development. Particular attention was given to assessing whether the department met the targets set out in its annual performance plan and ensuring that public funds were spent responsibly and effectively. The committee also monitored the department's budget on a monthly and quarterly basis to ensure alignment between expenditure and planned outcomes. One of the committee's major responsibilities was the consideration of the department's 2025-26 budget and annual performance plan. Following presentations by the department, the committee carefully scrutinized these documents and adopted its budget report, which was subsequently tabled in the House on the 29th of July 2025. The committee also began preparations for the 2026-27 financial year by considering the first draft of the department's annual performance plan and budget in November 2025. This process laid the foundation for meaningful stakeholder engagement and ensured that public concern could be incorporated into future planning. A significant achievement during the year was the successful consideration of all quarterly performance reports within the prescribed timeframes. Through the support of dedicated staff and comprehensive analytical reports, committee members were able to engage critically with the department and strengthen accountability and service delivery oversight. The committee also initiated a focused intervention study in the functioning of youth development centers, academies, and programs funded by the Department of Social Development. While the study remains a work in progress, it will continue into the 26-27 financial year. Public participation remained at the heart of the committee's work. On the 13th of January 2026, the committee held a public stakeholders involvement session at Bergville Multipurpose Hall in the Utukela district. This engagement was conducted in accordance with Section 118 of the Constitution, providing community members with an opportunity to engage directly with the department and contribute to discussions on the draft annual performance plan and budget. The committee also strengthened its accountability mechanisms through the development and implementation of a resolutions register. This tool enabled the committee to monitor decisions taken throughout the year and ensure that follow-up actions were implemented effectively. A noteworthy achievement was the committee's intervention regarding unemployed social workers. After receiving concerns from graduates who had been funded by government but remained unemployed, the committee facilitated engagement between the affected stakeholders and the department. This intervention provided a platform for dialogue and demonstrated the committee's commitment to responding to public concerns and facilitating solutions. The committee also acknowledges the leadership of MEC Mbali Shinga during the 2025-26 financial year. Under her leadership, the department continued to prioritize poverty alleviation, youth development, support for women and vulnerable groups, and interventions aimed at combating gender-based violence. The MEC's commitment to strengthening partnerships with community stakeholders and non-profit organizations contributed significantly to advancing the department's developmental agenda. Her leadership has also been instrumental in driving programs aimed at empowering young people, supporting vulnerable households, and ensuring that social development remains at the center of improving the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The MK Party, on the other hand, have no plans in terms of social development for the people of KZN. In fact, Jacob Zuma himself said that all pregnant teenagers must be taken to Robben Island. This statement proves that he not only disrespects women, but also doesn't take teenage pregnancies or child rape seriously.
We cannot hear the members, honorable member.
Under Jacob Zuma's reign as President of South Africa, HIV rose to unprecedented levels. Jacob Zuma's prescription for HIV is to shower after having sexual activities with HIV-positive people.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. I cannot hear the member on the podium. She is debating. You are stifling. No, honorable members. You are stifling. This is a point of debate. You are stifling. Read the room. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, Rule 56, members may not converse aloud. You are stifling the member. I cannot hear the member debate. If you have a point of order, then rise on such. But if you do not have a point of order, please do not scream. The honorable member is debating. Honorable, no. No, honorable, no. Honorable Mgati, if you have a, Honorable Mgati, please stand. No, stand. Honorable, no. Honorable Mbata, please. No, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mgati. Honorable members, no. Honorable Mgati, if you have a point of order, please can you stand on your point of order and point to the rule that is being disrupted. But screaming is not going to work in the House. The Honorable Chantal, no. Honorable Mgati, I have just made a ruling. No, I have made a ruling. Me and you are now, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, no. Honorable Kika, no. Honorable Mbata, please sit down. Honorable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 72.
Okay. I've got it. Honorable Kika, Rule?
72.
72?
Yes.
No. There's someone on a point of order. There's a member on a point of order. There is a member on a point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, during this kerfuffle...
No, please say your rule again. Sorry, 72. It was disrupted. Yes?
During this kerfuffle, about 6 seconds of that time has been lost. And I would suggest that the time is reallocated, if you can consider that, so that the honourable member can have a chance to repeat what she said.
Thank you so much. It is noted. Honourable Mbata, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 57, 1D.
That's not a rule. Please, can you sit down? It's not a point of order.
No, it's not. It's a question.
Honorable Mbata, it's not a point of order. You're asking a question, which is not a point of order.
May I ask a question?
Thank you. Please, may you be seated. Thank you so much.
Speaker, may I ask a question?
No, that's not the rules. Please sit down and then come back again when you have something concrete for me. No problem. Thank you. No. Honorable members, you're bringing this house into disrepute. No. Honorable Mgati, I'm asking again. If there is a point of order, point to the correct point of order. Otherwise, this house is bringing to disrepute. No, there's no she must behave here. There's no she must behave. This must end now. Honorable members, I bring to your attention Rule 76(1)A. We are causing serious disorder and disruption in the House. May it please stop? I am now calling for the first time. Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip, you're here. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, you were standing. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip is in the chair.
Yes, I was standing on the point of order on the rule 75, insulting gestures. The honourable member of us was giving insulting gestures to yourself. Thank you. One of the whips.
Thank you.
Magubane. Honourable Magubane.
Thank you. Honourable Makubane, please don't do offensive gestures to me. Thank you. Thank you. No, there's Honourable Makubane, please don't point and say she's lying. Please don't point and say she's lying. Honourable Mbata, you were standing again. I'll give you another point.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 57, 1D.
No, you're asking a question. Before I ask if she's taking one. That's not how that rule goes.
Okay.
You ask a member, does she want to take a question?
57,
The member
1D.
then replies, and then you may speak or not speak. Honourable Dubour, please may you stand, and would you take a question?
No.
Thank you. You may be seated. No. Honourable Dubour, please continue with your debate.
Speaker.
The sound is very low here. Honourable Dubour, please may take a seat. I'm not sure who stood first now. Musu Pointer, you're not the speaker, so please do not help me preside. I know how to do it. Thank you. Honourable Kika, I think it was the honourable member from the MK. What rule do you rise on?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise on Rule 57, 1B.
57-1?
1B.
You want a question of privilege?
Yes.
Okay. No. Ngicela uhlale phansi, please, honourable member. Honourable Makubane, please may you stand. The problem is that you do not allow the presiding officer to preside. I was going to speak to Honourable Kika. Please withdraw and apologize to Honourable Kika.
But I must undermine.
No, that is not what you said. That is not what you said. I'm now calling you for the second time.
I
withdraw and apologize.
I apologize.
Thank you. You may be seated. No. That there's no addendum to the statement that you made. Please sit down. Honourable Kika, refrain from speaking, please. Thank you. No. It wasn't for him to apologize. It was not from him to apologize. Honourable member from the MK, you may stand. Thank you. What point? A question of privilege. Order. Imaiki. Sorry, there's a member who has a question of privilege. Yes, you may continue, Honourable Hateb.
Thanks, Deputy Madam Speaker. I'm asking Honourable Member Guti, is it possible that he can tell us more about Shinga?
No. Hold, Honourable Martin Mayor, please. Yes, you may continue. You may continue, Honourable Member.
As MSC of this committee.
Order, Honourable members. Please, can the member continue? No. Please continue with your question. I don't hear his question of privilege.
As a former MSC of this department, of this committee.
Order, Order, honourable members. I cannot hear honourable member engichazela i-question yakhe ye-privilege. Ngisacela uqhubeke.
I'd like to know which MSC is she referring to.
Thank you so much. That is not a question of privilege. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Honourable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 72, and it is because the time has not been changed.
You may be seated. The time can only move when Honourable Chantal starts debating. Honourable De Boer, please may you continue debating.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sorry? Yes, Honourable Kika.
My point is that 6 seconds needed to be added.
It will be added.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, Jacob Zuma's prescription for HIV is to shower off the sexual activities with HIV-positive people. We note the MK wishing the LGBTIQ community...
Honourable De Boer, please can you take your seat? Honourable Makubane, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honourable members. I cannot hear Honourable Makubane. Yes, Honourable Makubane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57(1)(a), a point of order, together with Rule 2723(I).
27, just hold on. Two, 2723I. 2723I. Failing to obey any rule, order, resolution of the House of any of its committees.
No, same. Sorry, it's G and I, both G and I.
Deliberately giving false information, evidence, and producing of false documents of the House and any of its committees regarding materials and its facts.
Yeah.
Continue.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, the member on the podium, when she was speaking, she continues to refer to on her speech, she's referring to Ms. Mbalishira as the MEC of Social Development. She's not an MEC of Social Development. She's former MEC of Social Development.
Thank you so much.
She should not mislead the House, and that was announced by the Speaker in the morning. That there is a vacancy, there is no more Honorable Shinga in this House. So can she refer to everything?
You are misleading the House.
By Shinga as former MEC, not the MEC.
Thank you so much, Honourable Makubane. Your point is noted. Honourable De Boer, please continue. Order, honourable members. Honourable De Boer, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We note the MK wishing the LGBTIQ community Happy Pride Month, whilst their own leader threatened violence against gay people, and members in this House often make homophobic remarks. This begs the question, do we believe MK's words or do we believe MK's actions? They must not forget that they were part of the rampant corruption and maladministration under Jacob Zuma's presidency. It seems, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the MK cannot take as good as they give. As we move forward, the committee remains committed to strengthening oversight, promoting accountability, facilitating public participation, and advocating for the resources required to improve the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the MKP, Honourable N.M. Gasa. Ma'am.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. Sorry. May we have some order? There's a member on the podium. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, And the people of KwaZulu-Natal, ngiyanibingelela.
Sorry, I apologize, Honorable Gasa. I'm not sure who said that. Honorable Sangweni, please stand. No. No, honorable members, how? Honorable Sangweni, please stand. Please stand. Please may you withdraw and apologize. We don't have a baby Bakola in this house. Thank you so much. Thank you. Honorable Makuban and Honorable Mbat. Please, I know you guys want to be speakers and deputy speakers, but not today. Please. You are now stifling your own member from debating. You're stifling your own member from debating. I apologize, Honorable Gasa. Please may you continue, sis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you, Deputy Speaker. Chief Whip, may you please allow me not to entertain these people who are obsessed ngoncamalala ngoba sizobe sesizwa nje ukuthi khona kade sebefuna ukuyophuza itiye khona. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Umkhonto wesizwe notes annual performance report of the Portfolio Committee is yet another example of a committee congratulating itself while failing to confront the very crisis it was established to expose. There is little evidence of meaningful accountability. As Umkhonto wesizwe, we need accountability of the kind demonstrated by the NFP.
Honorable Gasa, I'm so sorry. Honorable members, they're still conversing aloud. Honorable Gasa is debating. Can you respect the woman in the House to please debate? Thank you. Please continue. Honorable members, Honorable Kaula, please. Please continue, Honorable Gasa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Umkhonto wesizwe, we need accountability of the kind demonstrated by the NFP when it comes to holding public officials to account. Decisions were taken, announcements were made, and before the ink was dry, former MEC was removed from the office. This report claims that the committee achieved its oversight targets, conducted oversight visits, considered quarterly reports, monitored budgets, and strengthened accountability. Yet, if this is what successfully oversight looks like, one must ask why corruption allegations, governance failures, and the misuse of public funds continue to plague the Department of Social Development. The Constitution, particularly sections 114 and 133, requires this legislature and its committee to hold the executive accountable. The MK party believes that the concept of oversight has either been deliberately misinterpreted or fundamentally misunderstood. Oversight has become little more than a box-ticking exercise. Oversight is not measured by the number of meetings held or reports adopted. It is measured by whether wrongdoing is exposed, whether public money is protected, and whether vulnerable citizens receive the service they have been promised. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the so-called GPU must understand that the Umkhonto wesizwe party is not a lapdog that will stand by and watch maladministration run amok. We are the vanguard of the masses who voted overwhelmingly for the MK party. Deputy Speaker, one of the most glaring omissions from this report is its complete silence on one of the biggest controversies facing the department, the appointment of the current HOD. He was appointed despite having been implicated in forensic investigations relating to more than 600 million in irregular procurement expenditure during his tenure previous tenure in Gauteng. Serious allegations were raised regarding the circumvention of procurement processes and failures to properly vet non-profit organizations before public funds were distributed. Yet, nowhere in this report does the committee explain how it satisfied itself that a person facing such serious allegations was suitable to lead a department responsible for the welfare of the most vulnerable citizen in KwaZulu-Natal. How can a committee claim to be strengthening accountability while remaining silent on allegations involving hundreds of millions of rand? Honorable Deputy Speaker, the report identifies NPO capacity building as one of its priorities, yet it fails to address widespread allegations of abuse and misuse of public funds by organizations subsidized by the department. The former MEC herself was compelled to initiate investigations into several NPO-funded facilities following allegations that public money intended for vulnerable citizens was being diverted for personal enrichment. Among the examples cited was the Banomusa Healthcare and Welfare Center, where allegations emerged that board members improperly benefited from institutional resources. If these allegations are serious enough to warrant investigations by the executive, why are they not serious enough to warrant robust scrutiny by the Portfolio Committee? Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee boasts about conducting 4 oversight visits during the year, 4 visits in an entire year to monitor a department responsible for billions of rand and thousands of vulnerable beneficiaries across the province can hardly be described as rigorous oversight. Honorable Speaker, perhaps the most shocking example of oversight failure concerns community feeding programs. Across the eThekwini municipality, community kitchens are managed through structures linked to social development programs. Approximately 280 million of taxpayers' money is spent annually on these initiatives. A program receiving hundreds of millions of rand annually should not resemble a neglected charity operation. It should represent the highest standard of public service delivery. The obvious question is, where is the money going? It is shocking that 280 million is being spent annually on soup kitchens in eThekwini, yet serious questions remain. Where is the food? Why are kitchens operating in such poor conditions? Why are vulnerable residents expected to receive food in facilities that raise health and safety concerns? Why has the committee not launched a comprehensive investigation into the expenditure, procurement processes, contracts, allocations, and management systems governing these programs? Let me remind this House that Section 1142 of the Constitution requires provincial legislatures and their committees to maintain oversight over the exercise of provincial executive authority and the implementation of legislation. The committee tells us how many meetings it's held. The public wants to know how many corruption risks it's uncovered. The committee is telling us how many reports it adopted. The public wants to know how many vulnerable citizens received better services because of its interventions. The committee is telling us how many oversight visits it conducted. Yet the public wants to know why allegations involving hundreds of millions of rand continue to surface while oversight structures remain silent. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this report measures activity. It does not measure accountability. It measures attendance. It does not measure impact. It measures compliance. It does not measure outcome. In closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, MK Party suggests that this committee should perhaps process these reports in the same manner that the NFP processed the removal of the former MEC. No lengthy delays, no endless explanations, no attempts to pretend that everything is functional. After all, when agency was required, Balishinga was removed. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gasa. Honorable member for 4 minutes from the EFF is Honorable T. Nkosi.
Sekela somlomo, ngibonga ithuba ngiyabingelela kuwena ngibingelele kubahlonishwa bonke. Njenge-economic freedom fighters sithathathele lithuba sihlanganyele nezwe lonke ekugqugquzeleni nasekuqhakambiseni inyanga yokuvikela kwezingane.
eqale ngomhla ka-29 May ezoze iphele mhla ka-5 June 2026. Sithi asikhumbuze wonke umuntu okulendlu ukuthi unesibopho sokuvikela nokunakekela nokukhulisa izingane ngothando. Bese laba abahlukumeza abantwana mabathole isijeziso eziqinile, siphinde sikhuthaze imiphakathi ukuthi ingathuli uma kuhlukumezeka abantwana phambi kwabo, kepha ibike izigameko zokuhlukunyezwa kwabantwana ezindaweni ezifanele. Sithi asiqale sidlulise izincomo kulomnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi njengenqubomgomo ebuyekeziwe yokuxhasa ama-NPO ahlose ukuhlanganisa ukwabiwa kwezimali ngokwezidingo zezifundazwe kanye neminyango ehlukene kuhulumeni. Leli gxathu lizoqinisekisa ukuthi izinsiza zomphakathi zifinyelele lapho idingeka khona. Ngaphansi kwale nqubomgomo siyafisa ukuba kuxhaswe nezikhungo ezilwa nokuhlukunyezwa ngokodlame lubhekiswe kubantu besifazane nezingane. Lezi khungo kufanele zibe nabasebenzi abaqeqeshelwe ukwenza lo msebenzi. Ziphinde futhi zihlinzekelwe ngezinsiza kusebenza ezanele. Uma eseqokiwe wonke ama-NPO wazoxhaswa umnyango ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo olusha, siyacela i-process ibe fair and transparent. Bese lo mnyango uqinisa kakhulu i-oversight kulabo abazothola uxhaso. Siyabona ukuthi lo mnyango ube ne-Unemployment Social Workers Summit, kepha siyagcizelela ukuthi izingqungquthela azingagcini njengokuba yimicimbi engenamphumela, kepha kumele kuqashwe osonhlalakahle njengoba bebaningi osonhlalakahle abangaqashiwe kulesifundazwe. Ohlelweni lomnyango wokulwa nobubha siyafisa ukuthi lomnyango ulubhekisise uhlelo lama-social grant okuyisizinda senkohlakalo kulomnyango lapho labo abantshotshela abantu abangathathi intweni kakhulukazi izikhulu zikahulumeni kumele umthetho uthathe indawo yawo. Ngaphansi kohlelo lwa-Youth Center sithi njenge-EFF izinhlelo okuhloswe ngazo ukuthuthukisa intsha kumele zixhaswe ngendlela ziphinde zihlonyiswe ngokwanele ukuze ziqeqeshe intsha yethu. Intsha akumele isetshenziswe nje ukugcwalisa izibalo, kodwa kumele inikwe amathuba okuzimela ngokomnotho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi. The next honorable member for 4 minutes from the ANC is Honorable SMM Mkhize.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, allow me to open my debates by quoting Nikita Gill, an Irish poet who says, open quote, "Praise the outraged women fighting for justice, the same rage that has led liberation movements, that has changed laws, that continues to fight despite the odds. When a child in distress calls for their mother, countless women show up to help. I have watched mothers lift cars to help their trapped children. I have watched women put their personal safety on the line to protect others. You cannot tell me women are not natural born protectors when I see the evidence of it every day with my eyes. Women were always the protectors men claimed to be," close quote. The struggle for the emancipation of women, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the empowerment of young people and the protection of the most vulnerable members of our society are not secondary issues. They are central to our national democratic revolution and to the building of a non-racial, non-sexist democratic society founded on equality, dignity, and social justice. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to commend the leadership of Honorable Dlamini as the chair of this committee. And I'd like to make special mention to all the women who are part of this committee, without, of course, excluding men who are part of this committee. Allow me to appreciate the unity of its women
beyond political lines. Bayaba khona komagqama ehlungwini, but women of that committee are united. As the African National Congress, we have always understood that poverty, unemployment, inequality, patriarchy, and social exclusion are interconnected challenges that require a deliberate and a coordinated response from the state and society alike. It is therefore appropriate that the committee devoted significant attention during the year under review to youth development, women empowerment, and interventions aimed at addressing gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Chair, the report reflects the committee's focused attention on youth development centers, youth academies, and programs intended to support young people across our province. The critical question before us is whether these programs are sufficiently transforming the lived reality of young people of this province. For far too many young people, particularly in the working class communities, rural areas, and townships, the promise of democracy remains constrained by unemployment, poverty, substance abuse, and limited economic opportunities. The ANC has consistently maintained that young people must not merely be recipients of development programs. They must become active participants in building the economy, leading communities, and shaping the future of our country. This requires youth development programs that are functional, properly resourced, and capable of equipping young people with skills, confidence, and opportunities to participate meaningfully in the society. Honorable members, the report also highlights the committee's focus on women development programs and intervention aimed at combating GBV and femicide. The ANC has repeatedly stated that gender-based violence and femicide is not only a criminal justice issue, it is a manifestation of deeply entrenched social and economic inequalities that continue to affect women. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we do support this report, and we say no society can claim to be free while women continue to live under the threat of violence, abuse, and exploitation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 9 minutes from the MKP is Honorable M.S. Mthethwa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and greetings to honorable members of the House, ngibingelele my President Nqamalala abangamfuni landini. Ngibingelele inkosi yasemadungeni, ngibingelele my Chief Whip, and greetings to all South Africans at home. Special greeting to Mam Balshinga, esayihlelele kamnandi ekhaya. Angeke simkhumbule kule committee because asimazi. This is one MEC okade khona wazwahamba kuma committee meetings angafiki. If efikile uzomisleader. She's the one who told us every ward doing a social work, where we have 4,000 social workers who are unemployed. And this committee want us now to say, if we were effective, we should have really intervened in the issue of social workers and unemployed social workers. We wrote a letter which was requesting 1 billion. There was no follow-up to say this is how much the committee has assisted the department into getting funds so that they can then be employed. Now, what I've noticed, I think most politicians, which is why MK was formed, they've really forgotten why are we here or what are we trying to achieve. It is a shame because Obabo or Tambo, the former ANC, formation IFP, they had one thing in mind. It was to address the issue of inequality. I was very young when Uletambuli sang a song, Not Yet Uhuru. And today, if you can play that song, it is 100% applicable. 30 years later, after we received our democracy. And if we continue at this rate, where Siangomana for doing nothing, then we are never going to move forward. We'll just keep sitting here. We need to face the reality. We need to face the reality. Inequality exists for a black child or for a black person. If you have breast cancer, you have a higher chance of dying if you are black than you will be when you are white. And it's only because of our history. Jacob Zuma once said that our problem started on 6 April when Jan van Riebeeck Nekruyak set foot in Cape Town. From there, we were subjected to slavery. Then Zayonkin is inhuman to us. When they were tired, they moved to apartheid, which was even more inhuman. Today, we are sitting here still being the victims of history. Our beneficiaries sit here and want to defend their state of being beneficiaries of our ukuhlupheka kwethu. We remain poor, they remain not affected. So if we don't want to take that and address it directly, we are not going to solve any problems just now. We are not going to deal with anything. If we are fair and we want to really assist the society's Pilagoy, we should really take social development more serious. You can never tell me that you social development don't have a chance to answer anything with a budget at 3.6 billion. If you understand our problems with social development are beginning now. If you talk of youth development centers, they intake 60 people per rotation, which that's 2 years, that's twice rotations per year. So if you are telling me that Zonke youth is beginning now, which is suffering from unemployment, and now we are getting into a new problem of substance abuse, and when you want to go at a rate of 120 per year, what can you really achieve with that? So that means 10 years from now, the song Not Yet to Huru will still be relevant until we do something differently. The MK, when it was formed, personally, I joined as teaching, because it was saying one thing, we do have a country, it's very rich. We have minerals, we have everything. Now, if we can really use our minerals to our benefit, all black political parties should be rallying behind that idea so that we don't live on this grant when we have very rich minerals. We've got everything we need here. It's just that abantu abaloba protector ama oppressors aid. We really do need to address the issue of inequality, and to do that, we need money, and we have money, kuma minerals aid. So I challenge that all black political parties and white, because there are white people who don't like this thing of seeing another person suffering. Namhlanje, if you look at the SAPS member who's white, can afford to stay in the suburbs, but this black SAPS member is still unable to afford the suburb life. Then the question is, where is the difference if really we say we are equal? In white is actually dropping, I was afford to drop in. Then the question is, how are we not able to meet a balanced lab? We will never do it. And if we don't deal decisively with the issue of substance abuse and mental health to our youth, which is caused by the system which is meant to keep them oppressed. Youth unemployment is still high. So they can only do one thing, that's crime, drugs, and then inequality continues. Who's to blame there? Ask the politicians. Thank you.
The next honourable member for 6 minutes from the IFP is Honourable S. Brang Prakash.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I return to reflect on a deeper systemic lessons emerging from the committee's work and to speak directly to the structural challenges that continue to confront our province. Having listened to the debate this far, it is clear that we cannot celebrate administrative compliance while our social fabric faces immense strain. The central reality through this entire report is the sobering paradox that demand for social development services is skyrocketing. Yet the department is expected to operate within shrinking, deeply constrained financial resources. We are asking our personnel to do more with less, precisely when our people have the least. This fiscal squeeze directly impacts on our greatest asset, our human capital. During our oversight work, the committee engaged directly with unemployed social worker graduates. This is a tragic and unacceptable mismatch. On one hand, we have communities broken by trauma, substance abuse, and child neglect, crying out for professional intervention. On the other hand, we have passionate and fully qualified state-funded professionals sitting at home, unable to find employment. The Inkatha Freedom Party insists that resolving this paradox must become an urgent interdepartmental priority. We cannot afford to treat social work as an administrative luxury. It is an essential frontline service for our communities. Furthermore, as we evaluate the department's reach, we must turn our attention to a critical area requiring greater focus: our partnership with non-profitable organizations and non-governmental shelters. These organizations are the foot soldiers for social development in KwaZulu-Natal. They operate shelters for abused women, childcare facilities, and substance abuse rehabilitation centers, often on shoestring budgets. When departmental funding to these organizations are delayed or reduced, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. Our oversight must ensure that funding mechanisms for NPOs are strengthened, transparent, and legally compliant. Recognizing these organizations as true co-partners in service delivery. Honorable Speaker, effective oversight is often driven by those who walk away from the cameras. I therefore wish to acknowledge the committee's support and research staff. The diligent preparation, administration, and technical expertise form the backbone of this report. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, our political philosophy is rooted in self-reliance, social justice, and deep respect for the dignity of every human being. We support this report because it reflects a committee that has refused to become complacent. It reflects a committee that understands its sacred responsibility to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Let us therefore adopt this report not as a final victory, but as an urgent mandate to fix the systemic bottlenecks, to properly fund frontline services, and deliver the empathetic, efficient government our citizens so richly deserve. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brandrapash. Thank you, honorable members. That brings us to the end of our substantive debate. I now call upon the chairperson to respond. Honorable NP Dlamini for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to yourself, greetings to the MECs, the Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and honorable members. Maybe I must explain what the debate was for. It was the report that was reported to the House to provide an account of the work done by Social Development Portfolio Committee during the 2025-2026 financial year as per annual oversight plan, targets, and the key priorities. The committee has achieved its all annual targets that was set for 2025-2026. Kyamangaza-ke ukuthi kufike umhlonishwa laphambili azokhuluma ngokuthi sesino former MEC esingakwazi-ke thina njenge-house sazi ukuthi umhlonishwa ushinga inkinga abhekene nazo izodlula nje maduze. U-Honorable Shinga usawu MEC waka Social Development. Ukuthi
Order, honorable members.
u-MEC siqabuka ngawe Honorable Mabaso namhlanje besingakwazi thina. Mina njengosihlalo wekomiti la ka Social Development ngazi ukuthi usawu MEC. Thank you very much Honorable Ban Prakash by supporting the report, Honorable Masiko and Honorable Tepua. Honorable Gasa ukhulume nge accountability ukuthi i department ihluleka na uku-accounta. kuyangibangaza-ke noma kungidumaza kungiphatha kabi ukuthi sihlale sihamba nawo kuma-oversight but awu-accountisi ngisho yedwa usuke khona kuleyo oversight ufika uthule angazi ukuthi awukho ubukhona uma usufika kwi-house la uzokhuluma ngama-accountability ongawazi uma sisemhlanganweni fanele siyiqale kuma-meeting into esuke fanele siyikhulume mase sila kwi-house. Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa uNkosi ngokusupporta i-report kuyakhombisa ukuthi uma usuku ukhona emhlanganweni usukulalele futhi
Honorable Dlamini
ngendlela esuke ifanele.
Siyacela ukumisa bandla. Honorable Sis. Sorry, honorable members. Yes, honorable member, what rule do you rise on? Honorable members, I cannot hear the honorable member. Yes, what rule?
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
again I rise on Rule 57 1B.
A point of order.
A question of privilege.
Okay. Honorable members, can I please hear this question of privilege?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. My question is, how does KZN legislature define and enforce decorum and respect during proceedings when a member calling a member who's fired from his party or from her party that she is MEC?
Thank you,
But
honorable.
she's no longer the MEC.
Sorry, honorable members. Thank you, honorable member. That is not a question of privilege.
It's a question of privilege.
It's not.
No, it's a question of privilege.
No, it's not. Please
It's
be
a question
seated.
of privilege.
No, please be seated. Please understand what the question of privilege is, honorable members. But I'm not here to do that preaching today. Honorable Dlamini, please may you proceed and continue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Nijahe kakhulu Honorable Hadebe lamandla engenze niwathole manje. Lindani 2029 mawukuthi niyokwazi ukwenza kangcono, nikwazi ukuphatha isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Nkosi, siyabonga kakhulu kuyakhombisa ukuthi ukuhlala kwakhe emhlanganweni usukuhlalela into eyiyona yona ubonakala ngokuthi usupporte i-report osuke uyivumile nawe kwi-meeting esuke sinawo njengekomiti. Honorable Mkhize, thank you very much for supporting the report. Umhlonishwa umthetho ake uvele wangikhipha esipoliweni ke mayethi uMEC Shinga akayihambi ama meetings ethu useze waphuma esikhundleni kuyathusa ke kuyamangaza ngoba ngisho umhlangano ebesiuhleli 2 weeks back besinaye uMEC Shinga siphendulana naye engena kuma debate sidiscussa naye aphendule ngisho ezinye zezinto esisuke siyibuza kuyathusa ke nokuthi sikhuluma ngama social worker la angaqashiwe ekubeni kunama social worker kune interview ongoing kwayimanje kuzoqashwa ama social worker awu100 iyo le department okuthiwa ayiwenza umsebenzi uMEC Shinga ucorrupt ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you so much, honorable members. This brings us to the end of our debate and end of the order for the day. Honorable members, the next time we see each other when we are back for a sitting will be on July 14th, 2026. Until then, honorable members, the House then stands adjourned.